Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer.
I'm actually on a stage this time. Oh my God. Ladies, if you want to come in, we'll go ahead and we'll get started. Come on, grab your coffee. Hi. And as you can see, I was not arrested last night. It was a joke. For those of you that missed it, we did a pajama party and it's all over social media and it was fantastic. And when we left, there was a rescue squad with 3 cop cars there. So me being me, let's go ahead and let's put on a joke. Assume the position and went ahead and did it. So it was pretty funny. But yeah, come on guys, let's go ahead and come on in. Can somebody make that call? So good morning. How is everybody? Did everybody have good time coming in and all of that? We've got seats all over the place. Thank you, Gaylan. Okay, so we got to get started because Gaylan's got a flight that she's got to go ahead and head out for. So if you want to go ahead and grab your seats, that would be fantastic so that we can get started. And okay. Here we come to the grab a seat, ladies. Come on. Okay, I'm going to get started so they can go ahead and come in as they need. Good morning. Welcome to the 2022 Ms. Medicare. It is the 2nd annual conference. Thank you for coming. So do me a favor, raise your hand if you're new. Wow. Oh my God, that is awesome. So welcome. A lot of you are new to me. Sit back, enjoy the ride. It's a lot of fun and it's definitely a shit show. So anyways, so this whole event, first and foremost, this is a free event. Most of the content that I do is free. And I had this idea to put women together to learn from other women role models that are in the industry. And started going to some of my mentors, some of the people that I know are very well established in the industry, and said, hey, would you mind donating some time to teach other women the tricks to the trade? Because quite frankly, I've been in the business 17 years. I didn't have it when I started. So that's for the most part how this came to be. It would not happen if it wasn't for the sponsors that are here. So I would like to acknowledge a lot of them, but I'm not going to list them all out. Just the key ones that made this possible were Humana, United, Anthem, Liberty Mutual, Medico, Aetna, Integrity Marketing, and Manhattan. So thank all of them, whether you... I hope you all got your name badges and your makeup bags. There is a whole bunch of self-care stuff in those. I hope that you like them. Do you? Yes, we like them. They're like 10 pounds a piece, right? So, guys, there are seats all over the place. Please sit down. So the makeup bags, one of the things is women, we don't do well with self-care. So I really wanted to give you guys things that you could enjoy and help foster that. So the first speaker that we have, and I'm not going to take any of her time because she has to race to the airport, is Gaylan. Gaylan is the owner and also is Integrity Marketing. She is known for Spouse in the House and the Queen of the Bundle. She is a fantastic mentor and one of my dear friends. So I am going to stop talking and turn this over to her so that she can spend some time with you guys. So thank you.
I don't know if I'm on. Oh, yeah, I usually don't. I'm like Amanda. I don't have to be on, but I am. Okay, so I'm going to get up here where y'all can see me so I don't call you guys out. Tammy, I'll make sure I get a picture with you, doll. I know I missed you all ago. How's everybody? I love Amanda's heart for each and every one of you. So I want to stop for a minute and I want y'all to stand to your feet and give her the thank you that she deserves. Yes. See, that's what they mean when a true friend and a true queen will take a moment and straighten someone else's crown. I heard someone say, I won't call her out, but she's a dear friend. She's gorgeous. She said, y'all know I don't like to get dressed up. I already cried this morning. Well, she's gorgeous and I won't call her out, but Dee, you look beautiful. Where is Jesselyn? Where's she at this morning? Stand up, my friend. This woman, I have so much respect and admiration for you. And so I want you to be my guest at 8% Nation this year. I'm going to speak there. So we're going to figure out how to get you there and get you a room. And you'll be sitting with me and my other partners at 8% Nation. So like Amanda said, I need to leave here at 9:30. If y'all watch me at all, y'all know I live in airports, so I'll leave when I leave. But Kevin is the man of the hour. If y'all have not met Kevin, you should. He's one of the most amazing men out there supporting us. But I am Queen of the Bundle. I love what I do. How awesome is it to be in a business where you love what you do, right? So one of the things last year came back, said, we loved everything you said, but we want to know how to do this. Well, I was hoping y'all would call me. And guess what? You did. Well, that's awesome. But we're going to go through a little bit of it today. But Amanda and I are going to do a national training. Y'all let her catch her breath. And we will make sure that we go over this with all of you. We are also going to put 3 tickets to 8% Nation in the raffle so y'all can come see us speak. So y'all buy the raffle tickets today. We would love to have you there. And then I'm going to run a special contest. Y'all listen up. Yesterday, y'all heard Aetna and Manhattan sponsored the brunch along with our partners at Integrity Marketing Group. The first agent in this room that goes out and writes 5 of those and gets it back to Amanda that they've done that, then we're going to give you an 8% Nation ticket. You will end up having probably dinner, lunch, or whatever Amanda and I can fit in. For sure, cocktails, because that's how I roll. And I will make sure to get you a hotel room. You just got to get there. Sound good? Because you've sold 5 apps, that'll pay your plane ticket. What a lot of you don't understand is what you make. Write that down. What is my commission on all these ancillary plans? And you're going to find out that when you're in a home and you write 5, 6, 7, 8, Jill heard last couple of weeks ago, I don't know when it was, Jill, you know, I've been on the run, but we had an agent go, I was watching your YouTube videos and I've got one client that I pulled up to their house and the old Kevin Owens would have written 2 Med Advantage policies. But I walked in there, did the Queen of the Bundle YouTube presentation, and I had 8 policies when I walked out of that house. Now that is what makes your paycheck. Okay. Now, a lot of you got into this business to make vacation money, to make Tupperware money. And I'm not knocking Tupperware. That's how I got into sales. I sold more lettuce bowls than anybody. But I will tell you, in our business, the reason call centers are stealing your business is you're not protecting your business. You are not in the business of enrolling. You're in the business of what? For those of you that have watched, what, Mel? Insuring. We insure our clients. When a client calls Joe Knows or JJ his way, we just enroll them in zero premium. They don't know what they have. You are an educator, my friends. How many of you, when you were growing up, said, I wanted to be a school teacher? Anybody? Okay, some of y'all are young. Those older ones of us, that's what we thought we could be. As y'all know, I wanted to be Miss America. But I will tell you what, when my daddy sat me down in front of the TV and showed me Phyllis George was the first female sportscaster, and she knew more than any other sportscaster because she had to do what? She had to prove herself more than any guy sitting up there. But I can tell you right now, the crown I wear pays a whole lot more money than Miss America. And the crown you all wear pays you a whole lot more. So you will all get this presentation. 87% of cancers happen in people age 50 and older. I'm not going to read you guys this. You passed the insurance exam, I hope. If you're not making $100,000 a year, you need to be paying close attention, because some of you in this room last year were only making $50,000 a year, and I've heard from you, and now you're making six figures. I'm so proud of you because you listen, you learn, and you teach, and you educate, and more than anything else, you give a bleep. You care about your clients. So the other thing we need to remember is you've got to be convicted about what you do. So many of us that drive around in these big cities think, oh my gosh, they file on their homeowners and their auto all the time. Obamacare was the only insurance that was created that you could buy after the house burned down. Did y'all hear that? I got y'all's heads bobbing up and down. I heard silence because y'all know I'm real and I'm true. But if that same person in this stat pool of ages 18 to 89 had a cancer policy, they would file 40% of the time on a cancer policy. Homeowners and auto, respectively, 0.04, 0.06. But these people will spend hard-earned dollars to insure the things that they're paying for, but they won't insure the person that's paying for them. They will pay $30 a month to insure an iPhone that they never use the insurance for. Because Jobs in Heaven is telling everybody, zap, your phone's out, zap, your phone's out. Y'all, that ever happened to y'all? 2 years, almost right at 2 years? You never get to use your insurance, but we're spending $1 a day. We're going to spend $1 a day to insure you. $1 a day to insure your clients. If you don't have a cancer plan on yourself, I don't want to call you stupid, but I don't have any choice because you're not ignorant. You know the statistics. You can't solve stupidity with your clients. They prioritize differently. They wake up on Saturday morning wanting to buy a car, wanting to buy an iPhone, wanting to buy a house, insuring those. It's your job to tell them the value in the products that you sell. If you don't have a short-term recovery care on yourself, why? Accidents put more people in nursing homes. That gets your under age 65 client. That builds you one hell of a lifetime value. Yes, God knows I curse. I don't use GD, but I use just about every other word. And I will tell you the one word I don't use is what? Can't. You won't. You won't take a short-term recovery care. You won't take a cancer. You won't take a life. You can, you should, you will, because you get paid commission. And when you believe in your products and you can pull that product out and you can tell that client, man, I had this policy on myself. You see, my dad died at 52. And when you sit there and tell me you've never had cancer in your family, guess what? My daddy didn't either. He was the first. And y'all hear me quote Ricky Bobby all the time. If you're not first, you're last. That's what happens when you don't talk to your clients about cancer. The only reason you don't talk about cancer is because it's a horrible subject. You know what's freaking worse? When they call you and you didn't take care of your client. It's your job to take care of your client. You see that long-term care right there? 70% of the time. 70%. If this stat poll was 50 to 89, that cancer number would be 87%. But yet we're more worried about car insurance. Why the heck? Okay? Dental, vision, and hearing. You know, thankfully today, we don't see a lot of Helen Kellers out there. And I say that in jest, but it's serious. A lot of things are cured. But when you talk to somebody about dental, vision, and hearing, guess what? A root canal or a crown can put them 4 months out of income. What happens to y'all if you lose 4 months of income? You're still earning money. You can go make it up. You're not going to starve, but our clients could. And then finally, final expense. Yes, sad to report, 1 out of 1 of us still die. But my daddy used to say, he was a debit agent, hardest working insurance people in America, by the way. He used to tell me, Gaylan, I want you to get in the ordinary business. You know what I call it today? The extraordinary business. We are in the most extraordinary business in the world. You didn't go looking for insurance. You looked for a way to make money, and insurance found you. And it blesses me every day because my daddy knew what I was good at long before I did. And thank God. So, objections. I'm not going to teach you to read. Y'all passed your exam, right? Everybody can read? Okay, good. Okay, so the number one objection is I can't afford it. You know what 2023 out of pocket is on chemo and radiation? Told y'all this last year, it was going to go up about $1,800. I almost got it right. $8,900. If you're selling PPOs or you're selling give back programs, your client gets diagnosed with cancer, 20% up to $8,900. If they got a $3,500 with Humana out of pocket, they're still gonna, $3,500 is still a lot of money to those people. I always ask clients, okay, well, when you get cancer, your zero premium plan goes to $629 a month. Who's going to pay that premium? And my Med Advantage friends in the room are going, why do you say that? That's so horrible. No, it's true. I am truthful. I believe there's clients for Med Advantage. I believe there's clients for Medicare Supplement, but I honestly 100% believe all 100% of them need a cancer plan. Because we do not have transparency in drugs in this country. I'm not going to tell you how to vote, but you need to know who you're voting for. Because a lot of our seniors have more drugs in their homes than food. And if they tell you they can't afford $629 a month, I usually tell them they can't afford zero premium. And then I say, who's going to pay that for you? Because I'm going to overcome the next objection. Because they're going to want to check with someone. They're going to check with someone that's going to be the burden. I'd give every dime in my bank account to have my mother or father back again on this earth. Because I can make money. I'm proving that. But I don't get that option. God has placed this on my heart so many times to tell you, don't put your clients in a position they don't deserve to be in because you didn't have the courage to ask. Do you know what ASK stands for? Some of you know, I know y'all are shouting it out over there. Always seeking knowledge. You should always be seeking knowledge. When someone called me and say, hey, your mom Carolyn told me to call you, I'm like, oh, thank God she's listening. Yay. Would you rather spend $1 a day, Gaylan, to take care of your mother if she were diagnosed with cancer, or would you rather pull out of your 401k? You see, when seniors start getting sundowners, they rhyme because they go back to their childhood. Proven statistic. I learned it while my mother was in hospice care. And I will tell you, somebody always asks me about short-term recovery care. Okay. I'm getting ready to design a fantastic product, by the way, that's going to blow it out, but I'm not there yet. Y'all know I listen to all of y'all because you're my client and you're listening to your clients. The reason I love that product is when I took my mother to a nursing home on the advice of doctors, elder care attorneys, it was like leaving my dog at the dog pound. And I walk out and I fall to my knees on that parking lot and I cry my eyes out. But I saw her every day, or one of my sisters saw her every day. But if you don't know what Medicaid pending is, those two words, you need to go research it. Because let me tell you, if you're in Fort Worth, Texas right now, your nearest Medicaid pending facility is in San Antonio, Texas, 5 hours from my house. When you buy short-term recovery care, you've got 365 days of them being in the best facility. While I was waiting for my mother to be taken care of, she could have been in the nursing home that her best friend worked in. But instead, they called me and said, hey, you got to come get your mom, just like she was the dog or somebody, and you got to move her. And I've told you all the story. And I know a lot of carriers go, Gaylan, you're making us sound bad up there. And I'm like, no, I'm not making you sound bad, because sometimes you just don't know what we know because you're not on the front line. Mariana Jones knows I'm vocal with the carriers. Maggie knows I'm vocal with the carriers. Paula knows I'm vocal with the carriers. I am constantly speaking for you. I am your advocate, and I will speak until the cows come home. But I am telling you right now that if you don't have short-term recovery care on yourself, now's the time to buy it. Not when you turn 65. It gets too high. And why put that burden on someone when you can afford $1 a day? Choose the right priority. All those that are in here, I already talked about all those. Aetna's cancer plan's the best on the market. Sorry, other carriers, it is. One, they believed in me. 2013, they were writing under $800,000 a year. And now we write in excess of $1 million a month. Ty Woldridge asked me, he said, hey, Gaylan, do you think you can sell it in the senior market? He didn't ask me if I was, by the way, because I wasn't. I was selling in the underage 65 market. And I said, you bet. And I went to work and I found out what the holes were. And I found out two things from Aetna when customers called in and complained. My doctor isn't in the network anymore. He left the network. And then the doctors tell the client, no, the company fired me. They couldn't afford me anymore. Clients don't know. You educate them. The other one was, I thought it was zero out of pocket. No, it's zero premium. I've listened to calibration call after calibration call, hear agents read it over and over in the disclosures, but clients will inevitably say it's zero out of pocket. When you go through your disclosure, your presentation is not going to go an hour and 20. It's going to go 45 minutes because you've already explained all the problems with that plan and you've sold the negativity first. Now your client knows you're legit. And you know what? All of you thinking those call centers are still in your business. Most of the good call centers I train. And see, those call center managers, because they want that done, they lower those people's comp to make them go get it. We can't lower brokers' comps. But here's what happens. They're asking them, what cancer protection did your agent enroll you in? Because your plan's great. That's how you work your leads, my friends. Lock-in leads are the most valuable asset next to your book. Your book of business is your most valuable asset. It's more important than your car, your home, your land, your farm, your beautiful dresses, your beautiful tiaras, because it's what pays for all of that. They trusted you once, they'll trust you again. Call them up and be transparent. I didn't know this plan existed. I just went through a training. I feel so terrible that I didn't take care of you like I should have. I should have turned your liability plan into comprehensive coverage. When I was 18 years old, you know, when you're in a little Dodge Dart and you hit a brand new pickup truck and they get a brand new truck and you got to go into a 72 Pontiac Le Mans, it doesn't do much for your ego. I'm that girl, if y'all hadn't figured it out. I couldn't wait to get comprehensive coverage and get a rental car and a new car. I didn't think about how many wrecks would raise my insurance at that time. I was 18, right? But I wanted comprehensive coverage. But then I did what you do in the room, and I look at that dental, vision, and hearing or that cancer, and I go, I can self-insure. You might can, but your client can't. You're talking yourself out of sales, and you're not doing your job. If I wasn't the coach I want to be, and the coach you want me to be and need me to be, I would sit up here and just fill it with smoke and mirrors and give you all the BS you want to hear, but that's not the way I do things. And you wouldn't appreciate me or respect me if I did it that way. So we're going to do it the right way. Chaz 2.0 with Aetna is fantastic. 5-year look back on treatment. Treatment's important right there, because if they go 5-year look back on cancer and they're still doing treatment, they're going to get denied. This will cover melanoma cancer and on up, because those are internal cancers. You can get the plan if you've had an external cancer shaved off. You qualify. Now, sometimes Aetna will turn it down, but I call up there and I fix it. I became their agent service department last year. Ty Woodridge was so mad because I had to keep putting him on hold. But their call center loved me, so they would send the agents to me. I don't mind. I like that. The recurrence benefit, you know what that is? That's a persistency protector for you, my friends. Because when they get diagnosed with cancer, they're going to keep paying the premium and they get to keep the plan. And if they get cancer again over there on the right-hand side, they get to file on it again. So when you protect your policyholders, you protect your paycheck. I'm going to say that again. Some of you were writing that down. When you protect your policyholders, you protect your paycheck. Okay, EAP's phenomenal. This is where you go from zero to hero in a New York minute. Cancer doesn't care when you turn 65. It doesn't discriminate. Apparently, federal government can, because that's when we get Medicare, right? But here's the deal with cancer. If you were talking to a 64-year-old, they get the 64-year-old rate. That saves them $60 a year for every year. Aetna's philosophy is to lock in the rates, and everybody should on a lump sum product, by the way. Some carriers miss it because their actuaries are just there till the next gig. But I watch this. I've worked with the Aetna's actuaries now since 2013. When we launched Chaz 2.0, we were able to take rates down on our seniors. So their rates are locking in. So when you tell them you're going to save them $60 a year, it gets even better. So we have spouse in the house. Anybody heard of that? I trademarked that because it's important. You've got to work the spouses in the house so you can walk out with 8 to 10 policies. Now what happens if you got a husband like mine who hit the jackpot with me, not just because I'm me, but because I'm younger than him? His plan for 69, because he's 69, I'm still 58 till next month. His is $29.58. But if we put me, youngest spouse, first, and we look there at the 55 to 59 category, for just $9 more a month, we both get $10,000. That's one you have to remember, because you literally have to put the spouse first, because Aetna has other plans where they go off the older age. Everybody always says, Gaylan, why do you sell cancer before hospital indemnity? My answer is always, I'm not lazy. Because hospital indemnity is easy to talk about because it's all illnesses. But cancer is where your zero premium clients need cancer first. That $8,900 is what you've got to talk about. Med Advantage plans, ACA plans, any government plan is 12-month plan. 12 months. These are guaranteed renewable. They got them for life. For life. They're locking in their rate. Okay. Now, if they still got kids at home, it doesn't matter if they got 1 or 19 like the Duggars. Like I tell them, some people have figured out how to stop that, but you know, teach their own. But that $38.90 goes to $40.35. So for less than $1.50, you're getting all the kids covered. And if you're the smart agent, you've written down in your CRM when they turn 26, they get a congratulations letter from Aetna. You get to pay your own bills. Finally, you're 26. You're coming off mama's payroll. Well, Aetna's going to send them a letter that says, congratulations, you can keep your plan for $5.42 a month. If you go talk to them, you get to tell this 26-year-old guy or gal, hey, you can be smarter than your parents. Because when I went and saw them, his was going to be $127 for $50,000. Yours is $27. They can get $75,000 for $34. Now you're getting a new commission. You may be getting a new commission on a family. That's how you make your living. Now, everybody says, okay, Gaylan, I get it. Where do I start? Med Advantage clients start at $20,000, work your way down. Med Sup, $15,000, work your way down. This slide right here talks about 2 points: large out-of-pockets, prescription drugs. Lock that in your brains. This is my slide that proves why I say cancer first over hospital indemnity. I sell like I buy. You should too. Because guess what? Your grandma and your grandpa and your mom and your dad don't pay you anymore, right? Who does? Not your companies. They're just TPAs. Your clients pay your paycheck. So take great care of your clients. But any kid or anybody can work out a payment plan for $1,450. They can't always work out a payment plan for $8,900. Not just times once, but times 2. Because they may not be finished by December 31st on the dot at midnight. So they're going to get another out-of-pocket surprise. And hospitals have charitable funds. Oncology clinics are like your HVAC guy. They're going to know how to spend your deductible and your out-of-pocket. So when you walk in, you're going to be told you're out of pocket. And that's what they need a credit card or a check for, to start treating you. Go watch that on YouTube, y'all. It's everywhere. Okay, prescription drugs. Huge, huge selling point. Prescription drugs are the most expensive thing a client pays for today. They all know when they get to their donut hole, my husband's like clocking it down like we're at the Amazing Race. But the donut hole is not what kills these clients. It's catastrophic threshold. I will ask clients over and over and over and over and over. Hey, my client, who's that? Who's my client? You are. You are. $25, $2,500? No. 5%. Catastrophic threshold. These girls, they've been on these trainings. They know. I shove that down people's throat because it's legit. And here's the other thing. 2021, there was more prescribed oral chemo than any other year because of compromised immunosystems. Even our Med Sup clients were like, holy crap, Batman, this is crazy. Now, this slide right here, for those of you that are all about, they got a plan F, they got a plan N. N means now, not no. I got you, Amanda. I'm going to go 5 more minutes because this is important. So she's trying to get me to the airport. She loves me that much. So here's the deal. I know. So this drug, Lonsurf, is for colon cancer. It's radical treatment. If you are a senior, your drug is covered, but your catastrophic threshold is $1,295 a month. This client made $850 a month. His wife made a lot of money. They were common law married, Mississippi couple. If I was if I was the underage 65 pulling up to the CVS health window, I'd be told yours is $25,000 for a month. My husband goes, they can put me in a pine box. I'm not paying that. I looked at him because I know how to get to that man who's hard on the outside, mush on the inside. What if that's me? What if that's your kid? You'll do whatever. I watch it every day at the Ronald McDonald House, every day. So this is a slide you can use with your client. Hold on, this thing is not loving my hair. Okay. This shows you right here that the donut hole is not the problem. It's the catastrophic threshold. Anybody know Revlimid? It's a maintenance drug. Some of your clients are on it. $14,481 a year is what you're out of pocket on the catastrophic threshold. People go, well, Medicaid covers that. No, they don't. They don't prescribe Revlimid because it's not approved. So your client's being put on a less than stellar drug. Those of you in the dual SNP market, sell 2,500 to 5,000 cancer. As long as they can show that they spent that $2,500 or $5,000 on health care on their Medicaid application, they will not get turned down. But you can use this money for whatever you want. But Medicaid's a different story. Okay? So you can use it for experimental. These plans are not sold, they're enrolled. Remember that. Dental, vision, and hearing. I'm going to say this really quick because this is Simple Simon, and we can do this for you guys later. I just figured out, Amanda, my fat cheekbone holds the mic down. So I don't need fillers yet. Okay, so here's the deal. Manhattan has the best dental on the planet. You get to use the pool of money for whatever they want after the deductible. Okay? It's a persistency protection product as well to keep the plan at $30 at that entry level. And the way we do that is by not covering majors, but we have a new plan. If you haven't seen the new plan, it covers majors at 20%. This is the company I'm going to Maui with. Would love to have y'all sitting at the beach with me wherever I'm going next year. But at the end of the day, here's the thing. Clients can use it however they want, whenever they want. So if 1 year they want to do dental, vision, and hearing, they can. I will explain all of that to you in a national training. But really what I want to stop with right now is thank you guys. The objections are built in this too. I'm not going to leave y'all hanging. I do trainings. Y'all know that. You got an agency, you want me to train, the carriers pay me to train. That's what I do. 2 or more is a group. I'm happy to do that for you. If you've not gone off and seen #accomplished, our new podcast, I love you ladies. Y'all are such good supporters. I'm getting ready to have somebody on that that's just going to blow y'all's mind. I leaked a little bit of it yesterday. Yes, I'm going to have a Super Bowl winner on there, but his wife is also the most amazing star of the show. I've told my closest friends my biggest secret. We're announcing it this week. I love their heart. Their passion is for people and their heart is for family. So y'all have heard enough about me today. I love all of you guys. Thank you so much for having me once again. Thank you for sharing your stories with me. Thank you for supporting Ms. Medicare sponsors. You don't know what this means to us. It's so great. We love men. 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 But it's so great just to have this moment and be able to share. But for me, always having been the youngest and the only female at a boardroom meeting, this is an overwhelming emotional moment for me. I said that at a managing partners meeting not too long ago. And I will tell you, every one of you matter. And you matter to me, you matter to your clients, but most of all, you matter to him. So thank you. Have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaylan. Have a great flight.
Thank you. You did great.
Isn't she wonderful? Erin, if you want to go in the back, they can go ahead and mic you out. Okay, so I saw something happen at the last conference that we're going to stop. So I'm going, oh, and you're going, oh man, what the hell has she got planned? So what did you do? Yeah. So what we are going to do, I've got you guys all in tables of people that you know. Not today, guys. The whole part of this is you networking and getting out of your comfort zone and being with people that you do not know. So we have 15 minutes. I want you to move to a different table with people you do not know and shift. Yes, I am crazy. Please do it. Oh no, move, break it up. Break it up. It's okay. So we're gonna keep moving all throughout the 2 days. So you'll get there. You guys are gonna move throughout the 2 days as we do this. So as you move, if you don't know people, move the seats. Musical chairs. Okay, Kathy Herco, come over to this table, grab your stuff and move. You two stay here. I'm moving them over. Yep. You just moved. You're good. This is Jeanette. Play nice with her. Did you guys move musical chairs? We did. Score. Meet each other. Say hello. I promise they won't bite unless you ask. We got musical chairs? Yes? Okay. And did you move? That's fine. Okay. Okay, we're good. Are you mic'd? Go ahead. Ma'am, it does. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hi there. How are you? Hello, hello.
Wait, boobage.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How are you?
Erin, yes, you're on.
Huh? Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. I'm good.
Thank you, darling. You are awesome.
Thank you.
What do you do?
What? Oh, hi. Move them. Yes.
Take a picture.
Okay, yes. You need a thing on the back of your phone.
No, I don't. Then I don't have any place to hang my money.
There we go. I think I got at least a few. Oh my God, yes. Yes. Hi. I'm glad to see your face, and I'm not going to cry again.
Now nothing seems as strange as when the leaves begin to change.
And the good news is that you'll see me in Dallas. We'll spend quality time together. So I'm there. Yeah.
Sometimes
I'm gonna start them back up in 5 minutes, so I just did it quick.
And think, man, I'd love to see that girl again. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny.
Hold on.
Making love.
I was gonna say we gotta.
To our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle. trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite songs, sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home.
You know I'm coming right for you.
all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long.
I love the excuses. I promise we're new. It's hysterical.
Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer
You know I'm coming for you.
Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long.
I sit in the back of the class and I take over a room with Justin. And what's even funnier is that we'll go ahead and we'll sit in the back of the class and one of the other reps will say something wrong and the whole room will whoosh, Amanda. Great. I know. You think I'm bad shit crazy for doing it? No, for mixing it. Walk in the park. You got 15 minutes. Just look at me. Come on. Just talk to me. We're fine.
Ooh, it's something about, just something about the way she moves.
Wait, we got boobage.
I can't figure it out. It's something about her. Said, ooh, it's something about kind of woman that wants you but don't need you. Hey, I can't figure it out.
Hi.
It's something
Nice to meet
about
you.
her.
Have we traded emails?
She walk like a boss, talk like a boss.
It's not.
Manicure
Touch
and
base.
nails, just like the pedicure wrong. She's fly effortlessly, and she move like a boss. Do what a boss do. She got me thinking about getting involved. That's the kind of girl I need. She got her own thing, and that's why I love her. Missing
Okay, let's go ahead and grab our seats, please.
it's been a little time, she got her own thing. That's why I love her. Miss Independent, ooh, the way you shine. Miss Independent.
Bad part about the dress is the fall. Okay, let's go ahead and grab your seats. We're gonna go ahead and start back up.
Something about kind of woman that.
Oh my God, Jill, I love your shoes. That is awesome. Love it. Love it. Okay, we are going to get started. I hope that you guys introduced yourselves. Was there any biting? Do I have to put somebody in the corner? Maybe? Yes, no? No pulling of the hair either. Anyways, so a couple of things before I turn this over to one of my mentors. A couple of things. Please post pictures. I love capturing them. I love being able to see them. I look back at them regularly. I use them for other marketing things that we do and so on. So we have an 80s party tonight down here because I want to keep everybody on campus. Just you can go out if you want, but I would prefer to do that. Tickets are $59.99. You can get them at msmedicare.org. And everything is there if you want. There is food, there is alcohol, there is dancing. And for some of you that are going, but I didn't bring any 80s wear, I have the black eyeliner. We've got scrunchies that glow in the dark. We've got the slap bracelets and all sorts of other stuff. Just come have a good time. So hope to see you there. That will start, I think, at 6:30. And then it'll be a relatively early night as far as that goes. Next thing, when you're posting pictures, there's a couple of different hashtags that we have, and Humana is running a contest because they have a photo booth out there that will be running the whole conference. So check out Mike and Diego, you cannot miss Mike because he is in the black and gold tuxedo. And it's awesome. So check them out. And I'm going to lose this mic, I'm sure. The other hashtag is 2022 Ms. Medicare. Please tag all of your stuff with that as well, so that way I can track what you got. Feel free to tag me on social media. Yes, you can put them on Insta, LinkedIn, Facebook, you name it. That's great. Just so that way we have them and all of that. Ryan is taking pictures. Also, I have a photographer running around as well. Couple of other things just before I move. So thank you all for dressing. That those of you that did, I really appreciate it. I caught a little bit of slack on that because they're like, you're really going to enforce the dress code. You're going to put a dress code on this. I don't understand. When I chose to do this, I chose to do this to teach you guys all different types of business things. That doesn't just mean teaching you product and teaching you how to, what's the best cancer plan, or what's the best MA, or what's the coolest vendor thing that you need to be involved in. Part of being a role model and part of being a mentor is teaching you business etiquette and teaching you certain things. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is that last year, because I said business, professional, close, or pageant, and I had several that were on social media that were like, oh my God, I can't believe that you did that and that this is such a big deal. And I said, yes, it is, because you have to dress the part. You have to, if you want to be taken seriously. If you look at the mentors and the people that you look up to, I am the first girl that will tell you, and anybody that's been on a Zoom with me knows, I am usually no makeup, a hoodie, and yogas. But when you have something like that, you have to dress the part. And quite frankly, I think I look damn good. Add on top of it is one, do you guys feel good yourself? I know many of you went ahead and came into tears because you looked at yourselves in the mirror and went, well, shit, I didn't know I cleaned up like this. And this is a celebration about us, and it has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with bashing men in any way. It has nothing to do about us being the fairer sex. It's about getting you better at what you do. It's about introducing you to people that you normally would not have the ability of doing. And for me, what is so important is that on any given day, how many of you guys feel isolated, that you're out there by yourself? Damn near the entire room. So if I put you in a room with a bunch of women and I make you play musical chairs where you're thinking I'm batshit crazy, which we all know I am, but then it allows you to go ahead and get outside of your comfort zone and meet other people that you're friends from clear across the country. We've got people that met last year that are really close friends. That was one of my personal highlights, was going ahead and Jerry saying yesterday while we were at Sunday Fun Day, do you know that we met at last year's event and we got so close? I know Kim did that. I know several of you did. This is what matters to me. It isn't about the money. The money's great. The money will come along the way. But for me, it's the relationships that we build, and it's the ability to go ahead and have it where you don't feel isolated and you can go, you know what? I like that idea. I may want to try that in my market. Or, you know what? That didn't work too well for me. Being able to have that minimizes the amount of costly mistakes that you make, right? It goes ahead and it minimizes and it allows you an additional learning curve. So, Erin Ackenheil is one of my mentors, and we don't talk regularly, but when she was with Anthem, she was national vice president of the entire Medicare enchilada of sales. And she gave me my first stage at the national sales conferences and said, hey kid, would you go ahead and would you mind doing a breakout? We're going to do this Medicare Revolution 70s theme. Do you want to go ahead and will you do this? You got an hour. So me being me, and many of you know I like a good theme. So what did we do? A Beatles Revolution themed event. It was awesome. So during that event, she started talking about, and one of her catchphrases is stretch goals. Any of you know what a stretch goal is? Y'all gonna find out. One of the things that I hear from you guys is, I don't know how to do goal setting. I don't know whether I'm on track. What's a good way to do this? How do I know how to move forward with my business? Am I on par? Am I behind the curve? What does this look like? What does this look like for professional development, my personal development? All of those things. So I've listened to her talk many, many times on it. And she was one of the first people, actually, she was the first one that I asked to go ahead and come to speak with you guys. So please give her a warm welcome. She now owns Black Point Agency out in California. And Erin, come on up.
Amanda, one more big round of applause. Not many people can pull off a ball gown with pockets. I think that's absolutely incredible. Let's give her a big cheer. How many people are going to be at the 80s dance party tonight? Yes, you guys are my people. So I like to think I have some small part in inspiring Amanda to bring 70s, 80s, and everything to the party to have a good time. There's no reason we can't have fun in Medicare, is that right? All right, so let's go ahead and get started. My name is Erin Ackenheil. I have been in the Medicare business for almost 30 years. Kind of scary. Obviously, somebody told me last night you must have been 10. Completely correct, my new best friend. So it's a beautiful business to be in. For those of you who are new, you have an opportunity to do something and do it well. People who are in this business are attracted to it because they want to help people. They want to help seniors. They want to change their lives, be inspirational, help them to be taken care of down the road, taking care of their families. But guess what? You're also in it to make a good living and take care of your families and take care of you. So celebrate yourself for being here. This is your first step into growing your business even more. Give yourselves a round of applause. So when I think about goal setting, in my opinion, the first thing that you have to establish before you even getting started is just understanding your big why. We heard Gaylan talk about Tupperware, right? You're trying to get your feet wet and get back into work. You want to contribute to your family. You want to take care of those who love you. So just identifying, what are you in this for? You're in it for the seniors to make their lives better, but you're in it to take care of your families and make things better. And once you've got that established, once you've got your baseline, it makes getting up every single day and focusing on what you need to do just a little bit easier. Taking those steps, really focusing. Is it your family, your children? You see, these are my 3 kids. I've been a mom for longer than most people could even imagine. I have a 27-year-old daughter. You'll see her poking in there. And I have an 8-year-old daughter. And somewhere along the way, we have a 12-year-old son along the way. So I've been a mom for a long time. I was a single mom. I'm sure that plenty of you out there are in the same types of situations that I was in, trying to figure out how to make it, how to survive. It's not easy out there, right? And I was a single mom who was uneducated, started out really, really poor, managed to get my college degree in there and was on a big stage as a vice president of a Fortune 50 company. So pretty cool, right? And you can do it too. We all can. And now I'm out there living my best life, right? Doing this and running my own agency, helping Medicare beneficiaries learn about the A, B, C's, and D's, helping agents and brokers launch, grow, and retain their businesses. If you asked me 5 years ago, would I be a person who does social media podcasts and presentations and Medicare minutes and Erin the entrepreneur, I'm trying to get as catchy as Gaylan with my phraseology. I would have said absolutely not. But here I am doing that and helping people broadly. And I love it, right? And I'm making money and I'm doing well and I'm growing things for my family, but I'm also having fun, which is a big deal, right? We want to have a good time. Who wants to have a good time? Who's going to be dancing with me at the 80s party tonight, right? I'm going to show you some of my best moves, which I think you're going to be pretty impressed by. So let's get started. Let's talk about goal setting. So I think about the pyramid of goal setting. So before you get to a stretch goal, you got to know how to establish a goal, right? And so it's easy to say something lofty. I want to do this or I want to do that. And I call that dream thinking, right? I like to build things down and make it more concrete, something you can deal with. So the first thing you have to do is think. Where do you think? Is it in the shower? Is it, hopefully you're taking them, your regular hygiene, you work at home, get in there, take a shower, think about it, right? Whatever it is, get your quiet, reflective place. If you get up crack of dawn to be thinking about things before everybody's up and the heyday of the day gets going, take time to think about it. What does success look like for you? What is your goal? Personal, professional, emotional, right? I want to establish a loving relationship. I want to lose 20 pounds. I want to grow my business to 1,000 Medicare lives. It can run the gamut, right? And you need to be thinking about it. What does success look like to you? Write it down. What does success look like and think about it? So when we talk about thinking about it, really give it some time. You don't have to rush and come to action immediately. What does that look like for you? And it's different for everyone in the room. So when Amanda says talk about stretch goals, my stretch goal might be different than your stretch goal, right? Because we're all coming at it from a different angle. We all have different pulls, maybe older family members, children, grandchildren, whatever it is, wherever you're at in your life, thinking about what that success looks like to you. From there, once you've actually given it some real thought, how many times, ladies, do we take time to really think about it? Do you ever feel like you're just go, go, go? Anybody feel like that? Where you're just saying, all I do is go through the motions? What even happened? You know, sometimes I think of my kids when they were babies. I can't remember. I know they were cute. I see the pictures, but what the heck happened there, right? I would just go, go, go. And now it's go to the event, go to the school outing. You know, once your kids get older, some of you are adult children in this room, it doesn't get that much easier, right? It's actually more stressful, making sure that they're on the right path and they're doing what they need to do. So take time to think and then formulate your ideas. And what do I mean by formulate? Write it down. Write it down, all of it. Tell your story and put it on paper. Put those ideas out there and make it a reality. Share it with a friend that you trust, a mentor, somebody who's going to be an advocate for you. Talk about it, write it down, and take that formula that you've written down and break it down into baby steps, right? You can't just say, oh, I'm gonna go to 1,000 lives. Oh, I woke up today and I still don't have 1,000, right? It's not gonna happen like that. Nobody has that secret sauce. I wish I did. I'd be making a lot more money than I do, right? But you've got to have a formula, a plan that you map out. So breaking down that goal, I want to lose 30 pounds. Well, that's not going to just happen, right? I got to start by eating right. I've got to drink the water. I've got to do my exercise. I've got to get outside, whatever it is. I want to have more balance in my life. Then I'm going to have to carve out time on my calendar to do some of those things that are important to me. One of the big tactics that I use for time management is actually blocking time for myself on my calendar. Because if I don't, guess what? The first thing to go, right? Fridays, that's my day. Don't call me. Okay. I'm not calling back. I'll call you Monday. I'll be out of town on Friday. Whatever it is, I need that time for me to reconnect, to regroup, to think, to give myself time to process what I need to do. Then you got to take action. Surprisingly, this is a tough step for most people. A lot of dreamers out there, right? Some people even write it down. They have their goals, right? And they put it on there. But you got to take action. But it doesn't have to be grand slam, right? Prepare to hit a few pop flies that get caught. You're out. Couple of bunts, first base. Every step along the way, you're making progress towards your journey and you're celebrating that success as you go, right? You need to take steps. You need to take action. You need to be thoughtful about each move you make to get you to your next step of where you want to be. Am I right? Are you with me? This is exactly what you need to do. So you're thinking about it, you're taking action. Now, You never want to abandon your plans, right? I'm just letting it all go. Maybe you do, but for the most part, you need to constantly be reviewing and revising it. I can't tell you how many years my goal of learning Spanish has been on my list. I've gone so far to take myself to Costa Rica for a week of immersion. I was doing great. Back at the airport, back to speaking English again, right? 100%. It's been on my list. And it still is. It's something I want to do, but is it my biggest priority? No. Right now, I'm raising those kids, right? I'm trying to get them where they need to go. I'm taking care of my family. I'm taking care of my loved ones. I want to help them grow their businesses, help them be successful, help them get what they need, because that gives me what I need. That nurtures me, that heals me. So I'm willing to reprioritize that goal and keep practicing. And once in a while, I'll get it down, but that's not my biggest priority right now. So I'm willing to take a step back from that while I'm achieving the things that are more important to me. Maybe your goal was to hit 1,000 lives, but you got to 500 and you say, you know what? This is enough. This is a steady income for me. I want to do my best with these clients to provide them the top-notch service. It's okay to revise your goals and to have work-life balance and decide what works for you. It's also okay to stretch it out and just keep growing it and can't stop it, right? My husband always says, why can't you just be satisfied? Like, isn't it enough? And I just don't do it that way. You know, I have to do more because that's what drives me. It fuels me. And for each of you, what fuels you is going to be a little bit different, isn't it? And so you need to think about that and do what's right for you. Rinse and repeat, right? Keep doing it. Keep refining, keep setting your goals, keep revising, and do it again. And most importantly, winning isn't just the finish line. It's every step along the way. Some days it's I got up today. It's pandemic. I got out of bed. I took a shower. I put on nice clothes. I brushed my teeth. Woo! Big success, right? Other days it's I knocked it out of the park. I got sales. I celebrate the wins along the way. I visited 10 senior parks. I didn't get sales today. It wasn't instant gratification, but I know that's an investment in my business and it's going to get me to the next step. And what got you here may not get you there the next time. What are you going to do to refine it to make yourself better? Stretch goals. Stretch goals are just a goal revved up, right? So if you find that your goal sheet, I like to write things on a notepad and I like to put, circles and what am I going to do today, like a to-do list, but it really comes in the form of goal setting. And if you find that your goals are stagnant, right? I am getting up every day. Okay, good job, check. I'm taking my shower, brushing my teeth. Maybe I could do a little more, right? Maybe I'm going to do something more. Maybe I want to generate more leads from grassroots activities. Maybe I want to invest in my business by doing direct mail. Maybe I want to establish stronger relationships with my carrier partners. These are all wins, even though you didn't grand slam get a sale that day, right? So it's about taking that time to celebrate your success and then moving on. Let me stretch myself. This is where the true entrepreneurial spirit comes out. You are all entrepreneurs. Wow, that's incredible. How many people are just employed and working for a business and getting all the best of them taken, and you have the opportunity to put the best of you into growing something that makes you stronger, that grows your family, that leaves a legacy, that does something good for seniors. Unbelievable. You're doing something incredible. Stretch yourself further. What could you do? I'm doing social media. I didn't even have a Facebook practically before this started. I had like 4 friends, right? Now look at me. Look at all these friends, right? So I'm going and I'm growing, right? And I like to give back. And this gives me an opportunity to do that. People say, why are you doing that? I remember when I went back and got my degree, my dad said, oh, you already have a good job, right? Like, what do you, that's the point, right? Why would you get your degree? It's like, oh, it's personal. It's for me. I need to stretch myself and do something further. And it turned out to pay off, but I didn't do it just because it was going to pay off. It wasn't like somebody told me I had to do that to get to the next step. And it did help me, but it was the personal satisfaction of growing and doing that made the difference for me. And the same goes with any kind of stretch goal, right? What are you doing it for, right? I like to give back. I like to present. I like to train. I like to be here in front of all of you and have this amazing opportunity that Amanda gave me today. She's awesome to do this and put this together. And I love it, right? Am I making a ton more money because I did this today? No, but it isn't about the money, right? It's about training and mentoring and giving back and supporting. And that's what makes me feel good. It's what drives me. Same with you. What drives you? What makes it better? What do you want to do? What do you want to give back? And that's all a stretch goal is. It's just a goal revved up, right? I'm gonna turn it on and rev it up and be successful. It's breaking through to something you didn't think you could do before. So let's break it down a little bit. Now, make it really concrete when we're talking about a lot of things, emotional and so forth, in terms of different goals you could set. But let's say your stretch goal is to get 1,000 clients. I think we'd all like 1,000 clients. For those of you who don't yet have 1,000 clients, it's a good stretch goal to put on the table. You're doing quite well with 1,000 clients. I think we can all agree. But what are your major milestones along the way? And certainly there can be more. This is a simplified version of it, but you can break this down and break it apart. So maybe that first milestone is hitting 250 clients. For anybody in this business, hitting that first 250 is hard work. How many would agree that hitting the first 250 clients was hard or is hard, right? It's not easy. And it doesn't get easier, but it does to an extent, right? Because once you've got that base and you start getting those referrals and your name is out there, suddenly getting to that next 250, getting to that 500, a little bit easier. Not easy for sure, but a little bit easier, right? Because your name is out there and you're established. But that 250 is why many people don't end up in this room, right? They end up going back to employers. They just can't make it work. They can't get to that next level, but you're here. So you should be applauding yourself. Congratulations. Let's hear it. Round of applause for yourself, ladies. You know, it's a ladies' conference. I love it. So now talking about immediate steps, again, this is a really simplified version, right? Developing your marketing plan, securing funding, having a lead tracking system. These might be some of your initial goals when you're trying to build your business. Establishing a pattern for success, right? You're going to map that out. There's certainly other things. What are my benchmarks and my measures going to be? What am I going to do and map on my calendar each week? There can be a number of different things, but I'm just showing you this to show you a baseline. You've got to consider things. What are my major milestones along the way? Maybe your goal isn't 1,000 clients. Maybe it's I'm easing into retirement and I want steady additional income. And maybe my goal is 250 or 500 and breaking it down and getting you to that. I will say it's a little addicting. Once you get started and you get going, it's hard to stop, right? Because you're helping so many people and you're growing and you're building your business and there's nothing more satisfying. Now, I'll talk to you about a personal stretch goal that I have. So shameless plug here, right? So I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel. So one of the things that I'm trying to develop is to establish a lot of users on YouTube. You may not know, but if you go on YouTube and you get to 1,000 subscribers, that's a point where you can start generating revenue or real meaningful revenue from your trainings and so forth. So I provide, of course, all of this free of charge, but it would be nice to make money at it, right? Why not? Next goal, that's a stretch goal for me. My first goal, my mini goal, I've been under 100 subscribers, right? So I've got people following me on Facebook and LinkedIn, but my first mini goal in there is to get to 250. Maybe you can help me with that. What do you think? Then my next goal after that is to get to 500. So developing meaningful content is the way. Every single week. It's not easy, guys. You say, what are you doing that for? For 65 people? Well, yes, I am. I'm developing Medicare Minute. I'm doing Erin the Entrepreneur. I have a show, This is 65, where I'm interviewing inspiring entrepreneurs that are in the Medicare space that I meet along the way. I've got the Medicare Power Hour, because it's so catchy, where I'm doing carriers and provider partners and trainings of all kinds. It's cool content, and I'm doing it every single week. And guess what? It's hard work. I'm batching content every month for Medicare Minute and Erin the Entrepreneur. I have to take a shower on a regular basis to get on there, to be able to interview these people for my show. It's fun, it's exciting, but I'm trying to build my business. And guess what? We're 100% referral based. And guess what? Even with those 65 subscribers, a major medical group in our area caught attention of what we're doing and now wants us interviewing their physicians and gave us all of their open enrollment marketing and opportunities. So that grows for my agents. So you see how it works? It spreads it forward. I didn't start it because I thought I was going to get that, but now I'm getting that. Do you see that success along the way? So immediate steps, developing meaningful content, posting on a regular basis so that people can see me. And guess what? Promote at Miss Medicare, right? How many people use YouTube out there? Who's got it? Aside from just repairing your, cooking a meal or learning how to draw a horse or different things that are important on YouTube, you could be getting good Medicare content on a regular basis. if you have a YouTube icon on your phone and you pull it up and you look up Black Point Insurance, which I encourage you all to do. People got their phones out. You're getting me excited. My subscriber list is going up as we talk here. You're going to type in Black Point Insurance and be sure to subscribe to my channel and you'll get access to all that free content and you'll help me grow, which is a big thank you to all of you who are invested in me. Whoops. So let's talk about growing your business. Okay, so many of you are in different phases. A lot of you are further along in the process. Some of you need a refresher, right? Get some new juice to get your business kind of strengthened and growing. So one of the things you have to start when you're building your business is really thinking about lead generation. How much do you have to invest? What do you want to do and what makes sense for your business? And really there's 5 ways that I know about. I'm not magical, right? I don't have the magic, but there's 5 ways to generate leads for your growing business. And when I say referrals here, I'm talking about mostly client referrals. Social media, all the personalities in this room, you're going to shut me down, right? Get out there and show them your charm, right? You have so many friends, so many people who are interested, so much relevant information to share. Let them know who you are and what you do. Grassroots, just like we know, right? Community centers, senior centers, retail, doing grassroots marketing, traditional, more of the direct mail, TV, radio, and then provider with your carrier partners, also with your doctor's offices, medical groups, hospitals, whatever's relevant in your area. When it comes to referrals, there's no better way to get client referrals than to do a good job with the clients you already have. Don't forget about them. A lot of times people will tell me, oh, Erin, the way you do it in the business is you're pulling them to you, right? You should push them to you. 95% of the brokers out there are in a push mentality with their clients. I've signed them up and hopefully they won't call me again, right? Hopefully I'll get the renewals. Can you believe it? This room's like, what? How could that be, right? I'm telling you, you're in the 5% club. People who are interactive with their clients, taking care of them, generating referrals. Not a day goes by where we don't get a referral from a satisfied client who's really been taken care of, right? So taking good care of your clients with a very high touch model is really, really important to growing your business. And guess what? Doesn't really cost you anything other than your time. Lots of time commitment to do a high touch model with your clients, to take care of them when they have service needs, to make sure they're squared away. Social media. Now, a bunch of you are a lot younger than me and have a whole lot more friends than I do on social media. It's an uphill battle for women of a certain age to grow on social media, right? But many of you are younger, right? You got a ton of friends. Do they know who you are and what you do? Do they know to refer? My best story of why I got into social media is I have a mom from the school. Her daughter came over to my house, 115 times, right? Where I'm hosting regular play dates. And I'm doing my Medicare 101 mailers, and her neighbor got one of my flyers. Older guy got the flyer, and she said, oh yeah, Erin, my neighbor got one of your flyers. And he asked me, and I said, oh, I know her. She does, I know her from the school. And the gentleman asked her, is she any good? Is she good? And she said, I have no idea. I don't really know her like that. I was like, are you kidding me right now? So she has no idea that she launched a barrage of Medicare minutes across my Facebook to let people know who I am and what I do. And guess what? I get referrals from my own friends all the time. My mom needs a plan. We need an upgrade. We need a checkup. We need a review. Can you help us with that? Do I help a bunch of people that sometimes don't become clients? Of course I do, just like all of you do. But do I also grow significantly from doing so? Of course I do. So doing the right thing helps you grow your business, and you owe it to your friends, families, loved ones to let them know what you do and how you can help them. Very, very important. Grassroots. So again, high time investment, low cost. It's easy to talk about grassroots, right? I'm going to go to the senior centers. I'm going to go to the mobile home parks. I'm going to go to the doctor's offices. I'm going to get myself out there, right? How many people don't get it done? And why doesn't it get done? Because it wasn't booked on your calendar. Nobody's making you do it. It's not instant gratification, right? You're not getting the sale that day. If you are, woo-woo, more power to you, but very rare, right? It's putting the time in and the legwork to generate and grow that business. So grassroots is really, really important. And guess what? If you take one message home from me today, get your elevator pitch down. Who are you? What do you do? Why are you better than everybody else who does it, or uniquely different, not better than everyone else, but uniquely different than everyone else that does it? What makes you special? What do you have to give to contribute? Because you're only going to get that first minute with a lot of these places, right? And then once you're in the door, you can become friends, establish relationships, and help to grow your business. Traditional, especially if you're new, you probably don't have a huge interest in traditional marketing, because guess what? It's expensive. Buying leads, direct mail, TV, radio. If the carrier partners are listening, that's what they're for, right? You know, so let them with the big budget help us with that marketing, right? Let's establish ourselves as those experts out there so that they can help us to pay for that. Now, does that mean you're not going to invest a dime in growing your business? Absolutely not. You got to be willing to put your money out there. Even as an upline partner, we're going to contribute. We're not going to pay 100%. You got to put skin in the game as well. But there's money to be had in Medicare. The companies are doing well. And if you've established yourself as the Medicare person, you're the one in the community to work with them. You've established a rapport, a relationship, a friendship with them. Guess where those dollars are going to go? It can be expensive. And so having help is a big deal. Unless you've got bottomless coffers, which I don't think most of us do, you need help with this type of marketing. And then finally, provider. Provider looks different in different states. If you're in California like me, is anybody else California? I'm a lone ranger. Okay, come out and see me. In California, it's a delegated model. So there's a medical group partners. In other states, you're going and working individually with individual doctor's offices, hospitals, centers of care. It could be a health clinic, whatever the setting. You need to identify those in the advance, have a tracking system for them. You need to have your script, a 1-touch, 2-touch, 3-touch, 4-touch. The first time I'm going in, I'm not saying, hey, I'd really appreciate your leads. They're like, yeah, so would everybody else. See you later, right? You're going in there and just introducing yourself. Here's who you are and what you do. The second time, you're remembering who you talked to. You're bringing them a little tchotchke. You're bringing them coffee. Oh, you told me you like lattes. Here's 5 of them. You know, enjoy. Whatever the case is, you're remembering that relationship. You may not get the opportunity for an ask until the 4th or 5th time that you're in there, because you're establishing a friendship, a relationship, a rapport, high time investment, usually low cost. So really, really important. By the way, when you bring them new patients, I brought you a new patient. Like, here's my new person. I just wanted to introduce that this person is coming your way. Please handle them well. Are you still looking to grow patients? How can I help you grow? What are you looking for? When you help people achieve your goals, guess what? They have a funny way of helping you achieve your goals, right? So it makes a big difference. So here's kind of an example of some goal setting and how to kind of get there from here. Lead generation, getting started. So you can't get sales without leads. I don't know any other way. You got to get the leads first. So this gives you an example of what something could look like when you're getting started. Now, you may not know what to put on the page. Put something on the page. Think about it. Talk to mentors. Try to establish what you think is possible. Let's say you're trying to get about 15 sales per month when you're starting out. It's not going to be instant, right? It's not going to be instant to get there. It could take you a year. It could take you 2 years. It depends on how much time you're willing to put in and how successful you are with the various activities you might do. But this gives you kind of an example of what something could look like starting out. So maybe you already have established relationships with under 65 clients. Maybe you have relationships with clients with another product. Send them a letter, send them a postcard, let them know what you do. Start with a referral base of people who already know you. Social media. I'm going to post 1 time a week to start out, and I'm hoping to generate about 2 leads per month on that. Manageable, possible, right? You're going to get some attention. I don't have to spend any money. I just post it right on my personal social media. I know somebody's going to talk about social media tomorrow, and I made a big deal of getting a business page, but I get many more leads from my personal page than I do from my business page. So just FYI, the people who know you want to refer to you, let them know what you do and help you grow your business. Grassroots, not going to just happen. I need to make my list, my hit list. I'm focusing on this county, this area, these zip codes. I pulled up every senior center and mobile home park. I've got it in my CRM tracking system, whether it's Agency Block or Salesforce or Excel spreadsheet. I don't care what you use. You need a tracking system so that you remember that Susie at Mobile Home Park likes Danishes, and you're going to bring her one, and you're going to go see there and establish that friendship with her. You're going to remember her name the next time you go. It's not going to be a fresh introduction. You're going to remind them who you are and what you do each time you go. Traditional marketing starting out, it's going to be unusual that carrier partners are going to be jumping on you as a newbie to create opportunities. You may not get a lot from traditional marketing unless you're willing to invest quite a bit of the money yourself when you're brand new. And if you're willing to, Medicare 101s are a great way to go. We'll talk about that. Provider. Anybody can say, I'm going to visit 10 providers per week. I can establish that. I can get to know them. I just have to have my pitch down. What am I going to say? The hardest thing about it is, what am I going to say when I get there, right? So, hi, my name is Erin. I work in the Medicare space. I know that a lot of times seniors take up your time. I just wanted to introduce myself. If you ever run into anybody who has service issues, I'm here to help. Let me get you some contact information. Very brief. Here's my card. Just wanted to meet you. The next time is like, oh, let me bring you something. Oh, something relevant's happening. Open enrollment's coming. Let me let you know that that's coming. You may get more questions than usual. If there's any way I can help, let me know. Are you looking to grow your practice? I'm looking for doctors who are looking to grow so that I can profile you at my community meetings. Did you know that I get 30 to 50 people coming to these community meetings during open enrollment? I really blew that up, right? But we got a big meeting coming up and we need to establish some physicians that are looking to grow their practices. I'd love to work with you and help you grow. They're like, oh, she's interesting, right? I like this gal. She's going to help me grow my practice. The next thing you know, that doctor might be able to do a physician speaker talk. You're kind of creating that environment as you go. So start out. You have to calculate how many leads you expect to generate from each activity. You've got to put a number in the sand. And you've got to say, how well do I think I'm going to close those? I might be able to close my referrals a lot higher, right? Maybe that's 80%. If it's grassroots marketing or social media marketing, might be 50%. So these are some established benchmarks that you can plug in there. And if it doesn't work, you revise it. You say, gosh, you know what? I'm not getting this many, so maybe I have to double down on my grassroots. Or social media is blowing up so well, I'm just going to increase to 2 to 3 posts a week and increase my numbers there. So this is how you tweak it along the way. When you're growing, you might expect more activity and you might get carriers involved. They start to notice, right? This person is bona fide in the Medicare space. They're growing. They're a thought leader. They're helping people establish and make these decisions. Let's invest in that agent. So you might be able to add traditional marketing to the mix. You will not close it at 0%, I promise. So I'm not the best typist, but you would definitely be closing that at a much higher rate. I targeted here 50%, but maybe it's higher. Maybe it's open enrollment with a very competitive plan, and that's a higher rate. So you twist and tweak these to your needs and your situation. You got the leads, right? Now what are you going to do? Retention and referrals start with a high touch model for your seniors. Now, when we talk about it at our company, what we do is we have a sales cycle that we run through. It doesn't always work perfectly this way, and you'd have to tweak and modify for open enrollment, but we try to be a year-round business. We don't want to just be busy for a couple months of the year, killed, even though we are still killed like everybody else, but we want to be able to be established year-round and always continuously be growing. And so how we do it is we focus on the agent market. Everybody's going to have a different niche. It could be agent, it could be medi-medis, maybe you're doing chronic SNPs, whatever works in your area for your area of focus. But for us, it's agent usually. We start with that Medicare 101. We try to get every single client to attend a Medicare 101. Why? Because it gives me an opportunity to talk about why us, why you, why my agent, why me? Why are we special compared to everybody else that's out there doing this? A lot of people say, well, gosh, do you have a video? We can just watch your video, or, you know, can you just send us this in slides? Absolutely not. You need to come and meet me and see me and the value that I bring. You're going to watch my Zoom meeting. You're going to go to my in-person roundtable pizza meeting. Whatever it is, we're going to be meeting one-on-one because I'm selling myself as much as anything else, right? If I just give them the information and run and they've never established a rapport and relationship with me, then why bother, right? Then I'm just an educator and not actually growing my business, right? So really, really important. Of course, you are educating the A, B, C's, and D's of Medicare, but here's the tough one for a lot of agents. No selling, right? Except for yourself and in your process. You're just trying to educate them and bring them along. Like I know so many of you that I've talked to are looking to do the exact same thing. So you're teaching them what they need to do, the timing, the steps, the appropriateness of buying with you. The second step in our process is what we call a 30-minute pre-assessment appointment. This is almost always done by phone call versus Zoom or face-to-face. This is a 30-minute call where we're establishing a few things. Do you need to take Medicare? A, B, or both? Because we're working in the Medicare 101 agent space. Are they still working for a large qualified employer? Maybe it's more appropriate for them to wait. Guess who I get most of my referrals from at my business? Can anybody guess? From where? HR, that could be. Well, from clients, exactly. But most of my referrals actually come from people who I never signed up for a plan. People that I said, it's not appropriate. You're better off where you are, or you're still working. People are on fire to send people your way when you're willing to walk away from business. Some people just don't want to talk to those people. Oh, let me get off the phone as quick as possible. I got to move on to the next. But taking the time to educate those people where you don't have an immediate return can reap the longest term benefits. Plus, you feel good about what you do every single day. So it's really, really important. So what we try to establish in this pre-assessment appointment is, do you need to take Medicare A and B? And we have all of these responses templated. When I started out 5 years ago, I used to type them up one by one. It took me a little while to figure out a template would be a better idea, right? Because I'm saying the same thing over and over again. So do you need to take Medicare? If you do, here's a link that drops you directly into the Medicare sign up. Here it is, unless you're already drawing Social Security, of course. Second step, when? What's your timing and what's the cost going to be? Are you a high earner, a low earner? What's the standard premiums? Do you need information on IRMA and reconsideration? Step 2, right up front, this is what the costs are, and here's the process if you need an exception made, here's the process if you're low income, and here's the reality if you're just gonna always make a lot of money. Congratulations, right? You're gonna be paying higher premiums, but this is the deal. Step 3 is a preview options, right? Based on what you told me, you're really more interested in a Plan G, Plan F style plan. Here's the #1 plan in your area, even though you're not ready to buy yet. If we were doing this today, this is probably what it would look like. Let me gather your prescription information. Oh, you don't take any prescriptions at all? Maybe you're going to be in that WellCare or SilverScript low cost plan just to establish having Part D, right? So you're giving them a preview. This is what it's going to look like. This is what it could be like. And then step 4, guess what? Plan review and enrollment meeting with me 4 weeks after you've signed up for Medicare. No need to talk to anybody else. Anything else that you receive in the mail, you can put it in the recycle pile. You shouldn't be getting any phone calls for anyone except for me in my office. If you do, you don't need to talk to them. I got it. So I'm establishing myself long before the buying process as their expert. They've already had to be stuck talking to me for 1 hour of my amazing Medicare 101. Now they've talked to me for 30 minutes and people will say, well, why all that time? Such an investment. Guess what? We sell them all and they send their friends because they know that we're going to give them that same customized experience and do what's right for them. In the plan review and enrollment meeting, scopes of appointments, everyone, this is an actual benefits discussion where you're establishing which plan they're going to go on. You're officially going to do the Part D review if that's what they need. Medicare Advantage, you have gathered their physicians to figure out which plan best matches up with their needs. You've done that needs assessment in that first call. This is a sales call. You want to make sure you remind them. If you're establishing this 6 months in advance, you're doing the pre-assessment. The month before, you want to say, hey, just want to make sure you remember to sign up for your Medicare. So when we have our plan review and enrollment meeting, your card is in hand and you're ready to go, right? We're ready to do this and take it to the next step. And then you're going to sign them up. Now, the only benefits of COVID that I've come up with is how electronic everything is now and how easy it is to do. So at least there's some benefit that came out of it. If I have to do a paper application now, I'm like, oh, what would I do? I'm going to fax it to you, I'll fill it out. Maybe someone can mail it to you. Maybe you just need another agent, right? I'm just like, no, because it's so easy to do everything online now. It's so simplified and you can do that. You can do a lot of the HRAs online. It's so easy to do. So enroll them. Set up templates for yourself for bonus features. So if you're working with WellCare and they've got the give back program and dental and vision, set up a template so that when they enroll, say, here's your next steps and expectations. Your card's coming. You can establish an online account. And by the way, I just thought I would provide you one-stop shopping for all the bonus programs. So you don't have to wait till you get all the materials. Helping them, establishing them, creating a good experience with them along the way. Sets the stage for retaining them and sets the stage for referrals. Once you've signed them up, don't forget to thank them. That's important, right? And not just an email. I know it's hard. I'm old school. So are our clients. They love a personal note in the mail. How long does it take you? Just a couple of minutes just to say, I'm so glad we're working together. Here's my business card. A lot of people will say, oh, plug for your referrals. I'm never too busy for your referrals. Put that in there. I tend to not be like that. I feel it's like personally, I just want to show that I'm doing a good job for them And that seems to do all the talking for me. I don't have to be so obvious about it, right? I'm always looking to grow my business. Of course, I'm willing to take your referrals. Who's not? I'm just going to do a good job for you and you're going to send them my way. Confirm enrollment. So again, what we've established at our company and I recommend for you is to have templates set up to confirm the enrollment. When I first started out, it's hard to believe I had carrier experience because I just thought people were just going to get enrolled, right? I signed them up and it's going to happen. Woo-woo, on our way. Guess what? Problems happen. Medicare numbers aren't verified. Information gets mixed up. Sometimes it doesn't go through with the proper doctor or whatever you're looking to get them enrolled. Setting up a confirm enrollment task for yourself. We usually establish this about a week out from submitting the application to make sure everything went through smoothly. And then we have templates set up to send the beneficiary an email to say your application went through. If you're on one Advantage plan, it's an automatic transfer. If you're on commercial under 65 insurance, be sure to cancel. Whatever the next step is, we're telling them in that confirm enrollment, we're giving them their ID cards and letting them know that next step is coming. So important, high touch, good service. Guess what? You also head off problems. I had one more question. I have one more thing I need. I have somebody else I want to send your way. Is that going to work for you? Is that my flash that my time is coming? So 80s dance coming up. I may bust into moves here. So never missing a chance to talk to them and to show them a little love. Happy birthdays, connecting with them. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. You might be the only birthday card that some of your clients receive. A handwritten birthday card, so easy to do, right? Not difficult, takes a little bit of your time. Set up a station once a month where you get them all prepared and batched in advance, and then you're just mailing them out each week as the birthdays come along. Be organized and be in front of it. Again, just to wish them a happy birthday, not to get your referrals. But guess what? I have so many people that just send me an email just to say thank you for the birthday card. Can you imagine? Open enrollment's coming. Who's not aware that open enrollment is here? All right. So one of the things that we do at Black Point Insurance, and I encourage all of you to do as well, is to get in touch with your clients much earlier than the industry average, right? So first of all, you've been talking to your clients throughout the year. You know who's had a prescription drug problem. You know who's had issues throughout the year. So you're giving them a special attention tickler in August. You're saying, I'm going to remember to call Susie and say, I know you had a problem. I want to make sure that we're checking your plan coverage for open enrollment. You need to check in with absolutely everyone. At Black Point, what we do is we do a mailer in the mail on August 15th or thereabouts, and an email chasing that 1 week later that just says, hey, everybody, it's me. Here's my lovely picture in case you forgot with all the videos and everything else I've been sending you, right? Is that open enrollment is coming. Now's the time to be prepared, to let us know if you've had any challenges with your plan this year. If you want to consider Advantage or switching plans, we need your doctors. We need any updates on your prescriptions, names, dosage, quantity, preferred drugstore. Please let us know right away. Call us now when we're not so busy in that 45 days before open enrollment launches to start information gathering. You've touched absolutely everybody. They know you care. A high percentage of them are probably not going to need your services, but they're glad that you checked in. And then for those who are needing it, it helps you to prioritize those in front of everybody else to get the information to them when October rolls around. It's October 1st, game day, people. Expect my look to be a lot less glam. Starts getting worse and digressing all the way till December 7th. Then I need to go into recovery, as most of you probably do. But October, November, and December is open enrollment. October 1st through 14th, if you have any kind of book of business, don't schedule appointments during that time. Use that to retain your clients. Look up their prescriptions, look up their doctors, send them recommendation previews for the next year. Block the time. I'm working those 2 weekends. How about you guys? Just get it cleared out so that you take care of your clients early so you have opportunity for new growth for the rest of open enrollment. Otherwise, your time is going to be eliminated, but you won't have control of your time. So if you get in front of it and take care of everybody in those first 14 days or as many as possible, you're going to be better for it. Also, it allows you to say to people, probably 60, 70% of them, you're good. Stay put. We looked and it looks great for you for next year. I wouldn't recommend doing anything. Talk to you next year. If you need anything, let me know. For those of you where a plan change is needed, you've identified them and you say, okay, I'm going to send you a scope of appointment electronically for our appointment after the 15th, either by phone or in person. And then I'm going to help you facilitate that plan change. So you're compliant, you're in front of it, and you're taking care of those who need it. You're showing that you're taking good care of them. Be sure to get your scope of appointment. Okay. Holidays are rolling around after that, right? You're tired. Don't forget, you got to check in again. Happy holidays. What's the happy holidays to you? For most of us, it's not Thanksgiving, right? Because we don't have time to mail them a card at that time. But whatever happens, if you're a happy holidays person, if you're a happy Hanukkah person, if you're a Merry Christmas, if you're a Happy New Year, if you're just generically like it's the end of the year and I just want to high five everybody, whatever it is, whatever is you, say hello and give thanks to them. Establish that you've got a relationship and keep in touch. Whoops. And then finally, OEP. OEP is not a time to market for new clients. You're not supposed to, that's not compliant. But it is a time to touch base with your existing clients because all of them are vulnerable if they have a problem to leave you. It's also a good time to establish yourself as the source of truth and to generate referrals of people who are having problems with their current plan. So OEP is that time where people can add or if they're on Advantage plan, they can change to an alternate Advantage plan or go back to original Medicare and Part D, right? So this is your opportunity to touch them. So maybe this is the time where you say, gosh, have you been using that over-the-counter benefit? I talked to most of my clients and they're not. I just wanted to make sure you had this. And oh, by the way, this is a change opportunity. If you're having any challenges, let me know. But if you're good, just use this OTC and be on your way. Oh, thank you so much, Erin. You're always so on top of it and making sure we know everything. By the way, here's my cousin from Missouri who needs coverage. Here's my sister in LA who needs coverage. By the way, I really appreciate this benefit about your plan. So it's not rocket scientist. You can do it, right? We all have it out there. We have it to give to our clients. The key takeaway here is you. It's all about you. What do you want to give? How much time do you want to invest? What do you want to do for your clients? How do you want to do business? Do you want to be a push agent or a pull agent? I suggest a pull agent is the way to go. High touch, retains your clients, builds your referral base, helps you grow, and you sleep well at night and feel good about what you do. Think about your goals and how much you want to invest and solidify partners with people like Amanda that are going to help you grow. So with that, I want to encourage everybody, if you liked what you heard today, prove it. Get on your YouTube, go on there and like and subscribe to my channel. I just want to appreciate all of you. You're amazing ladies. You invested in yourself by being here. Thank you, everybody, for allowing me an opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Erin. Okay, so we have a 25-minute break. There is snacks outside. Please do not accost the cupcake lady and don't touch that table. Please, I will hurt you. You can have them at lunch and you can have them at afternoon, just not yet. So otherwise, 25 minutes, come back into the room, sit somewhere different, and we're good to go. Thank you.
So sexy about a woman that don't even need my help. She said she got no doubt. Something about her. Cause she work like a boss, play like a boss. Car and a crib, she about to pay them both off. And the bills are paid on time. Yeah. She made for a boss, only a boss. Anything that she telling them to get lost. That's the girl that's on my mind. She got her own thing. That's why I love her. Miss Independent, won't you come and spend a little time? She got her own thing. That's why I love her. Miss Independent, ooh, the way you shine. Miss Independent, her favorite thing to say, don't worry, I got it. And everything she got, best believe she bought it. She gon' steal my heart, ain't no doubt about it. Girl, you're everything I need. Said you're everything I need. Yeah, 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 yeah. She got her own thing. That's why I love her. That's why I love her. Independent. Breakfast at Tiffany's and bottles of bubbles. Girls with tattoos who like getting in trouble. Lashes and diamonds, ATM machines. Buy myself all of my favorite things. Been through some bad shit, I should be a savage. Who would've thought it turned me to a savage? Rather be tied up with calls and not strings. Write my own checks like I write what I sing. Yeah, stop watching my neck. Make big deposits, my gloss is dropping. You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Yeah, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it. I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it. Yeah, you like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Yeah, wearing no ring, but ain't gon' be no misses. But matching diamonds for 6 of my bitches. I'd rather spoil all my friends with my riches. Think we tell therapy my new addiction. Whoever said money can't solve your problems must not have had enough money to solve them. They say which one I say now. I want all of them. Happiness is the same price as red bottoms. It's beaming, my skin is gleaming. The way it shine, I know you seen it. I bought a crib, just falls the closet, both his and hers. I want it, I got it, yeah, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it. You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. My receipts be looking like phone numbers. If it ain't money, then wrong number. Black card is my business card, the way it be setting the tone for me. I don't you what I be like, put it in the bag, yeah. When you see the max, they stack up like my ass, yeah. Go from the south to the booth, make it all back in one loop. Give me the loot, never mind, I got the juice. Nothing but never we shoot. Look at my neck, look at my neck. Ain't got enough money to pay me respect. Ain't no budget when I'm on the set. If I like it, then that's what I get, yeah. I got it, I want it, I got it, I want it. I got it, I want it, I got it. You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just drop it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it, yeah.
Opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. One moment that you captured, just let it slip. Yo, his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking how? Everybody's choking now. The clock's run out, time's up, over, plow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes rabbit. He choke. He's so mad, but he won't give up. Daddies, he know he won't have it. He knows his whole back to these ropes. It don't matter. He's tough. He knows that, but he's broke. He's so stagnant. He knows when he goes back to this mobile home. That's when it's back to the lab again, yo. This old rhapsody better go capture this moment and hope it don't do it. In the music, the moment you own it, you better never let it go. Only get one shot, do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music, the moment you own it, you better never let it go. Only get one shot, do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. hope's escaping through this hole that is gaping. This world is mine for the taking. Make me king as we move toward a new world order. A normal life is boring, but superstar is close to postmortem. It only grows harder, only grows hotter. He blows, it's all over. These hoes is all on it. Coast to coast shows, these numbers the globe trotter. Lonely roads God, he knows he's grown farther from home. He's no father. He goes home and barely knows his own daughter. The hold your nose, cause he goes to cold water. These hoes don't want him no more. He's cold product. They moved on to the next smooth flows. He knows the whole and soul nada. So the soul opera is told it unfolds. I suppose it's soul partner, but the beat goes on. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. Only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity grows once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. Only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity grows once in a lifetime. You better no more games. I'ma change what you call rage. Tear this motherfucking roof off like Rudolph's cage. I was playing in the beginning, the mood all changed. I've been chewed up and spit out and moved off stage, but I kept rhyming and step right in the next cipher. Let's believe somebody's paying the Pied Piper. All the pain inside amplified by the fact that I can't get by with my 9 to 5, and I can't provide the right type of life for my family. Cause man, these goddamn food stamps don't buy diapers. And there's no movie, there's no Mackay Pfeiffer. This is my life, and these times are so hard, and it's getting even harder trying to feed and water my seed. Plus, see, there's all I got between being a father and a prima donna. Baby mama drama screaming on it too much for me to want to stay on the spot. Another damn monot has gotten me to the point I'm like a snail. I've got to formulate a plot or end up and nail a shot. Success is my only motherfucking option. Failure's not. Mama love you, but this rail has got to go. I cannot grow old and sailors locked. So here I go, it's my shot. Please fail me now, cause maybe the only opportunity that I got. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better. You can do anything you set your mind to.
Can't read my mind, I'm undefined. I'm just beginning, the pen's in my hand, ending unplanned. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you could not find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Put yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, the rest is still unwritten. I break tradition, sometimes my tries are outside the line. We've been conditioned to not make mistakes, but I can't live that way. I page before you. Open up a dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Place yourself in what's unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Place yourself in what's unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Staring at a blank page before you. Open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Place yourself in what's unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Place yourself in what's unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. The rest is still unwritten. The rest is still unwritten.
guys, you want to go ahead and take your seats, please? We're going to go ahead and get started again. Okay, let's go ahead and take your seats. You can go up, you can go down, you can do whatever. Okay, so we are running late on time, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over real quick. Guys, if you want to sit down, please. Okay, so my next speaker is from Humana. It's Sandy Bartels. She has been in the industry for a bajillion years, and so many of you wanted to know about the DSNP market and how it is, what it is, how to be better at it, better marketing, and this, that, and the other thing. And Humana's got some fabulous tools when it comes to just in general. They've got presentations in a box that are about all sorts of different topics, not just your Medicare 101 presentation. And with that, check it out on our marketing resource. If you have any of you signed up for the Humana Rewards, if you have not, Humana Reach Rewards? Reach Rewards. Reach Rewards. Sorry, I keep messing that up. So Humana Reach Rewards, if you have not signed up for that, do, because it allows you to acquire points for various trainings that you take. It allows you to get marketing money, to get giveaways that are personalized with your name and your phone number on them. All sorts of different things. So I highly recommend it. And I believe the new year starts in September. September is the new year when it comes to that. So super cool, but I'm not going to eat into Sandy's time to go ahead and talk to you guys about DSNP. So I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you, Amanda. Before we get started, I want to remind you all that Humana is sponsoring our photo booth outside. And if you hashtag on your get likes on your photos, then you can win up to $1,000 in MRC dollars. They're marketing dollars to use in our MRC portal. So be sure to check that out. Just a reminder, that's twice. Today. We'll reset it again for Tuesday. So at the end of the convention here, we'll announce a second winner of $1,000. So it's $1,000 per day. Post it on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is we're okay. You can post it anywhere you want, honestly, but LinkedIn is where we're going to get the most views, and it's $1,000, and we'll reset it again tomorrow. Go out and photo booth, have fun with it. It is a fun event. Look at his jacket. And standing here looking at all of you in your fabulous outfits and tiaras, I feel like maybe I should have bedazzled my suit. I do have a few sparkles though on my shoes, so maybe that'll make up for it. So today we're talking about finding success in the DSNP market. And as Amanda said, I'm Sandy Bartels. I've been with Humana 10 years. I was an agent most of that time, and I've transitioned into a management position with them. So I know where you're coming from. I've been there, I've done this, and it's a fantastic opportunity. So let's talk about what we're going to talk about today. First, I want to ask you a question. How was the pajama party last night? Was that fun? Well, I hope you'll have just as much fun today. I'm sorry I missed it. Had I known about it sooner, I think I would have tried to go. So that's great. I'm glad you had a great time. And I want to thank all of you for allowing me the time to speak with you today, and especially Amanda Brewton for orchestrating this wonderful event again. I know it's a lot of fun for everyone, and you get a lot of great information. What I have to share for you is a bit more serious, but it's very impactful for our low-income members. If you're not already a subject matter expert when it comes to the DSNP and LIS marketing, definitely it's time to increase your knowledge. You'll make a huge impact and it'll be fun because you're going to make it fun. You're here. You're a lot of fun. I guess I should use my clicker. All right, so we'll go on. The right healthcare plan for your members can be truly life-changing. Helping a member enroll into a plan is more than just a sale. You can improve your members' quality of life and grow your book outside of the AEP at the same time. It's truly a win-win situation for all of us, ladies. All right. Where am I? I'm not used to clickers. I apologize. I think I went too far. Okay. Now. Must have missed one. Okay, yeah, there we are. All right, so past that. Now, I want you to imagine for me. Now, you know inflation's running rampant and it affects us all. So the basic living expenses, your rent, your utilities, your food, and of course, gasoline, the prices have been increasing dramatically. We all feel the pain. But imagine that money is tight. You need to see your doctor frequently, maybe twice a month. And because you have a chronic condition, maybe arthritis, it's, that's twice a month. Unfortunately, your doctor lives on the opposite side of town. And because you no longer drive, that trip is 2 hours and a couple buses to get there. And remember, you're tight on money. Not only is this a time issue, but it's a money issue. And maybe you can't afford to pay that doctor's bill and your food for the week. That's rough. So you have to make a choice. What do you do? The good news for you is that you may not have to make that choice because you don't have a copay for your doctor. Because of your Humana plan, you no longer have to look at bus schedules for each and every appointment because your Humana plan includes private transportation to and from the office at no extra cost. And on top of that, you can finally manage your arthritis pain without worry because that Aleve that you take every day, it's also fully paid by your insurance. This can be life-changing for your DSNP members. The number of people who cannot afford their living expenses is growing every year. And that means the opportunity for you ladies is growing with it. Because the population is growing and changing so quickly, it's imperative that you innovate your strategies for generating leads and selling to these members. And that's where Humana comes in. We've got your back, ladies, every step of the way. And we're here to help you make the most of this opportunity. And of course, I need water. Where's my butler when I need him? Right, Mike? All right. So let's break things down a little bit. Unfortunately, a big portion of today's seniors are living in poverty. And as you might expect, that group faces significant challenges that other groups don't. Also, many seniors live in rural areas, and those people, they face unique challenges as well. In general, there are fewer doctors to choose from in rural areas. I can't say rural in case you didn't notice. So patients must travel further to access that care. Because of that, these folks may go to emergency rooms for non-urgent care. Of course, that's not ideal. They may not have a primary care provider. They may also wait hours at a clinic for care. We don't want that for anybody. Would you want that for your parents or grandparents? No, we're trying to help these members. They may not have annual screenings, vaccinations, or even go to see the dentist for routine care. All of these things will negatively impact that member's health. All right. Now we're going to go back to the basics. Medicare is all about acronyms. Humana's even worse, just so you know. We must have 1,000 of them, and I don't even know them all. I'm trying to keep up. So while we're reviewing those acronyms, let's start with LIS. The low income subsidy. Hold on. I keep touching instead of clicking. The low income subsidy, also known as extra help. It's a federal program. It's estimated to be worth nearly $5,000 a year to your members. That is a lot. That is a lot for these demographics. It's significant. Members can be either auto-enrolled or they can apply through Social Security. They must meet income and resource restrictions in order to qualify, and they change every year. In fact, in our PowerPoint here, I had to change them a couple times. But just like Medicare beneficiaries, those receiving extra help, they can change their plans once every calendar quarter. That's an opportunity for you. But remember, LIS, extra help, it's not the same as Medicaid. It's designed to help those low income individuals and those with limited resources, just as Medicaid is, but it's different. Some people qualify for extra help and Medicaid, depending on their income. Specifically though, and most of you are pretty familiar, LIS impacts prescription costs, premiums, deductibles, and copays, and it applies to most MAPDs and PDPs. So to qualify for extra help, individuals residing in the contiguous United States have income and resources below these levels you see here. In addition, they must have Medicare A and B and reside in one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. Members are, again, either auto-enrolled by Medicare or they apply themselves. You can help them. They can apply online. It's nice. So there's a number of ways they can apply. socialsecurity.gov/extra help. They can call the Social Security Administration. There's a number up here on the screen, or in person, if you can find a Social Security office open when you can get there. Exactly, it's a rough one. So once they're enrolled, sorry about that. There are a lot of nuances with the CMS rules now with LIS and Medicaid. So you have to make sure you ask the right questions when you're talking to your prospect, because remember, LIS does not qualify you for a DSNP. And I do get that question from agents all the time. Wait, they're LIS. Don't they qualify for your DSNP plan? No, it's different. So don't forget that. So let's move on here. Clicker here, sorry. All right, remember, your mission, our mission is to serve seniors. Understanding the nuances of LIS and DSNP eligibility will help you connect your members with the resources that can improve their quality of life. It's a phenomenal mission, and I can see all of you are in. All right, clicker. So before we get started, let's go back to the basics. We're going to talk about DSNPs. Make sure you're all aware of what DSNP stands for. Who wants to answer that question? DSNP? All right, you're doing great. Thank you. Anyone who qualifies for both Medicare and Medicaid is considered dual eligible, and that's where that comes from. They're designed to help dual eligible individuals achieve their best possible quality of life. They do this by combining Medicare benefits and most of the benefits of Medicaid into one health plan. It's a little bit simpler. And the good news is, when can you sell a DSNP? All year, you're right, all year. And that's the best part. But as you all know, a couple years ago, there were some changes in the special election period codes, and they can be a little bit confusing. So these DSNP plans, they're great for you. They're great for your members, primarily because, of course, you can sell them all year. But the 2022 dual eligibles SEP, what's SEP? Special election. All those acronyms, I'm telling you. Medicare beneficiaries who receive any type of assistance can use an SEP once per calendar quarter between October 1st and September 30th. But remember, they cannot use that SEP during AEP, October 1st through December 31st. So it's important to note that SEP is separate from those who gain or lose eligibility. So we'll talk about that in a minute. All right, so we're breaking them down here a little bit on the screen. The SEP for MDE, dual eligible individuals and other LIS individuals for their once per quarter change. Got it? Then the MCD, they've had a change in their eligibility. They either gain it, they lose it, or there's a change in the level. That's different than the quarterly. Not the same. The NLS, gain or lose a change in their LIS. So change in Medicaid, change in LIS, separate codes. How many of you have used that last one, DIF? A lot of people are unaware. It's for individuals who have Medicare A and B, receive any type of federal or state assistance, but they're auto-enrolled. When they're auto-enrolled by the state, for example, here in Ohio, we have MyCare Ohio, and they're auto-enrolled when they're dual eligible. Sometimes they're unaware of the change until after it happens. This is a special election period for them to choose a new plan or disenroll. Does that make sense? I know it can be confusing. All right. So in many cases, your members may be deciding between a regular MA plan and a DSNP. I don't know why, but because anyone who's eligible for a DSNP, they can have any MA plan they choose, and I've seen it. And they're afraid to leave that plan. They think you're trying to scam them, but the DSNPs are amazing. So they could find more value in that DSNP option because they offer additional benefits, as we all know, and work with the state Medicaid program. So some of the key benefits for a Humana DSNP are a majority of our plans offer, as you can see, dental coverage, vision benefits, fitness programs, in our case, silver sneakers, hearing benefits, all of this at no cost, monthly or quarterly allowances for over-the-counter items, prescription coverage, transportation, and my favorite, the healthy food card. Free food, who doesn't want that? And it's significant. Can you imagine, again, you're tight on money and food's expensive. The cost has gone up. You get to the end of the month and you're almost out of money. You have another $50 to spend on food. Again, that's life-changing. And that's just an example. Stay tuned for Humana's 2023 benefits. You will be excited. That's all I can say. Sorry. Beyond that, we have something that's our care team model, and that's a huge selling point. All right. Now let's talk about Medicaid a little. Medicaid 101. Medicaid provides health care coverage to millions of Americans, including eligible low-income adults, children, pregnant women, elderly adults, and people with disabilities. Do you know anybody like that? I bet you do. Probably quite a few. It's administered by states according to federal requirements. I'm a morning drinker. So Medicaid impacts both their health and prescription drug costs. In some markets, it applies through a special needs plan. And anyone who qualifies for both Medicare and Medicaid is considered dual eligible. And again, some qualify for Medicaid and extra help, some just extra help. So you have to ask the right questions. DSNP enrollment, it's pretty simple. You've all done applications, but you need to confirm that the member qualifies at the level of Medicaid that the plan allows. With Humana, it's full benefit, QMB, QMB plus, SlimB plus. I know some of the other companies are a little bit different. But the member will need to have their Medicaid number for the application. So that's very important that they keep that. And they are constantly being reevaluated to see if they've crossed that income threshold that makes them ineligible or will give them a change in status. Now, if that happens on Humana and they lose their eligibility, they are given a 6-month grace period in which to regain that eligibility. And once it's nearly over, they'll get a letter saying that their plan will be terminated. Keep in touch with your members. If they get a letter, you want them calling you. You don't want them calling an 800 number and letting Joe Namath sign them up for something else. You don't want that. Make sure they know they should contact you if something like this happens. Now, as I said, in Ohio here, how many of you are from Ohio? I know a lot of you are out of state. A lot, okay? You're familiar with MyCare Ohio. A lot of agents are really afraid to touch MyCare Ohio. Don't be. That's the auto enrollment we were talking about, that special election, that diff. That's important to remember. It's a managed care program. Your state, if you're not from Ohio, may have something similar, has Medicare and Medicaid benefits. In Ohio, members in participating counties are auto assigned to one of the plans available, 2 or 3 in each area. So MyCare in Ohio can provide both Medicare and Medicaid benefits or Medicaid benefits only, and you can choose a DSNP plan to cover the Medicare. That's where you come in. You can make that member's life so much better. All right. So does anybody do grassroots marketing in this group? Not enough. I'll just say that. If you're looking to get into the grassroots or the DSNP market, grassroots marketing is essential. There are a lot of things you can do. I put some of them up here on the screen. Bingo, scavenger hunts, name that tune. This particular demographic has been hit very hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. They were cooped up in their rooms, some very small, in their senior residences. They're hungry to get out and talk to people. They're hungry to participate in activities. Get out there with them. Talk to the activity coordinators at senior residences. It's phenomenal. You'll be welcomed with open arms. They want that communication. They want your presence. They want to have fun. If you don't like bingo, who likes bingo? All of the old people like bingo. All of them. Every day. They want bingo every day because why? They get prizes. And it's easy. Yeah, it's boring. Do something you like. You can do a sip and paint. I wouldn't do alcohol, but they could choose something else. You can do crafts or puzzles. You can come in, and as Amanda mentioned, our programs in a box at Humana, educational programs, they're fantastic. Tech Talks. I've had agents that do cookouts, chocolate tasting. Do you want to do a chocolate tasting? I do. I think you'll get those people out of their room. We've had great success with ice cream socials, movie nights. You just had one last night, pajama party. Why can't you do that with your seniors? And you have to remember, this isn't a one and done. You're not going to run into their residence and go in and sign everyone up. You had a fun time at a party. They don't know you. You have to get to know them. Sit down and talk to them. Don't do your event and walk out the door. That's not what they want. That shouldn't be what you want. Another option, food pantries. How many of you go to food pantries? They're amazing. It's a great source for prospects for DSNPs, but that can't be the only reason you're there. You have to believe in the cause. And food pantries, ask them what they need. How can you help? How can you help? A diaper drive, that's phenomenal. So there's so many things you can help with, whether that pantry needs more donations and toilet paper, paper towels, hand sanitizer. In the winter, hats, gloves, scarves, socks, even underwear, deodorant. We've been asked for deodorant, shampoo, conditioner. There's so many things. Help them. Be a part of that community, and they will welcome you with open arms, right? I love your crown. Laundry days. Laundry days have been great. I know we're running out of time, so I'll make this quick. You can do them at senior residences or laundry facilities and laundromats, but I did put a web address up here where you can get individual packets of softener and laundry detergent. Do raffle baskets. You have a captive audience for 2 hours at a laundromat. Think about it. Partnering with providers. We have Oak Street out here. Oak Street's in Ohio, dedicated. You may have a ChenMed provider in your state. Another partner could be a dentist. Nearly all of these plans have dental coverage. Find a dentist in that plan. Can you imagine that member can't pay for their treatment? You have your flyers and your cards in the office. That office knows your plan will pay for it. Who are they going to call? They're going to call you. Referrals, use your book of business. DSNP members know other DSNP members. And it's a very guarded community. They have to know you well. They're high touch. They need you to hold their hand, pay attention to what they want. They'll stay with you forever. What did I do? Lost that one. All right, go back. Oh, there we go. I went too far, didn't I? Just remember, the real benefit of working with you is you. And if once your members realize that, they don't care about the shiny benefits someone else is holding in front of their face. They have you, your knowledge, your care. You care about them, your compassion. The benefit is you. And I tell my agents every day, what are you selling? And the answer I want to hear, I'm selling myself and the value of Humana. That's what I want to hear. We're not selling insurance, we're selling ourselves. All right. Then I guess we are back to our photo booth. How many of you have used it? Don't forget your hashtags. $1,000 up for grabs today and tomorrow. Just get the most likes and we will get you that money in your account. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Sandy. Okay, so we are a little behind schedule, so I am going to call the next ones up. We are not going to do the hair thing this
I'm
time.
going to set this.
So the next session is marketing in a rural area and all sorts of fun stuff when it comes to marketing. We are actually going to double hit this. So we're going to do a session of this today and then another session tomorrow to catch it, just to make up some time. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Ann Meyer and Sassia Hollenberg. So
don't go away. Don't stay here.
Go away.
Don't go away.
Oh God. Okay.
So a little thank you from rural Kentucky
Oh my God.
for you for doing everything here, for having this wonderful event to give us ladies
no,
an
put that
opportunity
back.
to help each other, support each other, and grow our business. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Put that back.
Oh, as it all goes.
Oh, no.
Oh, so I
Don't hold
spilled
it
the
on the
fruit
head.
and
She spilled the
vegetables.
fruit.
So
Oh, boy.
it's homemade jam and tomatoes and
Beautiful
cucumbers
vegetables.
and vegetables and
Oh.
stuff. So thank
Wow.
you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Very nice. Well, thank you guys for having us. We appreciate you being here. And first I want to thank Amanda for allowing all of us to be here today. I walk a lot, and I talk kind of fast. So if I am going too fast, please stop me because I do go fast. But I have to say something really quick is I've been in the industry now almost 20 years. February will be 20 years that I've been in the industry. Tomorrow I will be 43, so I'm a lot older than I look. Thank you. So I have to tell you, when I started in the industry years ago, this was a male-dominated industry. I was one of the few females that were in the industry. Craig Villwock, who was my mentor and still is, who was in the back of the room here today. Oh, fine. Fine. Yes, Mom. Nope. I'm going to do a dance.
So let's see that we're not falling off here.
Yeah, I won't fall off. So I will. I won't fall off. I promise. So I just want to say that you come out to this event, and the events that I've been to in years past, never have you been in a room where there was no hidden agenda. And I really mean that at the bottom of my heart. There is no hidden agenda here. None of these speakers have been paid to be here. None of them are paying to be here. Most conferences you go to, those speakers are there. They pay to be there because they're trying to get something out of you. Okay. Every single one of you should have your notebooks open because you are getting thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of advice and mistakes that we have all made. So we want you to learn from those. Okay. So I'm going to do this with Sassia today, and I'm going to talk a little bit again tomorrow, but we're going to liven things up a little bit. I'm going to do these things like I do my senior events. Okay. Can anybody raise your hand? Tell me what her name is. Right here. All right.
Nita Hollenberg.
Beautiful.
Nita Hollenberg. I want one person. Well, I know one person can't pronounce it. So who else is from Germany?
All right. Sis, come here.
Who else is from Germany?
Anybody else from Germany? Just you?
Yeah. There's somebody else? Grandma? Okay. Wonderful.
All right. Can anybody tell me what my name is or my agency? Right here. All right, sis, grab a balloon. All right, this is my daughter, Mary, right here in the beautiful crown. She's got her hand up. She gets the prize. All right. And can anybody tell me how many years Miss Medicare has been going on? Right here. Yes, 2. Wow, that is awesome. All right. So it has been going on for 2 years. So we're going to talk today about the nitty gritties. All right. We're going to get down and dirty, and we're going to talk about marketing. We're going to talk about starting at nothing. And when I say starting at nothing, I've started over in this business 6 times. Hopefully this is it. And I have to say, I couldn't have done it without hard work and learning from people's mistakes. Craig Villwock has been a huge part of my success, not because he did anything for me, but because he believed I could do it. And because of my work ethic, that's what made it work. Is I went out there every single day and I pounded the pavement. I listened to what he said to do. I was dirt poor. Okay. People say have a budget. Do you know what my budget was?
0.
It was negative. I'm not joking. It was negative. I would call Craig crying. Well, not usually crying until after he left, but can you spot me $50 for groceries? I have no money. I am single. I'm by myself. I have nothing. Can you help me? And he did, because every dollar that I had went back into my marketing. And it wasn't a lot back then. 20 years ago, we didn't have social media. We didn't have all these opportunities that you have right now. It was literally open up the phone book and call Hazel, and you're not allowed to do that anymore, but that's what we had to do, is call the Ethels and the Harolds and the old names. So now you've got a lot more that you could do with that. And one of those things is marketing in a small area. So Sasha, you are great at that down in Kentucky.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about that.
I am in rural Kentucky. Who else is from Kentucky here? Well, anybody else? There's one person, two.
All right. Over
Great.
there, Kentucky girl, raise your hand.
Wonderful.
Roll all the
Great.
way over there. Take her the
Rural Kentucky, right over there.
Yep, all the way over there.
So in a very, very small community, and the biggest challenge what I had, I moved a lot. So I moved from one end of the country to the other. Actually, I moved throughout the world. I'm from Germany, obviously. I'm from Bavaria. And yes, we are wearing our dindles to official events like this, birthday, weddings, churches. That is normal for us. This is not Halloween, guys.
I thought you were going to make us some good like bread or something. That's what I was hoping for.
I actually did last week.
Some carbs.
And I didn't bring it, sorry. So in the rural community here in Kentucky, it is very important to be yourself. And this is why this is it, okay? Kentucky really, and this is probably in Ohio very similar, but it is different between big cities and small rural communities. And this is why the two of us are working on this, because we love it. It is beautiful. You need to be part of the community. That is very important. Be in the community, be part of it. It doesn't matter. You don't have to think about sales, guys. Just, oh, there's a farmer's market. Yes, why don't you go there? Why don't you offer your bread, your vegetables, or whatever? I know this sounds simple right now, but this is how it goes.
Just be you.
Be you, be part of. Don't try to pretend to be somebody. Don't try to be the agent who's pushing into the market. It is growing naturally and it doesn't cost you. And this is exactly, Anne, you said it. We all started at zero, pretty much with zero marketing money, but these are things you can do without any little bit of money. You can be at the farmer's market. You can be at the Chamber of Commerce meetings. You can be at Better Business Bureau meeting. That doesn't cost you much, if at all, if at all.
What's interesting is people will say, well, Sasha, I don't have a farmer's market. I don't have this event. Guess what you do? You start one.
Right.
Exactly. In Columbiana County, Ohio, where I'm from, I'm actually Mahoning, but anyways, different story. Columbiana County, there was nothing really for healthcare professionals. And Dee and Amanda are here. I don't know where you guys moved to because she made you, or Andrea, I'm sorry. They may just move all over the place, but Andrea and Dee are from our little town. And they'll tell you, we didn't have anything to really get seniors engaged. It just didn't exist. And so a friend of mine in the chamber, I joined the Chamber of Commerce because how else am I going to meet people? So I joined the chamber. Now,
very important, guys. Chamber is super in small communities, super important.
And big communities. It doesn't matter where you're at. The chamber is very, very important because there's other business owners there. You're not there selling yourself. All you're doing is you're there being you. You're offering your services. Everybody that I talk to knows I do Medicare. I was on a Disney cruise in January and I sold life insurance to the concierge guy. Ask my daughter, she'll tell you I did. Everybody, guess what I did with that cruise? Write that baby off.
I'm actually selling life insurance right now to my roofer from the last storm. So
yeah, everybody I talk to knows what I do. You will know what I do because that's who I am. Yes. Okay. And you know what? You should not be embarrassed. No. The beauty of this market is you can be you and it's okay. There are 3 agencies within TLC that are the top 3 agencies. And you know what's interesting about those 3 agencies is we are all less than 30 minutes away from each other. And we are all different. The one agency who beat us by 10 apps, and I hope he's watching because we're coming for him. That's why I got my daughter started. It's only phone calls. That's all he does is phone. All he does is phone. He does not see anybody in person. He doesn't, it's all phone. That's all he does. Then you have my husband and myself that are face-to-face. That's just who we are. And we are more the country hick, down home, hillbilly. I think the no jeans was meant for me. That is why Amanda did that. So sorry, guys. I wish I had my Hey Dudes on. They'd be a lot more comfortable. And then Dave Yost, the good friend of ours, who's right down the street. He's in Columbiana County and he deals more with the sophisticated type. So what's beauty, I tell you this because it doesn't matter where you are. There's no saturated market. There are 11,000 people a day turning 65. This is the time to do it. Now you have to do it. So join your local chamber. If there isn't a group, oh, that's what I was telling you, my story. So my friend Jen, shade squirrels. My friend Jen, she used to work for community hospice, and we got together for lunch one day. And then she invited her friend, little Debbie, and she's like 5 feet, not even, I think she's 4'11", little Debbie. She came to lunch one day. And then Debbie invited her friend a couple weeks later to lunch. So we started getting together the second Tuesday of every month. We would pick a different restaurant and we would host each other and talk about our businesses and what you do. And kind of, that's what we did. Fast forward 5-6 years later, we now have about 60 members from different healthcare professionals all across Columbiana County that get together once a month. I think there's 7 hospices in there. It's a ridiculous amount of number of hospices. But it's nice because number one, I've recruited 2 of the people from there. But you know, you get to know the events, you get to know people, they get to know what you do, and you can help them as well. So if the event doesn't exist, start that event.
And I'm going to throw another one in there. I totally agree with you on that one. I'm part of the homemakers, and I joined it because I moved new into the area. I didn't know anybody, so I had to do something. And I wanted to meet people who have the same interests as I have, and also, you know, give education and support to the community. So I joined the homemakers. So last year, my heart is for my veterans. So last year, I convinced the homemakers in Bath County to start a veterans event. And lo and behold, we're going to hold our 2nd annual veterans event in September. I'm happy.
Good job. Very nice.
So again, example, perfect. If you don't have it, get it. But again, be true. That is the main thing. You do a lot of work with the school boards because of your kids. I think that is something to think about too.
We'll talk about that in a little bit before we get to that. Before we get to that. So let's talk nitty gritty. I told you, I promised you would do nitty gritty. All right. So let's talk nitty gritty. How many people out there actually have a marketing budget? Raise a hand. Don't be shy. No. Okay. So that means the majority of you do not have a marketing budget, right? Raise your hand if you do not have a marketing budget. You are my people.
That's it.
You are my people. Because you know what I do? I see something, I'm like, hey, that's a great idea. I'm going to do it. I don't know how. You know how I justify it? Does anybody have an idea of how to justify whether or not it's a good idea? Right here. Great. So she said, you sell one, it pays for it. So you look at the cost. All right. I used to do placemats at restaurants. All right. If you go to a restaurant and they have those placemats and you're always like, how do I get on there? Take a picture of the darn placemat, call the guy when you get home, and negotiate with them. Okay. By the way, those things are always negotiable. All right. If you see something, do it. Cups at the bars, at the restaurants, those cups that have names on them. Dee, I know you're shaking your head because Ezios has them. I love Ezios. Put them on there. All right. We've got pool tabs. If you guys are going to your pantries and those kinds of things, Humana's going to hate me and I apologize. I don't apologize. I don't do DSNP. DSNP falls in my lap. I don't want to chase DSNP. There's no residuals in it. We'll talk about that tomorrow. If you want to make money, that's residual money. Don't go chasing butterflies. Okay. Chase residuals, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. Pool tabs, take them to the laundromats, take them to Panera Bread, take them anywhere. You go to the bathroom at the grocery store or the 7-Eleven, whatever it is, and they always have those boards. Stick them up there. I have in my car a bin about yay big. Well, it's a Jeep, but it's about yay big. And it has in there the cards that we use. And our cards are very small. They're about this size. And all it says is our logo, Myers Family Insurance, Medicare Life Retirement, and our phone number. That's it. You don't need to make it fancy. You don't need to tell everybody your story. They just need to know who to call. And when they call you, then you give them the story. Actually, just talk to them, but that's another point.
And these things are not super expensive. We're using in our agency small calendars with your business card on top and a magnet on the fridge.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic. Talk to your pharmacy. Again, guys, I live in a so small community. You know, we have 2 pharmacies, we have 1 restaurant, we have the main thing what we have is I think
Do you have a stop sign? I have one.
we
stop sign.
do have a stop
I have one stop sign.
We have 1 small grocery store, and those are things, you know, you can talk to too. In these small communities, it's easier actually to talk to the manager of these grocery stores and ask them, hey, can I do an event during AEP? Can I set up in front of it? What?
Ask for forgiveness.
What?
Just ask for forgiveness. Take your flyers in there, put them up. And if they say you can't do it, oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that.
It's never an issue. They always say, please come. And guys, I'm training one of my dogs right now as a service dog. So I went to my manager from the grocery store because I need to train her, right? So I asked him, I said, hey, can I come with my training service dog and training into the store? Yes, absolutely. Not a problem. But you know, they know me, believe me.
Right.
They know me. I'm out there with my service dog and everybody knows this is your insurance lady with her service dog, you know, but they know me. And this is what you guys need to understand. Be known in the community. And that is the main thing.
So how do you get known?
What I just said, start out easy.
So when you go up to a manager, you go to talk to them. Hey, I do Medicare. Can I come in and bring my stuff?
Who the hell are you?
All right.
Come on.
You go up to them. Hi, I'm Ann Myers. I do Medicare. I'm new in the community. What are you guys selling here?
Oh, groceries?
Oh, I should have known that, huh? That makes sense. Sorry, I have pregnancy brain. I know it's
Yeah,
crazy,
a little
you
moment
know?
there, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking, hey, so I do Medicare. Is it all right if, you know, we service the community like you do, and I really care about the community? Can I bring in some flyers and just leave them over here on the counter?
You know, we're not pretty good with the flyers to leave them there, but we have a board over there where you can hang your flyers.
Right, that would be great. Do you mind if I put a couple up and check every week?
Absolutely, yes.
That's it. Okay. I have no problem role playing. Take them up there. Take your own push pins. Okay. Take a little baggie of push pins, take your flyers and put them up and make a list of where you've gone and go back every week.
Put tear down things on there. With your
And
phone number.
thank the manager.
Yes.
Very, very, very important. Do not miss that last step because that is the most important step. Go back the following week, check on your stuff, take the manager a $5 gift card to Dunkin' or wherever, $5. It's not the amount that gets you noticed. It's the fact that you took the time to care. So write a hand note. Thank you. Thanks for letting me put my stuff in your store. I look forward to working with you closer. That's it. Okay. Make it simple. Don't overthink this. Okay. The fairs. So let's talk about the fairs. How many of you guys do fairs?
So look at this. Guys,
I love it.
But this is not nothing.
Sis, give me my bag, please. How many of you guys have swag that you give out at fairs? All right. I like that. How many of you give out swag that has carrier information on it? How many of you have carrier information with your information on there? Oh, girls, ladies. All right, we're going to fix this. Come here, bring me the whole bag.
Guys, not the carriers.
I love these insurance carriers. I hate them all equally. I tell them all that. It's a matter, I'll tell them all that. It's a matter of what's the necessary evil? What's going to fit my client best? I don't care if it's Humana, Aetna, United Healthcare, Joe Schmo. I don't care. But if you take care of my client and it's the right product for them, that's what matters to me. I don't want them calling Anthem, Aetna, Humana. Not that there's anything wrong with any of those companies. It's just, I want them calling me. So when I pass out stuff, Jerry, you, my love, Mary, give one to Jerry. This is a magic cup. These things are awesome. We use these at the fair. Mary will tell you, we have a spinning wheel at the fair. Go give one to Jerry, the beautiful girl right here. All right. We have a spinning wheel at the fair. On there, there's different values of things. One of them is a magic cup. All right. It's a boring looking cup. We have little bottles of cold water in a cooler. And if they run on the magic cup, we show them the magic. Put the cup down, put a cold beverage in here, and the cup turns colors. Dishwasher proof, kid proof, everybody loves it. All right. It's cheap. It's not cheap, But, oh, look, here you have your cup. Sandra has her cup. Look at that.
There it is.
We've had these cups for years and they do not wear off. And you notice what's on here? It's simple, sweet, to the point. Your name, what you do, and how do they reach you? Grandma Sally is not going to be driving down the highway and saying, oh, hey, look, there's that billboard. I need to call that person, because Grandma Sally's going to forget by the time she gets past that billboard. Okay, but Grandma Sally has her cup at home, or her grandkids have that cup at home. Oh, you know what? I should probably call them. It's on their TV. It's not always right now. Okay, it's not always right now. It's eventual. So that's one of them.
The other thing is too, you know, I do not a lot of marketing anymore, to be honest with you. These things, yes, but I'm not talking about, you know, getting leads and things come. Yeah, they are loved, guys. These back scratchers.
Thank you, Brad.
Everybody love them. And yes, who has them? United Healthcare
And
has
Devoted and Humana.
them. And
Yep.
Humana has them. Okay.
Yep. And look what's on here. Do you guys notice what's on here? Besides the shoe horn, who cares about the shoe horn?
But it's a very simple thing, guys. A sticker.
It's a label. It's an Avery label that I printed at the office. And you know what I did? I have my 9-year-old and my 11-year-old put the stickers on. It's their business. They want money. They want to go do fun things. So put them to work.
Humana has, when you sign up for the Rachel Rewards with Humana, you can order also pill boxes, and they gonna print automatically your phone number and your company name on there. Okay, so that is something to think about too. When you reach certain levels there with your marketing money, they have it on there, and it's beautiful. I mean, how easy is that? You didn't spend $1.
You know what I love about the fair? It's always 100 degrees. Everybody smells.
Yes.
And you can never get cool. And my kids are always, because we show bunnies and horses and so forth, and we have a booth, and so we're always running around. But my kids are, I'm bored. So guess what they get to do?
Yes.
We print out thousands of these. It is a cardboard fan in the shape of a stop sign. How basic can you get? That's it. Medicare, you know what we do? We walk, because the fair says you're not allowed, because the Canfield Fair has 60,000 people a day that come through 6 days. Each day, 60,000 people come through the fair. So we walk around the grandstands, we walk around everywhere. My kids know anytime they want to go get some food, or they want to go ride rides or play games or get some stupid hermit crab that's going to die in 2 weeks. They take a handful of fans and they see somebody sitting down, don't you, sis? You see someone sitting down and you hand it to them. Here, you need a fan, and walk away. You don't have to talk to them. This is the very passive way to do your marketing, but it works, because guess what? I'm cool now, and it's right there, and they're taking it home with them.
And
if they don't, someone else picks it
you
up.
can use all these marketing pieces, not only at fairs, but think about any kind of parades, May days, any kind of local events. So Facebook again, go on there, look what local events are you going to have. There are sometimes we have a co-op for our electric company, and they have every month a list of events on there on the certain areas where, you know, in Eastern Kentucky or whatever. So you can, you know, and you can use all these things, and they don't cost you much money. That is, you know, that is cheap marketing, guys.
I love that you said the parades, because we just got done with some parades, and we did bubbles. Kids love bubbles. All right. They just have our logo on them. That's it. Just simple, sweet, to the point.
Let me add, I'm not sure. Is United still offering banderoles for water bottles with the name and phone number?
Yep.
And it is printed with your phone number on there.
And I gave Sandra my only one that I brought. But we also had sidewalk chalk. Okay. So we had our booth, and with sidewalk chalk, it's just a little box. It has our logo on it. Again, simple, sweet, to the point. Hands that out to the kids, hand the bubbles out to the kids, throw out candy, things that people are going to get you noticed.
Dollar Tree, guys.
Yep. I get these on sale at the end of summer.
Dollar Tree is your biggest friend.
Yep.
Your biggest friend. And cheap.
I mean, who doesn't like bubbles? So these are just some of my goodies. This is my Mary Poppins bag.
The other thing is what I wanted
You want to know what else is in here?
Just because you try it one time, I didn't tell you this, but I come from management of different other companies, and I got burned out, so I had to really stop and started something else. So I restarted my life here a little bit several years ago with insurance. But what we did at that point, we did marketing pieces, and it didn't work the first time. And so we were super frustrated. We were sitting there, I'm like, whoa, what did we do wrong? We spent that money, that didn't work. The second time we did it again, but in that time we mass mailed so much more with to people, our clients, what we had at that point. This was in lawn care. We did chemical applications at that time. We had over 2,000 clients. We had 11 trucks. So what we did, we mailed to 2 people left and right of our existing clients and 3 across the street. We did mass mails. And the first time, as I said, it didn't turn out at all. The second time we did this, that's why I'm saying don't give up, because it doesn't work the first time. The second time we did this, we got hammered. We got so hammered that we had to hire staff in the office to take the phone calls. So just because you fail the first time, don't give up. Do it again. Do it again. Okay. Now, one thing from, you know what, you're training horses and dogs here, same thing. Normally, when I'm failing 3 times, then I'm rethinking my approach, because then something is not right. So,
Yeah. Well, the problem is you want everybody to know what you do. And I agree. Everybody should know what you do, but they don't have to know your whole story right off the bat. It's just enough to get them the call. What do you do? Oh, she's the lady that does Medicare. Well, what does she do? I don't know. And I'm okay with that. I went to a Kiwanis meeting. I used to be on the board of Kiwanis, but I was just a member at this point, and went to a Kiwanis meeting, and I got up there and started talking, and it was hilarious because everybody thought I was going to talk about Medicare, because that's what I do. And I started talking about life insurance and the importance of being in your 40s and needing life insurance and getting it before, that something happens. And I can't tell you how many of my Kiwanians said, I didn't know you did life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you had insurance for kids. I'm like, wait, I've known you for 15 years. How do you not know this?
Yep.
Because that's all I talk about is Medicare. So it's just talking about what you do.
And one thing, just because it's pre-AEP, because I know, and close your ears here, carriers, but the other thing is to make sure your existing client knows that you do not only represent one company, okay? Because especially now with so aggressive marketing from outside, make sure they all know that you carry pretty much most of the carriers in your area. That is, you do not want to have that phone call. Oh, I didn't know you were having Anthem too. Okay, make sure that information is out there.
We start our agency with that. We start our conversation with that. Of course, they sign the scope, obviously. The very first thing we tell people, whether it's at an educational event or the fair, no matter what it's at, you will, and Andrea and Dee and Kim, our new person, Kim's been with us a month, she can tell you, we are not carrier specific. We're not in bed with one carrier. The one carrier we write the most of gives us the least amount of co-op, which I can't figure that out, but that's another story. Yeah. So everybody knows Myers. I want them to know Myers Family Insurance.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want them to know Anthem, Aetna, Humana. I want them to know Myers Family Insurance. Myers Family Insurance. That's where I want to go for my Medicare. Now, you may have to go outside your area. You may not be able to stay in your little 10-foot area. Okay. I used to have to drive to Toledo. And from my house, that was a good 4 hours away, or go down to Dayton, which is almost 5 hours away. You may have to do those things. When you're new, you go where the business is at. Okay.
You do what
you got to do to make it work. All right. If you can only afford 500 fans, I don't know how much they cost, honestly. My marketing guy does it now, but like, do what it takes, but use it all. These do you no good sitting in your office. Andrea and Kim will tell you right now, I have like 10 boxes in my office of these. They're just sitting there. But you know why they're sitting there? Because I ordered mass quantities, so I have them continue on for the fair and other events. That's the only reason why I have them in my basement right now. Other than that, they're out. By the end of the Canfield Fair, we will have none of these left, and I'll have to make another huge order. Okay. These marketing pieces that the carriers give you are great, but they do nothing sitting on your desk. Nothing. Get out of your office.
And I'm gonna jump into a little bit because I don't know who started the business recently in the last 2-3 years.
How about the last month, Kim?
Okay. Now, okay. So your new kids, how Amanda is saying it. What I would suggest, think about, please, a name for your agency. Okay, that is really, really important. When I started out, I wish I would have somebody like Amanda who was would have guided me. I had no idea. I was just me, Sassia. But think about an agency name and think about this now and connect that. So the people, and think about colors matching with your agency, with your name, with your cards. These are things really that is important.
And when you market, we're going to talk about a few more things, and we'll talk tomorrow more specifically, but it's lunchtime. Okay. We're going to try to get you back on schedule. Tomorrow, we're going to show you a commercial that we do. All right. And you'll see on that commercial, nowhere does it talk anything about an insurance company at all. Okay. Everything that you'll see, and we brought our little bag of goodies. You guys are welcome to it. When you're marketing, don't go where you're going to go. If you like to go to Texas Roadhouse, how many grandmas are there? Right, 2. Go to the places grandma likes to go. Even though you think it's disgusting and the health department probably should shut it down, grandma likes it. Okay, that's the place you need to be. Don't market to you. Don't think about you. It's not about us. It's about them. Find where they're at.
I gotta throw one more thing in, and I know we need to cut off.
Yeah,
Amanda's
we're gonna do a
kill us.
Q&A too. So we're gonna do a Q&A tomorrow too. So write your questions down, and you can throw them at us.
Quick note on the side: if you do in the rural area any kind of mailers, use local themes. Use themes people recognize in the pictures. Oh, this is my town. Okay, so they recognize it is really coming from you, from somebody who lives in the area.
I'm just like, I can't believe there's so much more.
There's days and days and days and days and days. We've got the majority of this conference on marketing.
I just wanted to get you all out there and just
I'm going to reel you in. So how many of you guys took at least a half page of notes? Good. Hold on a minute. Get those up high for a second. And can you take this shot, please? Let him take it. Let him take it. Let him take it. Let him take it. 3
things on your paper when you get home. Do 3. That's it. Yeah. Just 3 of those things on your paper.
So part of why we did this conference where it was 2 days is that you guys gave me 28 different topics that you wanted to know about. The little bit, just a couple of topics. So part of that is to go ahead and we're trying to accomplish that. You are getting all sorts of different facets of marketing in this. If you didn't see on the agenda, I hope you take a look at it. I mean, we've got lots of players, lots of different ways to take a look at that. So I know you guys are hungry. We're going to go ahead and break until 1 o'clock. Please make sure that you visit the vendor tables. For those of you that bought raffle tickets online, you can do that by paying it for credit through your credit card, Venmo, Zelle, and a bunch of other things, Smoke Signal. I don't care. I have to run a report to go ahead and get those. So after lunch, you guys can pick up your tickets. And then if you had sweatshirts and things, you'll be able to pick those up tomorrow, or I can ship them home to you because some of you don't want to go ahead and put them in your suitcases, which we're fine. But otherwise, are you guys having a good time? Good. Is the content what you needed? Am I hitting the mark? I need to know. Am I hitting the mark? Okay. You guys are going to get a survey tomorrow, probably tomorrow evening or Wednesday, when I can actually function and have a coherent sentence. But I'm going to ask for your feedback, and I want the good, the bad, the ugly. I always want to know how to get better with this. So please let me know.
There's nobody ugly here. We're all beautiful. There's no ugly.
Yes. Except I have a nasty case of butt head when I get up in the morning and a really scary face sometimes. If you did not see my shots this morning or late last night at 1 o'clock, oh my God. Anyways, go enjoy lunch. The cupcake table is there. Demolish it. For the record, I want you guys to know if Cindy is outside with her daughter, she handmade the crowns for these cupcakes, and she was on vacation last week. And it's 300 of these. There are 4 different flavors. You have lemon raspberry, chocolate, salted caramel, and I believe red velvet. So your mics are still on. Thank you guys. Enjoy lunch.
Hey, a little less conversation, a little more action, please. All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more bite, a little less bark, a little less fight, a little more spark. And close your mouth and open up your heart, and baby, satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby. Baby, close your eyes and listen to the music, and dig to the summer breeze. It's a groovy night and I can show you how to use it. To come along with me and put your mind at ease. Hey, a little less conversation, a little more action, please. All this aggravation and satisfaction in me. A little more bite, a little less bark, a little less fight, a little more spark. Shut your mouth and open up your heart and satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby. Come on, baby, I'm tired of talking. Grab your coat and let's start walking. Come on, come on. 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 Don't procrastinate, don't articulate, girl, it's getting late. You just sit and wait around. A little less conversation, a little more action. All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more fight, a little less spark. A little less fight, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open up your heart, and baby, satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby. Satisfy me, baby. Satisfy me. like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say were wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now. I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. In too deep. Say I'm in too deep. And it's been 2 years, I miss my home. But there's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe. Yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say were wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now. I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. A lot of fight left in me. Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now. I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. No, I've still got a lot of fight left in me. You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. You, the silence is quiet, and it feels it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we would take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move mountains, and I'll rise up. I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. That we have each other, and for that we have each other, and we will rise, we will rise, we'll rise, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again, and we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. Put your makeup on, get your nails done, curl your hair, run the extra mile, keep it slim so they like you. Do they like you? Get your sexy on, don't be shy, girl, take it off. This is what you want, to belong, so they like you. Do you like you? You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to give it all away. You just have to get up, get up, get up, get up. You don't have to change a single thing. You don't have to try. 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 Get your shopping on at the mall, max your credit cards. You don't have to choose, buy it all. So they like you. Do they like you? Wait a second, why should you care what they think of you when you're all alone by yourself? Do you like you? Do you like you? You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to give it all away. You just have to get up, get up, get up, get up. You don't have to change a single thing. You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to bend until you break. You just have to get up, get up, get up, get up. You don't have to change a try, try, try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try. No, you don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try. You don't have to try. You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to give it all away. You just have to get up, get up, get up, get up. You don't have to change a single thing. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try. You don't have to try. Take your makeup off, let your hair down, take a breath, look into the mirror at yourself. Don't you like you? 'Cause I like you. I wouldn't wanna be anybody else. Hey. You made me insecure, told me I wasn't good enough. But who are you to judge when you're a diamond in the rough? I'm sure you got some things you'd like to change about yourself. But when it comes to me, I wouldn't wanna be anybody else. I'm no beauty queen, I'm just beautiful me. You got every right to a beautiful life. Come on, who says you're not perfect? Who says you're not worth it? Who says you're the only one that's hurting? Trust me, that's the price of beauty. Who says you're not pretty? Who says you're not beautiful? Who says? It's such a funny thing how nothing's funny when it's you. You tell them what you mean, but they keep whiting out the truth. It's like a work of art that never gets to see the light. Keep you beneath the stars, won't let you touch the sky. I'm no beauty queen, I'm just beautiful me. You got every right to a beautiful life. Come on, who says you're not perfect? Who says you're not worth it? Who says you're the only one that's hurting? Trust me, that's the price of beauty. Who says you're not pretty? Who says you're not beautiful? Who says you're not star potential? Who says you're not presidential? Who says you can't be in movies? Listen to me, listen to me. Who says you don't pass the test? Who says you can't be the best? Who said? Would you tell me who said that? Yeah. Who says you're not perfect? Who says you're not worth it? Who says you're the only one that's hurting? Trust me, that's the price of beauty. Who says you're not pretty? Who says you're not beautiful? Who says you're not perfect? Who says you're not worth it? Who says you're the only one that's hurting? Trust me, that's the price of beauty. Who says you're not pretty? Who says you're not beautiful? Who says? Made a wrong turn once or twice, dug my way out, blood and fire, bad decisions, that's Welcome to my silly life. Mistreated, this place misunderstood. Knowing it's all good, it didn't slow me down. Mistaken, always second guessing, underestimated. Look, I'm still around. Pretty, pretty, please, don't you ever feel like you're less than fucking perfect. Pretty, pretty, please, if you ever feel like you're nothing, you're fucking perfect to me. You're so mean when you talk about yourself. You were wrong. Change the voices in your head. Make them like you instead. So complicated. Look how we are making. Filled with so much hatred. Such a tired game. It's enough. I've done all I can think of. Chase down all my demons. I've seen you do the same. Oh, pretty, pretty, please, don't you ever feel like you're less than fucking perfect. Pretty, pretty, please, if you ever feel like you're nothing, you're fucking perfect to me. The whole world's scared, so I swallow the fear. The only thing I should be drinking is an ice cold beer. So cool in line, and we try, but we try too hard, and it's a waste of my time. Done looking for the critics, cause they're everywhere. They don't like my jeans, they don't get my hair. Exchange ourselves, and we do it all the time. Why do we do that? Why do I do that? Why do I do that? It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right, baby. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on and celebrate tonight. 'Cause everything's gonna be alright. Let's celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on. Celebrate good times. wanting to start again. Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screens, but no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know that there's still a chance for you, 'cause there's a spark in you? You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you work. Make 'em go, as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, you're gonna leave 'em all in You don't have to feel like a wasted space. You're original, cannot be replaced. If you only knew what the future holds. After a hurricane comes a rainbow. Maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time you'll know. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, you're gonna leave 'em all in Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. It's always been inside of you, you, you. And now it's time to let it through. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, as you shoot across the sky.
Uh-oh. Okay, guys, I'm going to trip on the lighting because, well, it's me. And then I'm going to trip on my dress. There we go. Yes, we are back already. Come on in. Party's fun. Guys, if you want to have a seat, we'll go ahead and we'll get started real quick. Come on into the room. Grab your friends from outside. Tell them to stop talking. Come on in. Yeah. So how was lunch? All right. It's the first time that I've offered Mediterranean, so I was kind of a little nervous with it being something different. Love it. It was a good one. Awesome. Good. Okay. I keep moving. Up, down. Should I do a dance? Okay, let's get in. Let's grab our seats, please. Come on. So to try and keep us on time, because I'm sure all of you want to be done by 4. And then just get a little bit of a break before we start and do the wardrobe change and blow out hair so that it's like this and you name it. We got a few more coming in. Okay, so the next speaker for a quick 15 minutes is my former employer. I got started teaching with Anthem. And that's actually how this stuff started with me teaching, was that part of my job rec was to go ahead, and this is a decade ago. The job rec description said you only had to do one singular training a month to go ahead and fulfill the requirement as the regional sales manager to be able to go ahead and do my job effectively. And they had this massive library of CE, and I'm listening to all the agents talk, and they have all of these things that you guys needed to know about and learn about and had questions about. And I took a risk and I said, hey, I want to do trainings. I don't want to do 4 months, 4 topics, 4 cities. Let's do this. Some of you have heard this story, and I apologize for going ahead and repeating, but I have so many new ones in here, so I need to tell it. So I tend to be a little outside the box, and just a touch. So I went to my regional sales manager at the time, or actually my regional vice president at the time, and said, I have this idea, I want to do this. And my manager, the state director, who is still there, Laura Beth Hall, said, you really want to do this? And I said, yeah. And she says, okay. Had a lot of naysayers with trying something different. It was all the things that it's not the first time that I've heard it, won't be the last. You know, nobody's going to come to that. You know that the only people that are going to want to listen to you talk are those that are old and that just want the donuts. By the way, guys, you will never see a damn donut at anything that I do. Ain't gonna happen. So I got that. And so the regional vice president came back and said, hey, you only have $5,000 for an entire lock-in 7-month period of time. You've got $5 grand, and you have a choice. You can either invest it in a couple of agents, or you can go ahead and do this crazy harebrained idea that we think you are, excuse my language, fucking nuts for. And I went, option B. So I went ahead and I did it, and magically there started to get a demand for it. And it was, well, now we're doing small rooms of 20 people, then 50 people, then we're selling out at 50 people, and now I'm doing double sessions a day, and then it became double sessions at 300 a shot, and then it became where I'm doing them in 7 cities. And the first year I went from 4 cities, 4 months, 4 topics to 6 months, 7 cities, and almost 70 different classes across Ohio. That's how I got my start. That's how I got known for doing what I do, which it's hysterical to me when people are like, I've never heard of you. Okay. Guess what? You're in for a treat. So that's how it came to be. And one of the things that I absolutely love about Anthem was, and the management at Anthem was, I took that training, and some of the management ended up coming back and said, okay, well, you did all of these trainings, but we can't quantitatively know that this affected sales. You can't prove this. And me being me went, hold my beer. Because we ended up 140% to goal that AEP. To give you guys a perspective, and because I've got several that are out of state, what that is that is approximately 1,800 ready to sell agents in the state of Ohio. And new plans, it was about 14,000 plans in 53 days. Little bit of volume, right? So I am perfectly aware of people that go ahead and say, well, she doesn't directly sell. Yes, I do. I do now. But there's so many different things that come out. I have the trophies, I have the sales background, and it's all very similar with that. And Marianne is like shaking her head going, I remember when. So these are the things, and Anthem gave me my shot. So every chance that I got to have an idea, as quirky as it was, from dressing in saddle shoes and a poodle skirt and doing a 50s sock hop national launch, which several of you are going, yeah, I saw the pictures of that one. Should have been there. It was awesome. But those types of things, they rolled with it. And what ended up happening is that it allowed the sales kept coming through. And to have a company and an employer believe in me the way that they did and give me the shot to think outside the box and to teach you guys to think outside the box. I don't ever want to be called a hypocrite. So if I'm telling you guys, think outside the box and do all of these fun things. And you know what, Pat Gerber, where are you? So TLC did a Vegas sales conference a couple of weeks ago. We're sitting over at dinner and Pat goes ahead and says, I do a New Year's Eve event. Coolest thing that I've heard in the last 6 months. Because old people can't stay up till midnight, right? So let's do something in the middle of the day for New Year's. It makes sense. So thank you for that. But getting outside of your scope, thinking outside of the box is a big thing. And Anthem really allowed me to do that. And I am grateful for the 3 ladies that are in this room. Beverly Danner, Lisa Perrin, and Carmen Romack. Stand up. We have laughed, we have cried, we've wanted to pull each other's hair and beat the hell out of each other, you name it. But these ladies have had my back in all sorts of ways. And to be able to have them all on one stage and for them to, when I went out on my own, to say, hey, cry, of course. To have them say, hey, you know what, we got this. Lisa came 4 o'clock yesterday. What do you need me to do? She was here setting these tables. As beautiful as these tables were, she was here with, I don't know where the rest of my team is, but, and I'll call them out again multiple times, but Gina Sarasulo is over there. She used to work at Anthem also. She has been my sanity, which has been, and God knows I need all the help I can get, but she really stepped up to the plate in the last 3 months because of all the stuff that I've gone through. So thank you. And I couldn't be prouder of where you're at with your career. That's one of the things that I love is developing you guys and watching you grow and having the calls. I've had a number of you who are not in my downline say, you know what, you don't remember, but you had this conversation with me a year ago, or you had this conversation with me a week ago. And guess what? That's why I do what I do. The money will follow. It's doing the right things. So thank you guys all for attending. I'm going to turn this over to Anthem so that way you can hear about who knows who Anthem is, who has it in their state.
I like all those hands. Yeah.
So Anthem is not just Blue Cross Blue Shield that is in Ohio. It's lots of other ones. So we're going to listen to them talk about what they do, how they do it, and all of that. So ladies, the floor is all yours.
Thank you.
And I am getting down off this stage.
It's up to you. Okay. So hello, everybody. That was quite an entrance. And Amanda, thank you so much. And Bev and Lisa, if you guys want to be up here, you can, but they're going to be in the background. So, you know, I want to extend a big thank you also to Amanda, because look at this event. This is fantastic. And I cannot wait to eat my cupcake. I am so looking forward to it. So thank you.
Yes, Amanda asked us just, a short 15 minutes, talk about who is Anthem. And if you're in Ohio, that might sound like a silly question, right? You all know who Anthem is in Ohio if you're selling Medicare, right? But Amanda is expanding. She's got agents across the nation, and we have a footprint across the nation. So if you go visit our booth, I know I've already talked to a couple people today, like, do you guys sell in Georgia? Do you have a product there? What about Houston, Texas? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So that's my mission today, is really just to kind of give you a feel for who Anthem is in a bigger scope. I'll tell you right up front, I care mostly about Medicare, right? That's my agenda. That's what I care about. But we also have under 65 commercial group business. Am I missing anything, ladies? Those are like the key ones. Geo Blue, Todd's here. Yes, as a matter of fact. Hi, Todd. All right. So it's kind of timely. So have you guys heard anything in the news about a company called Elevance? Anybody heard that recently? Okay, that's us. So we have recently gone through a corporate rebranding, and I would liken this to, if anybody's on Facebook, and I know all the talk about social media, I'm sure everybody's on Facebook now, right? We're all marketing our business. I would liken it to Facebook powered by Meta. All right. We don't really know or care who Meta is all that much. We know it's Facebook. I would say the same thing about Anthem. So you're going to see, like on the slide, you're going to see Elevance now. That is our corporate parent name, but in the markets where you all sell, it's going to continue to be our brand. We're here in Ohio, it's Anthem, Blue Cross and Blue Shield. If you're in Texas, it's AmeriGroup. If you're in Florida, it's Simply Health, Optum, Freedom, whatever those brands are. We're not changing the brand locally. So I really wanted to drive that point home, because those brands have a lot of value, as you well know. But you are going to hear more about Elevance, and we have a new stock ticker on the stock market. It was a big deal. It was all over social media. So that's kind of exciting. Just to spend a minute behind why we made that change. We have evolved from, where we began. So if you think about it, we have IngenioRx, which is our own PBM. We've got a lot of partnerships in the market. We're really focused on elevating whole health and advancing healthcare. Millions of dollars probably were spent on that, but right there, Elevance, right there, we've got it. So that is, the reasoning behind the name change. So everybody is familiar with that. Let me go. Oh, I didn't even move the screen. I'm sorry, everybody. See, I'm just talking. I'm not paying attention. All right. So to give you a little bit more of, an idea of who we are and some of that data that everybody loves, you'll see there from the map that we operate in 24 markets, 23 states plus Puerto Rico. We just purchased MMM in Puerto Rico last year, I believe it was. So 24 markets. You can see there overall, we serve basically 118 million clients. 47 million of those are in the healthcare component or line. We are the second largest Medicaid carrier, which is pretty significant considering we do not have a footprint in the entire, US. So we have Medicaid in 25 states, a presence there. You're going to kind of see a theme here. Anthem, Elevance as a corporation has really invested in the dual SNP market. We've got our Medicaid and our Medicare, our Medis. We were one of the first carriers to come out with social determinants of health and really developing products that helped members in that space. So you're going to continue to see that theme. And if you look at the map, the blue states are where you would know us as Anthem, Blue Cross and Blue Shield. The green states, AmeriGroup. And then Florida, I know it's green, but it really should be red because that's usually how we do it. That's Simply Health. And where you see a dot, that's where we have a Medicaid presence. And one other little piece of information that I thought was interesting, I mentioned we're in the commercial market and we're all kind of focused on Medicare, but I know a lot of you ladies and gentlemen out here, sell other lines of business. So within our blue footprint, Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield, we are one of the leading commercial carriers in that market space. We have a 35% of the commercial market in our landscape. And maybe that doesn't sound like a lot, but let me put it in context for you. The next leading carrier behind us has less than half of that. So obviously we've put some effort towards transitioning a lot of those group members into group retirees. So that's another focal point with our business model. So let me keep going. Now I've got 15 minutes. I probably won't get through all my slides, but you've got the whole deck there. So if I miss some of it, you've got it. I mentioned earlier that we are in 24 markets. You know, I look out here and you know, you all and your brothers and sisters across the agent community, you know, you guys have sold, let me look at my notes here so I give you the right stats, 1.7 million Medicare Advantage plans, 900,000 Med Sup plans. So in total, we have 2.6 million members on our book. And that's a pretty big deal. I'm pretty excited about that. I think that's pretty significant. Ohio is kind of the golden child, I would say, with Anthem. We are the leading carrier in the state of Ohio. I would like to say we're the leading carrier everywhere. That would be a false statement, but we're striving to do that. But for those of you that are here in Ohio, you're in a great spot. And I had mentioned that DSNP is really a market that we have invested a lot in. Again, social determinants of health. So another little tidbit of our entire membership, I just mentioned, you know, the 1.7 million, a third of that membership is dual SNP. So we are the second largest dual SNP carrier in the nation and getting bigger all the time. We've been the growth leader for the last 6 years in dual SNP in particular. And a couple other little pieces, you know, to kind of give my Anthem pitch here or let you know, the significance behind us. We have grown, we've doubled our membership over the last 5 years. It's grown. That is a pretty significant accomplishment. And we've outpaced the market for the last 6 AEPs. So the market is growing by 3%. Don't quote me on that. That could be wrong, but we have exceeded that. We're growing by 5% or have for the last few years. So definitely a good carrier to be associated with. I don't know. Can you guys see it? I don't see it there. All right. Amanda, am I doing well on time? About 5 minutes. I'm not going to get through all of this, but I'm going to go faster. Okay, I'm going to go faster. There, you heard me. I'm loud. She always tells me I don't talk loud enough. You guys are hearing me though, right? Yes, because I'm mic'd up. I feel like a superstar. See, she's like, outside voice, outside voice. Well, this is my outside voice. All right. So one thing I want to say is, we have got a fantastic support team. Now in Ohio, let's see here. If I want to get to this real quick. Oh, I just passed it. I'm just going to talk about this for a minute. You met Beverly and Lisa, and they are wonderful. They are some of the most seasoned regional sales managers you're ever going to work with. So if you don't know them yet and you sell in Ohio, you need to get to know them. We've got 7 regional sales managers just in the state of Ohio. They live in the territory. They're there to support you. They're there to help you with your strategy of growth. As Erin Ackenheil mentioned earlier, your stretch goals. These folks right here are the ones that are going to do that and help you get there, help you with co-op dollars. So I'm very proud of the fact that Anthem invests very heavily in our local subject matter experts. And just so you know, we have regional sales managers in every state that we do business in. So just know that you've got people there behind you. You got people who have your back. All right. It doesn't want to move. Just a couple other things before I turn this back over to the next person. If you're not familiar, we've got some fantastic tools to help you succeed. Hopefully everybody in here has heard of or been inside Custom Point and Sales Toolkit. You guys, anybody not familiar with that? You probably don't want to raise your hand, right? Because I'm going to go, I need to talk to you. Well, anyway, so our Sales Toolkit in particular, we've got CMS approved, already gone through the whole process. Everything that's in there is already approved for you to use. You can personalize it. You can add your headshot. You can add your personal information. It's just a nice toolkit, completely free of cost to you, I might add. Okay. So you can order these things, personalized, thank you notes, birthday cards, just ways to stay in contact with your clients throughout the year because, is that my cue? Because retention is so important. I feel like, did anybody remember the Gong Show, and they're like, yeah, it's time to go. Well, anyway, I'm showing my age. All right. So we've got, and the other thing I would mention is we have a lot of online training too, that is free to our agent base. So a lot of our regional sales managers, it's Anthem Broker Connect. If you haven't gone on there, come talk to us at our table. We'll show you how to get there or at least direct you there. They offer CE training, training on our tools. All you need to do is just sign up for it. And let me tell you, our in-producer electronic online platform, are you giving me the hook now? Woo, I love that. I like it. I like it. Good. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Because like I said, you can get your CE. You don't pay. I mean, listen, that's worth a lot right there. Our in-producer online enrollment platform. I know a lot of you, if you're affiliated with an FMO, they probably have, you know, an online enrollment system, and that's fantastic. If you're independent, use our in-producer. There's DSNP verification built into it. You can look up your doctors, your drugs, anything that you need to look up to make that a positive sales call. So let's see, what have I missed so far here? I'm going to say that's, you know what, those are kind of the key components I wanted to, the last thing I'm going to tell you, I've talked about, you know, the markets that we're in, you know, commercial, Medicaid, Medicare, et cetera. Now, when I focus on Medicare, we really have a robust portfolio. Not only do we offer MAPD, Med Advantage Part D plans, we offer standalone Medicare Advantage plans, standalone Part D, Med Sup. We ventured into C-SNP. We're in D-SNP, obviously, C-SNP, Anthem Extras. And if you're not familiar with that, come talk to us. That's a great add-on to a Med Sup plan. So we've got a really robust portfolio of products, and we're here to help you. And again, I just appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to interact with so many fantastic ladies. I feel like it's a reunion. I see all these faces that I've met through the years, and a lot of people I want to meet. I love seeing Erin. I just have to say personally, when I started in Medicare, I worked in her organization, and she is one fantastic lady. Teresa Gontrak, where are you? She's somebody who's in the audience that worked at the, so it's been wonderful, and I appreciate the opportunity. So if you have any questions, oh yes, Lisa, go ahead. Good point. So if you,
Okay,
let me
so what she's
repeat.
saying is
She's got
make
it.
sure that you register for the AEP road shows, the product road shows that they do, not just your FMOs, symposiums and things. The reason why you want to do that is that they go into more detail. They talk about the operational things. Like, how many of you guys have had the question, when am I getting my ID cards?
Just a few
What's
times,
the vendor
right?
that we have that we're using for grocery benefits and all of those? That type of detail is going to be in the road shows that you have or the product rollouts.
Yep.
If you go to the Anthem Broker Connection, you're going to find those, register for those, and not just for Anthem, but for all of your carriers. You have multiple trainings. Right now, you have what's called an early look that is happening, which is an intent to know what they've filed with CMS, but that's not done yet. It's what they're hoping to have approved and where they're hoping to be able to sell and everything else. The product rollout is at the one that they're talking about,
Right.
is the one that actually gives you the hard and fast. This is actually what is happening. So get those on your calendar. They're normally in August and September. Please make sure that you do that, and we're good to go. And yes, you did a fabulous job.
Thank you. I was nervous. She knows it. Thank you.
So I'm going to stay back here as Nancy walks up. Our next speaker, how many of you guys have heard of Devoted Health? So a lot of you don't have your hands up, and I'm totally excited to go ahead and bring Devoted Health up. Nancy is their Chief Marketing Officer. She is the who that goes ahead and designs all of the consumer-faced marketing that is out on the market. She has a mad resume, and Devoted Health is known for their member services, their agent services, and so on. They are expanding into many, many states this year. So check them out. They're also expanding into several counties in Ohio. But one of the reasons why I decided and asked her to go ahead and come and speak is because anybody have a couple $1 million that you're blowing on marketing? Anybody? No, right? So the way to make the best bang for your buck is to play into what the carriers are doing to get the market intel that they are giving. We talked about this the other day. to get the market intel that they're using, the research. Why are people buying a certain way? Why do people like these benefits over these benefits? Why are they going online? Do they like call centers? No. All of these things, the carrier uses that to build a multi-million-dollar marketing campaign. And if you understand the why they are doing what they're doing, you can take the limited funds that you have and tie those into your marketing plan. That then allows you to go ahead and have it where you're getting a larger traction for your dollar. Mel, we talked about this a couple of years ago. When you do that, now that couple $100 that you're spending in a month, or that couple $100 that you're spending in a couple of weeks, ends up becoming a far bigger thing. So if you know that the carriers are playing on extra benefits or social determinants of health things like grocery benefits and transportation and adult care and all of those, that's how that happens. Tomorrow we have George Dipple, who I got my hands on his research information, probably at least 6-7 years ago. He is the research company that does, or he is the executive vice president of the research company that the carriers use to build their marketing plans. So I hope that you'll see how this all ties in together and how it makes sense. So I'm going to shut up because I end up tending to be a little long-winded, but I'm going to turn the floor over to Nancy. Please give her a warm welcome so that way she can share with you what Devoted does, how they do it, and why they are growing so fast. It's going to be a good one. So thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
We got to get your mic on. Okay. Hold on.
Mic. Hello. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you, Amanda, for gathering this amazing group of women. The spirit in this room is actually really special. I think a lot of people have been on this stage this morning sharing how you can do your jobs differently, better, have something to think about. Everything I've learned about Medicare is actually from people like you. So I can't teach you anything on Medicare that you don't already know. You're the one, I'm here to actually learn from you. What I wanted to do is just share a little bit from my seat as a consumer marketing person and a little bit of how I think about marketing, and hopefully it can encourage you. Okay, so I am Nancy Go. I am the Chief Marketing Officer of Devoted Health. It seems like everyone on this side of the room knew Devoted and no one on this side of the room knew Devoted. So we are actually not a national plan. We're currently only in five states, and we serve 75,000 members. And so we're still expanding, and hopefully in a year or two, all of you will be raising your hands as well. So what I wanted to do is share a little bit. My first story is actually sharing a little bit about why I'm actually at Devoted. My background has nothing to do with healthcare, and it's really more in the consumer area. So I actually should have never joined Devoted. Let me get to the next slide. So for those of you who don't know, Devoted's mission, I wonder if they'll come back. Okay, so Devoted's mission is to dramatically improve the health and well-being of older Americans by caring for every person like family. So like I said, I don't know Medicare, I don't know healthcare, and my background is in consumer packaged goods and retail. So I started in marketing 20 years ago. I was in finance, like blah, and found myself in consumer marketing, and I actually loved it. It's kind of like how you are all are in Medicare, but you're really not. Like, it's not the way other insurances are sold. It's really a people business. It's the relationships you have with those you serve. It's just different. Like, consumer work is business, but it's really the psychology and the thinking about solving for different people. And I'm generally a little bit more like artistic than the average business person, and I'm a little bit more quantitative than the average business person. And I just like found a specialty in marketing, because it's like little bit of art, a little bit of psychology, you know. So I loved it. I did a lot of new products. I launched products for Venus, for Gillette. My last gig there, I actually was doing innovation for the bottom billion people on the globe. So it was creating a really low-end product that someone could afford. And it was for India, China, Africa, Brazil. So I was flying all around the world, and it was really very interesting and really awesome, but it was terrible on my life. Like it was from the travel was really taxing for my family. And basically when I got pregnant with my second kid, I was like, this is not working. So I joined a startup. The startup was actually called CSN Stores. I happened to buy like my baby mattress from them. It was like a random online site. And they started out as a website called racksandstands.com. And then they like over time had like 200 different websites like barstools.com and roosterdecor.com and all sorts of things like that. And I basically went to them and said, your brand stinks. Like CSN Stores, CNS, what are you what is this? And they said, well, why don't you come on and launch our brand? So I became their first brand marketer and launched Wayfair in 2011. Yeah. Which, I mean, it was kind of a nothing brand when we started. It was just moving all these sites over. I had this vision. I loved home decor. I loved the consumer. And it was just a journey. Like, we had an endorsement deal with Joanna Gaines. We had like a deal with HGTV. We had tons of, over the years, it was so fun. It was really my dream job. And like, let's see, when I was there in 2011, we launched. 2014, we went public. And here I was kind of joining different boards of consumer companies. So all different industries, and I worked with Chewy. I worked with a bunch of different other startups in different industries, and I kind of became the specialist in launching new brands. So all fine and dandy. Okay, then what happened? Hold on, let me get my, okay. So why am I at Devoted? Back to that story. Do any of you have someone you love very deeply? Yeah. So this is my grandma. She's actually not my grandma. She's actually my great aunt, but she's like, I called her my grandma. And she lived an astonishing 101 years. This is her actually on her 100th birthday. So anyways, she is like from a different era. She was born in 1916, different country, different time period. And she came to the US in the 40s as a graduate student at a time when like no women were in college, right? Basically. So it wasn't, you know, everyone has their stories of pushing against like whatever ceiling we have. I'm sure she did as well. And because of the war, she wasn't allowed to go home. Her intent was to go back home and become a teacher. And so she settled in Colorado. She lived through so much, right? Like I can't even relate to that photo, to be honest. And she went through World War II. She was married to an alcoholic for 40 or 50 years. She was like the first female to get a PhD in the state of Colorado, actually. And she became a professor for years and years. And like maybe at the age of 90, she took a computer class. So she could learn how to email. And what I was like, well, what are you trying to do with the computer? She was asking me questions. And she was like, I want to sell my like weaving loom on Craigslist. And I was like, who are you? You know, like, so it's just like, I've met a few of you who just entered this industry, and how much do you have to learn? Like Medicare is so complicated. How much do you have to learn to actually establish your business is so overwhelming. But if we're not learners, like this woman can learn the computer. Like I think she was around for the invention of the microwave. Like, that's like just like a totally different orientation. I remember as a like maybe college student or something, I was telling her, I was complaining to her, and I said once, like, it's so hard, but it's so hard. And she said something to me. She was like, Since when are you afraid of hard things? And I actually think back to that wisdom all the time, right? Like when you are facing something hard, I just would spend less time fretting about it and kind of more time getting through it because of someone like this in my life. And basically at this point, she spent her last 2 years with me in Massachusetts, and all's going well at Wayfair, and whatever. But when she died, I like missed this grand old lady. Sorry. And it was at this point that I met Todd Park. If any of you have met Todd Park, he's one of the founders of Devoted Health. And he shared this mission. Hold on, sorry, I had no idea. He shared this mission, and I just was like at a weak point in my emotional state, and listened. Devoted had no revenue, had like no employees, had no business, like I literally had no business. But because of my love for my grandma and like how much I missed her, I was open. And I quit my job and joined Devoted. So fast forward now, I think about like people throw missions down all the time for companies. It's like corporate jargon. And there's one thing we actually do and say at Devoted, where we say, think about the person you love and make the right decision that you would make for them. And so there's a million choices made in Medicare that are short. I can't like recover, I'm sorry. So there's like a million choices people make that are so short-term oriented, so bad for the consumer, that if you really make a decision for the person you love, you will make the right choice, because it's like love overflows. You can't help but like choose the right thing, right? Even though it's like complicated and all the blah, 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 you will try to like fix it. You will try to make it easier for people. So anyways, here I am. So one thing that I learned also at Devoted is I'm not alone. I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but the guides are actually the heroes of Devoted Health. They're basically our frontline customer service, but they're not customer service. They're like the coordination and the caring that happens at the front line. And you do this a lot actually with the people you serve, but if we do a better job, you have to do that. You can do that less, and you can actually sell more, right? So these people are like, a lot of them are like me, and where they are actually working and caring and doing all this digging on behalf of someone they love. Like it's like kind of whoever they love actually kind of overflows into the work they do every day. So it's a little bit long, like maybe 5 minutes, but I would love to share and introduce you to a few of our guides, because you can see the spirit from their voice much better. Do you mind playing that video?
Check out this Verbo.
Oh man, Michael, they're your cousins.
Be patient, it's so worth it.
Me.
People do think of telemedicine practice as having a minimal impact, but I have the luxury of spending time with people and getting a glimpse into their life that I would never get in a medical office. I'd like to share a story about a patient I cared for a while. Her name's Miss Kathy. You see, her husband had recently been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and he was declining. And that was why she was forgetting her own medications. Her diet was poor. She would forget to eat. Her depression was worsening, and she was isolated. I knew this woman needed help, It was my goal to make it easier for her to care for herself and to ease any burdens that I could. And I knew how hard the challenges of her life had become. So in every facet that I could imagine, I used the arms of Devoted and I wrapped them around her and her husband. We worked with the Devoted pharmacy team to bring her 500 plus monthly cost down to less than $10. We also partnered with a smart medication dispensing system called MedMinder, which basically sends her all of her medications pre-sorted and gives her a reminder of when to take them. And we worked with the community social work guides to get her assistance for caring for her husband, which allowed her to make those important doctor visits that she needed to get to. So I talked with Miss Kathy recently, and I can tell you her blood pressure is in great control, no signs of organ damage. Her diabetes is way improved. She's no longer considered morbidly obese, and she's very positive with her outlook on life. Her husband continues to do well too. I never thought I would be doing telemedicine with an insurance company, but the reason that I work here is because I actually get to treat people like family and spend the time with them that they deserve every day. I literally improve and save lives, and that feeds my soul, and that is why I love the work that I do.
My name is Diane, and I work with the pharmacy team. I'm a pharmacy technician. So 2015, Father's Day, my father passed away from a major stroke. It's due to out of control blood pressure that wasn't really monitored well. Now, when he passed away, it became my life's mission to check everyone's blood pressure. It was like something clicked in me. I do have a lot of members that I share this story with, but I have one that's really extraordinary to my heart. His name's Mr. James. I call him Mr. J. He didn't think it was our business. It's Devoted's business to know his blood pressure. He even asked me what my blood pressure was, and he's like, would you tell me that information? And I did, and I told him that I do check it every day, that I actually had it because when my father passed away, I had high blood pressure. I have hypertension myself. He said he works with his doctor. He sees him once a year. And I tried to explain the importance of checking his blood pressure, not just once a year, but regularly, if not every day. And I shared my father's story. I even told him, Mr. James, it doesn't matter if you share your blood pressure reading with me, as long as you check it. And you know that if you go over 140 over 90, you tell your doctor, I'll be happy. He said, I changed my mind and I'm going to do you a favor and me a favor. I will check it and I will give you those readings. So the end of that story is, I graduated him, meaning his blood pressure is under control. I see a little bit of my dad in every member that I talk to. You know, I truly believe that my story happened, my pain happened for this exact reason. It led me to where I'm at now.
Hi, my name is Odessa, but the story I'm going to tell you is about Mrs. Stell. She was very protective of her information, which is just fine. I let that conversation go, and then I called her again the next week. And the next week, she was more happy to hear from me. She did not expect me to call, as she said. I did not expect you to call me back. And it was at that time that she disclosed that she was on stage 4 lung cancer. We put in palliative care in the home, and then eventually progressed into hospice care. I continue to call her about every week. One of the things that I think we do really well at Devoted is that we have learned to listen. And so in listening to her story, I learned how difficult it was for her to leave her husband behind. Overnight, one day, I was woken up with her in my head. Mind you, I've never seen her, but I knew it was her. So I called her. And she said to me, I'm so happy you've called me. And she said, you know, this is good because I wanted to thank you for calling me and for being there for me and my family. So I asked her who was with her. And she said that her husband was with her. All her children were now in the home and her grandchildren. And I said, well, it sounds like you're well supported and you have your whole family. And I'm so happy to speak with you today. She said, I want you to know that I love you for everything you've done. And I said, thank you. And I love you back. She passed away that day. What a privilege it is to work in an organization that provides me the time to give the time that our members deserve. I think that what the whole of Devoted does so well is to love people. And I think when people feel loved and heard and understood, they can't leave us. Love is what creates the quality of relationship that has built this company and will continue to build. It is the foundation. It is the magnet. People don't even want to leave the cities or the communities in which Devoted is in because they don't want to leave Devoted. So I thank you today for listening. Thank you.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, the work.
You ever wondered what
Whoa.
actors and actresses
Wow.
do?
Let's go, YouTube. Okay. So anyways, I think we're on slide 10. Okay, so basically back to the mission. I actually, we talk a lot about this in the company. Consumers actually don't care about being treated as family. And the reason is because there's a lot of seniors who have broken families, and the word family means something different. What they need is the intent behind this. It's what they need is that they say this back to us. Like, we have no right saying this to them. Does that make sense? So it's not actually our marketing strategy, it is our business strategy. So I know a lot of our agents actually talk about this because this is a lot of the reasons why employees are working at the company, and I have a different marketing strategy for consumers, but this is a really important, I don't know, like foundation of this business that makes it really, it ends up becoming a different business because we live our mission day in and day out. Okay, the second idea I wanted to share with you is actually lighter and really relevant to how we've actually lived our day today and how Amanda has brought us together. So I love gardening. I think I was a farmer in a previous life, but I have a big garden. This is actually an internet picture. My garden is not that nice, but I have chickens. I actually I do a lot of thinking in the garden, and there's this thing, like a gardening thing that happens, if for those of you who know, called cross-pollination, right? So cross-pollination is kind of this invisible thing, usually helped by like bees or wind, where it's basically sex in the garden. So the pollen from one goes to another, like flowers get bigger, fruit comes out, vegetables come out, not whatever, all good things come from the mixing of different things, right? And I think like we've done that today, even though it's like maybe exhausting to meet different people and stand up and sit in a different chair and actually get ourselves out here. But cross-pollination is true about not just plants, but ideas and people and businesses and experiences. And, actually my grandma said at a toast, at my cousin's toast, when she was still living, she said, a lot of what we are like bits and pieces out of pottery. We take bits and pieces out of our experiences and people we know and love, and we reform it into ourselves. I think that's like a version of cross-pollination. And so like cross-pollination of ideas. This is, we with all the bling and with all the 80s music, I can't help it. You remember like, an example of cross-pollination with ideas is you have like Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, which is fine, and you have like 1960s, fine, but put them together and you have Dirty Dancing, like, right? Like that's, like the wonderful things come from mixing of things. And one of the things that I want to share about is an example of how this has actually played out in my life. When I was a kid, I loved to doodle, right? Hearts, shapes, patterns in my notes, all over things. And in 7th grade, I took a home ec class where I learned how to sew. And then I loved patterns of doodling, and it kind of translated into the quilting. I actually loved quilting. And I had no money to like give my sister a gift for her wedding, that I made her a beautiful quilt. Like that became my special gift. Fast forward a little bit, and I studied math and economics in college. And my favorite part of math is actually patterns. Like it's actually related to a lot of patterning can be described beautifully in mathematics. It's super nerdy, sorry. And then you fast forward a little bit more, and I'm in marketing. And I basically noticed with like the website patterns, like there's hops and skips with like how people are coming to the website. And I was like, I can do that with math. Like I can actually make advertising more effective because I can put a model against measuring this. So I feel like this is just like a dumb example, but it's an example how every little thing like builds upon each other. It kind of comes back to you in ways that you had no idea. And it's just like cross-pollination, makes different things. It's like a mystery of life. And we've heard little pieces of that today from some of the other speakers where, you know, when you sell and don't sell something, you may actually get more referrals. Like, I think that's just like the beauty of the karma of the world that will reward you for doing the right thing. And I think cross-pollination is like this idea to me, like all experiences, good, bad, and ugly, are part of who you are and how you sell and how you build your business. And like, you know, everybody, whether you're selling rural or whether you're selling urban or whether you're selling to your community here, everyone has their own thing. And I love that. I actually feel like I'm not an agent or a broker, but I've learned so much from you all today. And I just feel like these are great examples of how I've been blessed by this idea. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about marketing, since that's why I'm here. So there's all sorts of kinds of marketing, right? So I'm in corporate marketing, but like, and every carrier does a lot of like the big budgets and blah, blah, blah. There's also a lot of local marketing, brand marketing, performance marketing, sales. There's all sorts of different things. I kind of, you hear a lot of like just stuff around what's better, what works, but in my mind, it actually is, they're all really different with different pros and cons and blind spots. And when we cross-pollinate them, the best things actually happen. So let me explain a couple things. First of all, for those of you who are not marketing people, I'm going to give a really fast marketing 101, okay? So have you ever watched Mad Men? Okay, anyone ever watched Mad Men? So Mad Men is an awesome show if anyone wants to watch it. But basically, this was kind of the like ancestor of brand marketing. It was like this idea of what's the big idea, like what's the big product, and a lot of things are around a big campaign idea. And so, like for example, Devoted is I have a secret. I don't know if am I allowed to say secrets on the stage? Yeah, so we are about to launch brand marketing for Devoted. I haven't done that yet, even though I've been at Devoted for 4 years. And we have Lionel Richie. Yes, I'm excited about that. So the love man himself. Was I supposed to say that? Can it just stay in this room? So yeah. Did you not hear it? We have Lionel Richie as part of our brand launch this year. So it's so, you know, mom's the word, but whatever. So anyways, the whole idea of a big idea, the idea of explaining something, it's kind of like, this is the background of it. But the problem is no one knows how to measure this. Like, we've actually improved upon it. And but I feel like it's usually just from on high, blast the world and like hopefully the money will come. That's kind of the history of it. The history of performance marketing is more about like throw spaghetti on the wall. It was like the tons of direct mail that went into people's homes. It like was like wham bam, like this is the offer. And that was actually the father of internet marketing, because internet marketing actually has a lot of data, same idea as direct mail. And the good thing about this is everything's measured. Like there's a call to action, someone calls, the phone rings, like, and you can track whether it works or not, but it's actually really not good at the consumer experience. You're like, it's just transaction, and people can feel that. It feels kind of like you don't care about me as a person. You actually just want the transaction. And then there's like what you do, right? This is actually like the agent marketing sales, like a lot of enterprise marketing is like this too. It's very relationship driven. So that's the relationships you build. That's the people you know. It's trust driven. And it's often actually better for a complicated sale like Medicare, where you're like, I don't know, like you actually do a lot of work to help me sort through all of that. And so it's also a lot of work to actually continue to build your business and manage your business, as we've all learned today. So I think every kind of different sales and marketing channel has different strengths and weaknesses and purposes, but they all kind of sum up into the same idea. It's like, how do people hear about you? How do people decide whether you're right for them? And like, do they like it or not? Are you actually serving any purpose of benefiting them in their life? And, you know, from my standpoint, I've almost always joined businesses that are selling better products. I don't want to snake oil people and basically they don't come back as a loyal customer, right? Because I have a consumer background, but you are all like that too. You have to be to actually do your business well. And so the idea you're playing actually probably far more down on the lower part of the purchase funnel, and I'm playing far more at the top, but I can't actually make the sale. So I don't even tell people about the products that much because that's too complicated to tell from the ways I tell, right? So I'm just getting hand raisers and I don't know if they're even Medicare eligible. That's what I'm trying to jam it into like more Medicare eligible people. I'm not trying to say, are you DSNP or are you CC, or I can't. And also there's like a million laws, like you can't cherry pick and blah, blah, blah. So to me, I'm just trying to get people like you to find the right product for them. And in my mind, it's your job to like understand them, build a relationship with them, and make it a good experience for them. And like I actually feel like there's different tools and different skills, and nothing's right or wrong. It's just we all have to work together to make it to be consumer oriented, to work and hold hands to make it really good for them. Does that make sense? Okay, so a little bit about Devoted. This is our brag slide. There's a lot of numbers here, but basically it says that in all markets we have so far launched in, we've come in #1, which except Ohio. Where are you, Ohio? So, so Ohio's coming back. So, and I have to say, we are like Devoted is a new company. We first started selling, serving members in 2019. That's how recent it's been. So every single year our products get better. Every single year our service gets better. And we really, you have to come with us and help us strengthen it. But I will say that so far we've been growing like gangbusters. And I think it's not because we're oriented towards growth. We're actually, also in this coming year, we're going to be expanding to 8 new states. We're going to hopefully, by the end of 2022, we will be serving 1 in 4 Medicare eligibles in the country, which is amazing. So, okay, I think one of the reasons we're growing so fast is because we're not oriented towards growth. It's kind of like the ninja move that you guys all do when you're not so oriented towards the immediate sale, you actually will get more sales because people trust you. I do feel like the reason, like growth is kind of an output. So the first thing we focus on is building a better product. So the technology that understands members and can serve members better, a better product and service that can actually like be designed around them, better like health outcomes such that they can actually have like better life, like our product actually improves their life. then we can grow. Like, I feel like if we can orient ourselves towards a better product and better service, then we earn the right to grow. That's kind of how we're trying to orient ourselves. And I actually like the idea that independent brokers are selling most of our plans. And the reason is because consumers want that. And I'm very consumer oriented. Consumers want to know that you're going to put them on the right plan for them. And so it's helpful to know you sell all plans. And actually what you've learned, like the little bits and pieces thing, what you've learned at every person you've worked with, every plan you've worked with actually strengthens the experience for consumers. And I just hope that we are the ones pushing you along and like serving you well to make it easier and better for the consumers, but I actually do feel like it takes a village, you know. Okay, so I have one so this is basically one more video that describes why we grow. I think this is the secret sauce behind why we grow. You heard a little bit from Odessa, Diane, and Angela. But the reason is guides, and guides are making members happy. Members happy ends up being a better business for you. So this is actually a little bit another video. I think some are like some guides are superheroes. They are like just amazing people who are heroes to our members. But many are just like doing small acts of love and kindness and listening and like just block and tackling with people every single day. And I think like that, all of that is like so amazing for who we serve. All right. Just click on it. Does it work? All right, well, it will be, let me just give you the high level. The high level basically says, I don't know, does anybody know NPS? NPS is basically a customer satisfaction metric. And it's like, when I was at Wayfair, we never hit above 60. Chewy would get like maybe in the 80s or so. Like Apple, Netflix, Tesla are all in the 70s. Devoted Health is 79. Like, no joke. Customers are happy. We do a good job. And I actually think that is a very important, proud thing, that when you sell Devoted, it will actually be a good experience for them. And when it's not, we want to hear about it, because it's like that's part of it, is improving things. There's also this other, like a lot of the ways people, I don't know if this is a good thing, but a lot of the ways people actually sell the plan is to say, call 1-800-DEVOTED, and like proof is in the pudding. You'll see the kind of service level you'll get. So it's actually kind of fascinating. Oh, another proof in the pudding is a lot of our agents and brokers actually put their own family members onto Devoted Health. And we do have a fun, which is 62% of our existing members refer other members to us. I send 16 million pieces of mail a year. Is that crazy? And referral exceeds that in terms of impact. So just think about, and we have 75,000 members. And when 62% of them are telling all their friends about it, it's bigger than 16 million pieces of mail. Okay, so I want to actually close with just one story. We have a space in our company where people share member stories, where guides share member stories. And this is a member story. Basically, it's a very short one. Joanne, a member calls us to let us know that she got home from her doctor's appointment safe and sound. She said she loves us all at Devoted and prays for us every night. And I actually feel like you do not call a company customer service to do this. This actually reflects a different kind of relationship, a different kind of company. And I actually feel like the role we can play in Joanne's life together by caring for her healthcare, and it is the point of feeling insured, feeling secure. And so so I just want to finish with that. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a 30-minute break and we've got more desserts outside. So you've got 30 minutes, and then Traci O'Brien is going to come on and talk to you guys about provider referral networks and building that out and other ways to market. And then we've got group Medicare with Craig Villwock. So be back at 2:30. The raffle tickets for if you purchase raffle tickets online, I've got to run the report, and then they will be out in a minute.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Looks like a girl, but she's a flame. So bright she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but you'll never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hottest of the hottest girls. Say, oh, we got our feet on the ground and we're burning it down. Oh, got our head in the clouds and we're not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Everybody stares as she goes by, 'cause they can see the flame that's in her eyes. Watch her as she's lighting up the night. Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl, and it's a lonely world. But she gon' let it burn, baby, burn, baby. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. She's just a girl, but she's on fire. Every day is so wonderful, and suddenly it's hard to breathe. So bring me down today. You can be amazing, you can turn a phrase into a weapon or a drug. You can be the outcast, to be the backlash of somebody's lack of love. Or you can start speaking up. Nothing's gonna hurt you the way the words do when they settle near your skin. Kept on the inside and no sunlight, sometimes a shadow wins. But I wonder what would happen if you say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. I just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. Just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. Everybody's been there, everybody's been stared down by the enemy. Falling for the fear and then to disappear and bow down to the mighty. Don't run, just stop holding your tongue. Maybe there's a way out of the cage where you live. Maybe one of these days you can let the light in. Show me how big your brave is. Say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. And since your history of silence won't do you any good, did you think it would? Let your words be anything but empty. Why don't you tell them the truth? Say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. Just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. Just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. See you be brave. Just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, just making my way through the crowd. And I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would gonna miss you. Now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? Oh, 'cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I can just see you tonight. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, just making my way, making a way through the crowd. And I still need you, and I still miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass us by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you. I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you. If I can just hold you tonight. Don't think about it, just move your body. Listen to the music, sing oh, eh, oh. Just move those left feet, go ahead, get crazy. Anyone can do it, sing oh, eh, oh. Show the world you got that fire. Feel the rhythm getting louder. Show the room what you can do, prove to them you got the moves. Hey, I don't know about you, but I feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. Better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. And we can do this together. I bet you feel better when you're dancing. Yeah, yeah. When you finally let go and you say that solo, 'cause you listen to the music, sing it oh, eh, oh. 'Cause you're confident, babe. Yeah. And you make your hips sway. We knew that you could do it, sing oh, eh, oh. Show the world you got that fire, baby. Feel the rhythm getting louder. Show the room what you can do, prove to them you got the moves. Hey, I don't know about you, but I feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. Better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. And we can do this together. I bet you feel better when you're dancing. Yeah, time he pulls me near, I just wanna cheer. Let's hear it for the boy. Let's give the boy a hand. Yeah. Let's hear it for my baby. You know you gotta understand. Yeah. Oh, maybe he's no Romeo, but he's my loving one-man show. Oh, 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 oh. Let's hear it for the boy. My baby may not be rich, he's watching every dime, but he loves me, loves me, loves me. We always have a real good time. And maybe he sings off key, but that's alright by me, yeah. 'Cause what he does so well, makes me wanna yell. Let's hear it for the boy. Ah, let's give the boy a hand. Yeah. Let's hear it for my baby. You know you gotta understand. Yeah. Oh, maybe he's no Romeo, but he's my loving one-man show. Oh, 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 oh. Let's hear it for the boy.
Did Tracy come and get you? Yeah. Okay, we are going to get started again. If you want to grab your seat so we can get started, and then that way we've got 2 more speakers and then I can get you out.
Text me and I'll give you a date.
Okay, come on in. Let's get seated.
I'm just gonna take a picture with you.
All right. Sure, why not? I'm mic'd and you're on video, so say hi. Okay, let's go ahead and get seated. As this falls out of my ear. Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 more speakers for today, and then tomorrow, if you are into yoga and morning exercise, come on down. I believe it's at 6:30. Silver and Fit is going to do a session, and then that still gives you time to come back downstairs by 9 or by 8, and then we're going to get rolling at 9, and then we've got a full day of content and all sorts of fun stuff tomorrow too. I'm not going to keep everybody waiting just because I know I want to keep us a little bit on task. But the next speaker is Traci O'Brien. Yes. She is a force to be reckoned with and a wealth of knowledge, and she is also one of the people that I bounce ideas off of pretty regularly and share lots of late night TikToks. How many of you guys have a TikTok addiction like me? Yes. The ones that I feel that you really, really need to see, you're going to find on my page or on the Miss Medicare page just because they're good. But anyways, so Traci is going to talk to you about building referral networks. One of the things that I can definitely say about this particular content is that it's funny to me. One of the biggest things that I see with agents, and well, I've been doing a little bit, is that they walk into a doctor's office or they walk into a chiropractor or a dentist or whatever it is, and they walk in, no appointment, somebody won't see them, they walk out, and then I get the phone call going, well, that didn't work and I'm never doing it again. You think? Or, well, that doctor won't go ahead and see me. You showed up unannounced, 9 a.m. in the morning. They're going back-to-back appointments, and you're doing this, that, and the other thing. So when you listen to what Traci has to say, she is very, very good at this. But the thing that I hope you pull out of this is, with anything when you're talking about Medicare, it's a slow start. It is, you build referrals, you build your network, you build all of this, and your reputation then snowballs into something else. I practice what I preach. That's how I went from a room of 20 to a room of 600 to 1,000 at a time when I talk. The reputation, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but you want to go ahead and do that. The thing that I want to ask you is, when you are going ahead and when you're referring somebody, so you have your mom that you need to refer to a financial planner. Are you going to go to the guy that you just met that said, hey, I do financial planning. Give me some business. Here's my phone number. Will you call me? Odds are you're not going to call him. You'll be like, get the hell out of here. I don't know who the hell you are, right? I'm not trusting my mom with you. You don't, no. When people do referrals, it is a reflection of them. It's like with the vendors that I have here. They're fully vetted vendors that I don't ever want to have somebody come back and go, you know what? I spent my kids' money that was supposed to go to my kids on marketing based on an idea that you gave me, and it didn't pan out, and now I've got a problem. To me, I treat your money as though it's my money. It's always how it's been. So when I'm working with vendors and finding tools for you guys to use and everything else, that's a reflection of me. And I take that seriously. It's not because somebody decides to say, hey, Amanda, I'm going to give you $5,000 for this, that, or the other thing, just so that way I can get on your social media or whatever. Todd Taylor's got one hell of a story when it comes to that. And if you don't know who Todd Taylor is, he's Geo Blue. And if you do not have Geo Blue in your portfolio, you need it. But anyways, referrals are about building a relationship, and that doesn't happen with going and meeting somebody out of the blue and just being, hey, here's a business card, make this happen. So she does this well. I'm going to turn this over, and Traci, the stage is yours. Lift up the dress when you go up on the stage.
I'm one wrong step to a wardrobe malfunction. So gonna try not to do that today. So thank you so much, Amanda, for having me. There's been a lot of things that you've heard today from the various different speakers, and a lot of it overlaps. And I had a whole speech filled out and all that kind of stuff, but I'm gonna try and tie that all together throughout my presentation. So, but the most important thing I want to start with is that Amanda, she's the force to be reckoned with. It's not me. So she called me a couple months ago. She's like, we got to go to this thing. We got to go to Texas. We got to go to Soup Live. I'm like, yes, ma'am, booking my ticket. See you at the airport. So they kicked off this event with this guy. His name was Troy Korsgaden. And he's a consultant. He does all types of education and speaking all over the country. But the one thing he told us is that you have 72 hours to take the information that you are gathering here today to execute. So my goal today is to give you an action plan so that when you leave here today, 72 hours from now, you'll be able to put that into effect and start your referral process when you get back home. Does that sound good? Awesome. So I'm going to talk to you about referrals, but I also, part of stretch goals, like Erin talked about, one of my stretch goals was to tell a little bit about my story and how I ended up here. So I'm going to take a few minutes to tell you a little bit about me. And if you're new to this industry or you've been in it and you're struggling, I hope it inspires you and It gives you, just know that you can do this. Just ask for help. Anybody in this room will talk to you and help you. So that said, I haven't always been an owner of an MGA with 45 agents from Maine to Florida and 1,500 clients or so. I didn't get into insurance because when I was a little girl, I was like, oh, I want to grow up and be an insurance agent. Insurance finds you. So first time using this. So I own an insurance agency in Milford, Connecticut with my husband. So if I can get this to go, is it the right arrow? It's not me. Oh, the agenda. Does anybody else's brain feel like this? So there, at the end of all of this is going to come together. I'm going to wrap it up in a really nice bow, and it's all going to make sense for you. But this is how this all started. So today, I'm married to this guy. It's pretty cute. He's my business partner. He's holding down the fort while I'm here with all you ladies. So we love to go and have a good time. And then I also have a 20-year-old daughter. Her name's Isabella. She just got engaged. She is the air that I breathe. And then there's this guy, her little brother. Have a baby at 48. It'll be fun, they said. So I got in around midnight last night because we had to have a ninja party. So, I've got awards from Anthem and Aetna. I'm a platinum producer with United Healthcare, star agent with Cigna. So, we're very busy. We do a lot of things, but it really has not always been this way. So back in 2004, I was working in the weight loss industry, and our manager, regional manager, whatever she was, pretty sure she had some type of psychotic break, and she fired us all. All the area managers, everyone in management, she just let us go one day. It was the day after I just bought a brand new Nissan Murano. So there I was. My daughter was 2, divorced, intermittent child support. I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do? So I saw this ad online, become an insurance agent, make 6 figures, guaranteed. I was like, I've been selling weight loss programs. I used to work in the dating service industry, selling dating service memberships. How hard could this be? So I go in, and the guy there, he signs me up for just $400 to buy all my supplies. A couple of weeks later, I'm taking my test. I passed with a 70. So they were like, okay, go on your first appointment. No matter what, you write the application, throw it up against the wall. We'll see if it sticks. I'm like, okay. So I go and I meet this woman. She's like, hey, you want to smoke a bowl with me? I'm like, I don't think I'm supposed to do that during work. And then she confesses that she's been seeing a doctor for some women issues. And this is back in 2000 something, when there was still underwriting for under 65 plans. But they told me, just write it, doesn't matter. So I wrote the policy, raced back to the office, put it, into the system, and I got paid. It's like, how easy is this? I should be making 6 figures in 6 months. So then they're like, you're going to get tons of leads, free leads, lots and lots of leads, quality leads. Okay, leads suck. That's all I have to say about leads. Unless you are in some type of call center where they are just buying leads and leads and leads and leads and throwing them at you, leads suck. They would say, oh, here's some B leads. They were really more like F leads. But every once in a while, blind squirrel finds a nut. So I was making a little bit of money, but it just wasn't enough. And then one day I got an A lead, and it was this woman named Annie. So I call. I get this guy, George. Like, I must have misdialed. You'll learn that I have a habit of doing that. So George tells me that he used to work for the company that I just got the lead from, and he's starting a new agency, and he was looking for agents, and he's got a great program, free leads, make 6 figures. I'm like, well, George sounds like a really great guy. I'm going to go work with George. Lots more free leads. And I love George. George is now in Maine, but the leads sucked. So again, I'm getting leads here and there, but luckily I was able to work in restaurants so I could, kind of feed my child and things like that. But I had dug such a financial hole for myself, because when you write a policy and it doesn't stick, but they pay you, they charge you back. And way back then, not only did they charge us back, they actually charged us interest on the money owed. So yeah, always, no matter what, read the fine print. So, this led to devastation. So on Christmas Eve of 2007, Isabella and I were hanging out in front of our fireplace. We had no electricity. We had no oil. We certainly weren't going to have Christmas. And it was just my rock bottom. I was trying as hard as I could, depending on these leads. So, fast forward a lot of years and a lot of things have happened. But at the end of the day, you have to create a lead source for yourself. So, just like everybody's talking about, Erin talked about it, and Sassia talked about it, you have to develop relationships with people in the community, key contacts, people of influence to push leads to you. But you have to make a plan to talk to those people. So let me see what else is in my slideshow here. Oh, I forgot about these guys. Got dogs, and I started a nonprofit. If you haven't started a nonprofit, it's a really great way to get referrals. You're out in the community talking about that. So what I did is I put in your packet a referral partner worksheet. So like I said, I want you to be able to execute this stuff when you get back. So it's the last page on the left-hand side of your flyer. And what I want to do, not right now, but in a few minutes, is I want you all to work together for a few minutes and talk about who your referral partners are, especially if you don't know. Doing this for a long time, you can start to assume things. I was talking to one of my young agents down in Virginia the other day, and I was like, so which of the elder law attorneys are you partnered with? He's like, elder law attorneys? Like, how is he not partnered with elder law attorneys? So don't assume that because you've been doing this for a long time, you know all the referral partners. I don't. I learn stuff every day. But for the people who are new and the people who are old, putting your minds together, because you have to split these leads up and these referral sources up into your A sources, your B sources, and your C sources. You need to categorize these people because you need to nurture them and massage them and encourage them to send you more people. So I'm at the point in my career, I am by referral only, not just for my business with my clients, but with my agents as well. So, clients come to me, agents come to me. And now this year, for the first year, we actually had to hire somebody to handle that overflow. So referrals can really work. And I'm not saying don't buy leads and don't spend money. When I also worked at Anthem, one of the things that we talked about is you should always reinvest 10% of what you make back into your business. So should you spend that 10% on leads? I don't know. I kind of like the fans to give out to the community places. I've got somebody from my team. She gets leads doing Medicare 101s at libraries. Spends no money. So a lot of different ways to be able to do that. So as far as the referral starts go, like Amanda, I do owe a ton to Anthem. I learned so much from them. And, after my situation where I was rock bottom, you hang on to everything. You absorb things like a sponge. You go to work, you do not quit. So you definitely have to make sure that you you have a game plan like Erin talked about. You need to write this down. You need to time block things. If your phone isn't ringing off the hook then those times you need to say, you know what, I'm going to do some outbound calls, not to leads that suck, but to referral partners that don't. All right. So I want you guys to go ahead and pull out your worksheets, and that way we can take a few minutes. I did a couple of examples, but work together for a couple of minutes and see what referral partners you can come up with, so that when you get back to the office on Thursday, you have a game plan of who to speak with. And if you haven't searched yellowpages.com or google.com, it's right there at your fingertips for free. Okay. In the folder, the last page on the left-hand side. You found it. Yeah. So yellowpages.com, if you type in local P&C agents, if you type in local elder law attorneys, if you type in financial advisors. So if you can put, did everybody get a sheet? Did everybody find their sheet? All right, so has everybody identified some referral partners? Can you guys hear me? Did you guys find some referral partners? Did anybody find a new referral partner that they hadn't thought of before? Maybe? Did you put down some partners that you already have now? They're still talking about it. All right, so I want to bring you guys back so we can talk about putting these into A, B, and C categories.
Mine's not on. Hey guys, we're gonna bring you back to Traci. Did you guys come up with any new ideas? Yes? Yeah? Awesome. Okay, floor is yours.
Cool. All right, so now that you've got some ideas, maybe some people that you're already getting referrals from, some people that you want to get referrals from, now you want to categorize them into your A referral sources, your B referral sources, and your C referral sources, because you want to treat those referral sources very, very differently. Can anyone tell me who their number one referral source should be? Hands down, okay? They are always your best referral. I think somebody mentioned this before, but I lost my PowerPoint. There we are. But okay, if you're at the family picnic and you hear Uncle Joe say he just called a number he saw on TV, shame on us for them not knowing what it is that we do, okay? We don't want them calling these numbers. So who's a referral source? Your clients and anyone who will hold still long enough to listen to you. All right, so people do business with people they know, like, and trust. So who do they trust more, than your clients? Your clients already trust you. Like Amanda was just talking about, you don't do business with people anymore that you don't know. You do business with people that are trustworthy and take good care of your clients. So those A clients, what's a way to thank them for sending a referral to you? Compliantly. Send them a nice little under $15 gift. Yeah, a gift card, a thank you note, a handwritten thank you note goes a long way in this day and age. All right, you can send a thing of flowers. If you have some really great top referring clients to you, you could have a luncheon for them as long as it's $15 or less per person. What a great way to thank them for all the referrals over the years. So, you want to do something like that for your top referrers, but something small for your B referrals, and then always thank the C referrals because you don't know when they're going to become Bs. So just make sure that you're always finding a way to show your gratitude and your appreciation for a free lead. So it may cost you $5 rather than a $50 lead that 17 other brokers got. So CMS does allow you to do a $100 referral fee, but I don't recommend that because you could definitely go broke really, really fast. So now what I want to do, I want to talk about getting referral partners from providers. All right, this is tough. Doctors don't want to talk to us. And quite frankly, we don't want to talk to the doctor. We did a poll last year. We did a campaign with a whole bunch of primary care centers, and 100% of the providers do not feel comfortable talking about Medicare. Also, 100% of providers get asked about Medicare by their patients. Okay, so getting into provider offices and letting them know that you are a local, trusted resource, get them to know, like, and trust you is going to be such a huge part of your business because they see people who need insurance every single day. So great conversations. You need to get to the gatekeeper, not the doctor, unless they're a family member and you're at the picnic. But you need to get to the gatekeeper, or the billing person, or the case manager. The other people in the offices, they're the ones that are supporting the patients with getting their insurance straightened out and all those kinds of things. So how do you do that? Low-hanging fruit. It's a great place to practice. So Anthem was talking about, they have Custom Point. They have all these great flyers in their back office. You print out some flyers to go to dentists, and you start talking with dentists about how you can help their patients get a really great dental benefit. Somebody on Facebook, this has been a huge topic this past week, they schmooze the people at the dentist's office with candy. So candy, treats, snacks. I know my pediatrician office will give me a report on my son for daycare in an hour if I bring them Oreos. So coming in with something, you know, the whole what's in it for me, it's what's in it for them. What can we do to help them? So my mom is my most challenging client. I drive her to all her appointments because she needs a second set of ears. And we went to an appointment one day to a local doctor. She's primary care for a lot of my clients. And after we were done with the appointment, she's like, yep, I'll call and I'll schedule transportation for your mom from the state. My mom's dual. And I was like, why? She's like, well, because she has Medicaid and she has transportation from the state. I'm like, no, she has Medicare Savings Program and United Healthcare Dual Complete with transportation. I'm like, I'll schedule that. And I argued with this doctor for 10 minutes about whether or not she was getting the transportation from the plan or from the state. They just don't know. But what is also true is that one of the reasons that people miss their doctor's appointments is for lack of transportation. So imagine having a conversation with the gatekeeper or the billing person or the case manager, and rather than them worried about billing the missed visit copay, they ask the question, why? Why did you miss your appointment? They never asked that. They missed their appointment because they didn't have reliable transportation, which it happens, cars break down. But if you're an insulin dependent diabetic and you rely on that appointment to get your insulin filled and you're atorvastatin and you're lisinopril and you're not there for 6 months, you're out of meds. So now what happens to the outcomes with these doctors and these patients? Okay, value-based care, these doctors can't have outcomes like that. But they don't know that you can put their patient in a plan with medical transportation. You know, there's a variety of things that we can educate these offices on. You know, maybe the patient guesses the doctor to death, goes home and doesn't follow the treatment plan. Maybe they didn't hear it because they needed hearing aids and they were embarrassed to say it. Maybe they took their medications wrong. I don't know about you guys, but you're on an appointment and you're trying to read the medicine bottle. And I've got, bifocals in here and I struggle. So if you've got somebody who's embarrassed to say that they can't see the label and they took their meds wrong, or maybe they're supposed to take over-the-counter meds, vitamin D and all those things, but they just don't have extra money to buy them. Silver sneakers, health club membership, Renew Active, Silver and Fit. It's free in most everybody's Medicare Advantage plan. Who doesn't benefit from those things? But the doctors don't know. So if you can get into these offices with candy, cookies, I used to go with bananas and say, are these patients driving you bananas? Or are healthcare costs driving you bananas? I can help. When can we schedule time? Because the last thing they want is a surprise visit from you when you are the last person that they want to talk to that day. But how great if you can take that stuff off their plate. Let them be the billing experts, the case management experts. Let the doctor be the expert. You be the expert with helping people get into the best insurance plan for them. Does that make sense? Is anybody doing that now? And doctors like treats? Cupcakes? Yeah, imagine, if you have a logo and a brand, just like you're eating these beautiful Medicare Answers Now cupcakes. What if you have your own logoed cookies? I mean, it's pretty awesome. And you're reinvesting in your business. So definitely have those conversations with the offices. Be creative, think outside the box. I'm all about outside the box. I've got an agent here today. She's way outside the box. If it's the farther outside the box, the better. And, you just have to be creative when you're talking to these people. They really are just people, but their time is valuable too. How's my time? I gotta go. All right, I gotta go. All right, so that said, if you have any questions, call me.
Wait a minute, you got a sticker thing, so
Yeah,
talk
I know,
about that.
I dropped my
Yeah.
things and I didn't want to lose my dress. But yeah, so I put stickers on everything. My son put a sticker on my mother-in-law yesterday. But we have our logo stickers. We have don't ask me about referrals, all that kind of stuff. So the people at stickers.com have offered us 20% off sticker orders. If you're not putting this on the back of all your handwritten thank you cards, you should be. So promo code is Miss Medicare 2022. And the offer is good only through July 31st.
So Ms. it's really hard to see on that screen. So the code is Ms. Medicare 2022. It's stickers.com. How many of you guys got a mailing from me? Did you notice the stickers on it? Did you look in your folder? Did you notice the stickers on that stuff too? For the donation drives and everything else? Stickers are an awesome thing. So you want to go ahead and do it. It works. Just like, when you get a hot pink envelope, you're getting a hot pink envelope from me. Those are things that's part of the branding. You want to do that. Pick your color, stick with it. Pick a couple colors. Go ahead. We're good. Thank you, Tracy. Okay, so this is going to be the last time that I cry. And Tracy walks by and says, "Are you waterproof?" No, I'm not. Isn't my face awesome that it did not melt? The amount of tears that I've done today. Jennifer Kaufman, is she in this room? No, she is not. Okay, so I'll do that when she gets back in the room. So the last speaker of the day is someone also that mentors me, that I consider a friend, that for those of you that don't know, I left Anthem, and no, I'm not jumping up on the stage because I'm going to fall. I left Anthem because I got sick. And when I got sick, I was fortunate enough in my, I don't know what you want to call it, but my glory days, I guess. I don't know. But when I left, I didn't have a net. I didn't know what I was going to do. I got sick. My doctor said, "You need to stop. You're running too hard." And then I'm doing this. Well, so God only knows. And this is slow for me. But anyways, so I had a bunch of offers to figure out what I wanted to be when I grow up and what it was that I wanted to do after working with a carrier. And Craig and Chris Villwock own TLC Insurance Group. How many of you know who TLC is? Okay, good. Those of you that don't, they are an FMO that is out of Warren, Ohio. They have a couple thousand agents underneath them. And the twins, which you cannot, it's hard to tell them apart, but you cannot miss them from their striking good looks and their blue eyes. And yes, I did just turn him bright red. I had to. So anyways, Craig and I have known each other for 15 years. I didn't know what to do. And he sat me down over lunch and he says, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do when you grow up?" And I said, "I want to go back to doing what I loved," because at the time with Anthem, I was doing a lot of national training. I was doing a lot of, just a lot of everything, operationals, marketing, networking, everything, in addition to managing the brokers. And I missed going back to coaching and teaching and having that happen. And I sat there and I said that to him and he said, "Okay." And I said, "But I like to do this my own way. And I like to do this with just having the flexibility to do it. Give me a target, let me go after it, but get the hell out of my way. Don't limit me, just let me go." And he said, "Okay, you're batshit crazy, but okay." And one of the coolest things is that, and he had said, come under us as a national trainer, 100 agents. If you get them in 2 years, we'll turn you loose. We'll start your own agency. We'll get you going. And at the time, my own family said, this guy is going to screw you. There is no way that this is going to happen. There's no way that he's going to make good on this. This is too good to be true. There is no way he's going to go ahead. Don't you dare trust him. And most of you know, I come from a abusive background, about 20 years of it. So my trust in people was not there, and I falter and work on it every day. So I hit the 100, and he says, you need to come in. We need to talk about AAP. And I said, okay. And I had no warning, no possible warning whatsoever. And he says, sit down, get out a pen. Here's a rim paper and all of your contracts. We are turning over and we are starting your agency a year ahead of time. And oh, by the way, you have to go ahead and onboard all of these people through certification too at the same time. But he made good on his promise. He made good on his promise. And many of you in this room come from abuse and have gotten yourself past it. And I applaud you for that, because the strength to break that cycle is huge. So congratulations on that. But that man right there put some trust in men and in trust in myself, and gave me the opportunity of a goddamn lifetime. And I love you. He is absolutely brilliant with what he does. He has an uncanny way of getting under my skin and going, well, you know, Justin's top, you got to beat him. You come on, let's make this happen. And well, I like to be number one, so I'm going to kick his ass next year. It's happening. But anyways, Craig, the floor is yours to teach a room of ladies just an inkling of what you've taught me. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you have done for me.
Thank you.
And sorry I cried, but I had to say it.
Well, it'll be tough to speak after that.
He's seen me cry more this year than I can count.
A few times. Can everybody hear me okay? They okay? Good. I'll go up on stage and try and make this happen. So first of all, about Amanda. Amanda's a rock star. You guys all know that. Look at this event she put on. How awesome is this event, right? Amanda, this video is for you, by the way. We need to have a new logo with money flying around, because that's what you help them all produce more of. That's what we're going to talk about a little bit today, too. Okay. Diamonds. There's diamonds on there. We get it. Show them all. All right. So first of all, Amanda, we're very proud of you. You know, you've done great. And every time I see Amanda, we talk to the carers about Amanda, and you know, the carers, everybody knows Amanda's unique. You guys all know Amanda's unique too, right? And I tell her all the time, I said, you be you, you be you. Don't let anybody change you. Because everyone has their special techniques and their special ways of doing this business for sure. And you got to take what's good that you're at and just maximize it. And so that's what we train on all the time. What I'm going to show you today is what we train on literally every month. We have group and employer groups and union groups that come in all across the United States, and we help close them and so forth. But we wanted to share these ideas with you because Medicare is changing. And if you're not changing with the Medicare market, you're going to be behind other agents who are not changing with it. So it's like, see the change, experience the change, and then you yourself create your opportunity. So I wrote this down and just got one question for all of you. So most of you are in the Medicare market now, right? Is anybody not in the Medicare market yet? Any newer people? Okay. So the Medicare market is changing a little bit. You just got to be able to adapt with it. See what's coming, see what's been happening the last couple of years, and then adapt with it. And we talk about mass Medicare marketing all the time. So here's a question. So what if you could create a lead that is free, no cost to you, that's exclusive to you only, no other agents, so you cut out all the competition, that you receive year round, so it's like daily or at least weekly, that's a guaranteed sale, and it's a Medicare lead? What if we could create that for you? Would that be pretty awesome? It'd be pretty awesome, right? That's what we're going to show you today. So if we can make all that stuff fit, that'd be pretty cool to learn, right? And it is done through that relationship with the employer, union, and group Medicare, which we'll talk about a little bit today. All right. Has anybody ever had a T65 appointment? Turning 65? None of us ever do that, right? So if you're sitting on a turning 65 appointment at the kitchen table or at your office, you know a couple different things about that appointment. It's thinking outside the box, more than what you see right in front of you. First of all, you know this client is turning 65, hopefully, so you can get them enrolled, right? But you also know a couple things. Number one, that client who's sitting in front of you probably is not getting insurance from where he or she worked their entire life. Because if they were, she wouldn't be sitting with you, or he wouldn't be sitting with you, most likely, right? That's a group lead. You also know that if that client is married, the spouse is not also getting insurance from where he or she retired from. 2 group leads. So it's taking that extra lead source across the kitchen table and saying, okay, instead of selling 1 or 2, I'm looking at 100 of retirees over here and 100 retirees over here, and then setting up that relationship to make it happen. That's what we'll talk about real quick today, okay? We only have 45 minutes today, and we train on this all the time. Sometimes the trainings are hour, 2 hour, and we do them like 4, 5, 6 times a year. And it's constantly a learning process. There's a lot to learn about it. But this will at least get you going. This is something that can happen literally tomorrow. I know it's not going to happen tomorrow because you guys will still all be here. But as soon as you get home and start working and going back to marketing, looking for these opportunities, because it is a huge opportunity that you could really take advantage of. So let's jump into this and we'll just start going through. I'm gonna hang around a little bit after if anyone has questions as well. So we'll talk about creating your own opportunities, obviously thinking outside the box, and most importantly, making yourself unique. You know, if you're just like everybody else, then you're going to fight against everybody else. The turning 65 leads of the past, 17 other agents, just like the last year, 17 other agents get that same lead. That's so true, right? You're competing against all the agents, and then you're competing against all the carriers. You're competing against everybody. So we're gonna show you a way that you compete against yourself only, and then create that opportunity for you. So it's about recognizing the problem and opportunity, providing those solutions to the employer or union, and then creating your own opportunities. Like I opened up with, this Medicare market is changing. They're going to potentially put some new stuff on us that we have to do. But more importantly, the age bracket's changing. The retirement age is even changing, right? Medicare 65, retirement age soon to be 67. That's a game changer, right? So people are working longer. So how do we get in touch with those people? 36% of 65 to 69-year-olds will be working by 2024, still working. That's a huge, significant thing. Most likely, if they're working for a larger employer, they're still getting group insurance, right? So how do we target those people? There's no list. There's no list that Lead Concepts or anybody else can bring up of when people retire. By 2026, about 1 in 3 Americans between the ages of 65 and 74 expect to be in the labor market. It's just 2 years later. Now we're at 33%. Now we're way, way up, going up and up and up in that market. That's a bigger age bracket too. Many employees are also postponing retirement and working beyond a traditional age of 65. And it causes a challenge for both the employer and the employees. So you're going to basically start talking to employers, start talking to unions, because those are really good options too, and showing them ways that they can help their own retirees. And that's basically what we train on. So a lot of differences of why that's happening, people working longer, is because of the insurance. A lot of people, we heard a speaker this morning say, you know, look at different, how much you're paying into your group insurance versus other ones. You know, I've had a discussion outside with somebody about that. And then we also talk about people not saving enough because they haven't prepared. So they're working longer. And now we got this new inflation thing. And they're like, I can't retire yet. I'm going to go another couple more years. So that's pushing people past the 65 mark. That was our target area before. We're sending out leads to turning 65s. And we wonder why our return's lower than it was 2 years ago. It's because of everything that's going on. We were getting a 2% return and 1.5, and now if we get a 0.5% return on a lead card for a turning 65, you're lucky, right? So where's all those people going? They're not going anywhere. They're just not ready yet. So how do we target the ones that are ready? It's working through the employer, working through the union, and we'll give you a couple ways to start doing that immediately today. So we all know the turning 65 number is about 10,000 per day. And really, if the employer has not been hit with all those questions, it's going to get more and more as people work longer. 25% of Americans are delaying retirement due to inflation now. So we talk about that 65 through 66 through 69. And what is the difference on that? And it's about creating that lead. So how do you get in touch with those 66, 67, 68, 69-year-olds? There is no lead that you can buy for them. It's not available, because if we could create a lead, which we could send out to people who we knew they're going to retire 3 months from now, and we knew that 3 months from now, and lead conference says, order this lead, they're going to retire in 3 months from now, we would order the crap out of that, right? Because they got to most likely go off their group insurance, because most companies don't pay for retiree healthcare anymore. So they're going to be out looking on their own for the first time. We want those leads. There is no list like that. So you have to create that list, and we'll show you how to do that. That transition from employer coverage to Medicare usually happens while they're still on the payroll now. So what we've been doing for years of investing in turning 65 leads, thinking that they are already retired, thinking that they're ready to enroll with us. That's one of the reasons why our leads are coming back at a lower percentage. You know, people are working longer. Plus, there's a lot of competition. You're competing against everybody. They're turning 65 and they're still working. That's the thing that's going on right now. So we want to market and advertise our services of what we all do as an agent, as an experienced agent, because believe me, they need help. So what's the easiest way to grow your business? It's basically by marketing yourself, just like every other speaker has talked about today. Be yourself, market your services. And your goal is, in any kind of sales, is to get people to call you looking for what you're selling. So how can we create that dynamic? I want people to call my cell phone every day saying, Craig, I heard about you. My employer told me to call you, and you're the one we're supposed to call. I'm getting ready to retire in 3 months. That's an exclusive lead, a guaranteed sale, because their employer told them to call you. And it's nobody else out there is going to have it. If you can create that every day, that's how you make 60, 70 sales a month, brand new, turning 65s or just retirement ages out. Set yourself up, make yourself unique. And what if they were only calling you only? So what we call this is a retiree consultant, or what we really use is a Medicare resource. Not every group that you run into is going to be a Medicare group where we can create a group Medicare product, because you need some other things to go along with that. You need a good census. You need to know all their details and information. We got to have a lot of where they're at for the carriers to even look at it. And the carriers are starting to really come around on that stuff too, because reimbursement rates have changed a lot over the last couple of years. So now what used to be a no-go, where there was no participation of monies coming from the employer union, and they said no group if they're not paying for some of it. Now it's possible. We've done huge groups on a national basis, 150,000 households. One other one is 56,000 households. We did both those national group Medicare Advantage plans with zero participation from the union. And now we have an exclusive product to market all across the United States. So it can be done, and the carriers are getting a little bit more willing to do that. But we also call the Medicare resources our main thing we do. And that's basically partnering with the employers or unions to be their go-to. And other people have talked about that up today. You know, a lot of you all get referrals right now. And some of them come from doctors, some of them come from where people work, some of them come from your clients, which are always good. This is just setting up a pattern of your everyday work to create more of those opportunities. That's all we do. This is not crazy ideas. It's just setting up something on a daily activity to say, okay, referrals are awesome, and I want to get hundreds of them a month. That's all we do. And then creating some different marketing techniques, some different things to send out. what to say to an employer, what to look for or listen for on a turning 65 appointment, knowing that there's 2 group Medicare leads and you kind of set them up to go talk to their employer on your behalf and with them. I can help out the rest of your retirees as well. That's the kind of stuff that we talk about a lot. So it is 100% all about the leads and nothing more. If this business that we're in the Medicare business, if we could just get leads nonstop and they're calling us nonstop and our phone just keeps ringing, this would be the easiest business in the world, right? We do work in the best business ever, but it does take some time to get up to where you're really making a significant change for your family. It takes a couple of years. I tell you, but put your head down the first 2 years. It takes one employer group to change that 2 years to 1 week. That's the difference. So we like swing, you hit singles every day and keep going for those individuals, the mom pause, but always ask for that grand slam home run because you know it, there's a need there. And so it's always looking for that. And you could create a situation where you have multiple sales coming in from one location. That could be during the middle of the year, but especially during the annual election period. We have a lot of people that have really jumped in and got this, and this is all they do. They're getting leads from employers and unions every single day. And that's all they sell all year long. And they continue to work those relationships. And during the annual election period in September, we help them create marketing that the employer sends out to all their retirees on behalf of the agent and the employer. And it says, hey, annual open enrollment coming up. So sorry, we're not offering benefits ever to retirees, but we do work with a Medicare retiree consultant, and we'd love for you to come in and see them. They'll do a free analysis for you to make sure you're on the right plan for next year. By the way, it's at our place of work that you worked for 40 years. Now they're going to come back. They're going to make a lot of appointments. The entire annual election period is filled up. And what does the agent do? The agent has to come up to every day and just sit there and write, or at least review and see if it's the right position and do the right thing for clients. That's how you set up a huge AEP. It's setting up the relationship with the employer, sending out mailers, having them call in because the employer told them to, and you make up one-on-one individual appointments. That's a Medicare retiree consultant situation, and you don't even need a group plan. And you just made hundreds of individual sales the whole time. What if you had 3 or 4 or 5 relationships like that? We have one group, an agency. It's a lady and her manager. They work together, and they have a huge group that they work with. And I don't know how large a group is, but it's a Medicare consultant type, Medicare resource situation. They get calls every day. And it's from people looking for their retirees. So the retirees, we set up when we give those retiree, that's the first question I ask for when I go on for groups. I'm like, who does the retirements here? And it's either the HR or the benefits director, whoever that company has. And I'm like, you're going to love us because I know your job's tough. They're the ones who have to have that tough conversation when they get ready to retire. And by the way, you lose your health insurance when you retire. That's kind of how that conversation has to go. But they could follow it up with, but you need to see Craig, or you need to see any one of you. They work with us, take care of all retirees, to take care of that transition period, and set them up with something to actually hand to them and give to them. Logo it with their company's logo on it. Give them all the credit for setting you up. And that will bring in that position. We always say, what's in it for them? Make it their piece. Put their logos on it. So you could create a situation that they come to you only, and it's redundant, but exclusive, guaranteed, employer endorsed Medicare and retirement leads is what we're trying to do. And it's all through just building simple relationships. Don't be afraid to talk to big groups. Don't be afraid to set up those meetings for larger retiree groups, because you know more than they do on, and especially on Medicare, most likely, right? So don't be afraid to do that. We've spoken in front of so many conventions. Last month, I spoke in front of the National Railroad Convention, that's a 400,000 household group. Huge room, but you can't be scared. You know more than they do. We spoke in front of the Teamsters National Convention just last month. You should always be looking for those opportunities, because if you can get in front of them, sponsor a local retiree group and pay for the breakfast. Do what you got to do, because normally they get those buffets and you'll have 40 people in there and it might be $220 because the retirees always find a way to really bring that price down. So like, we'll just use what you guys are doing. It's going to be way less than the average price needed, right? Then talked about Medicare 101s, talk about all the different opportunities in that. You build that through the relationships. Trust me, every human resource needs our help. They need your help. wherever you live across the country, talk to every single company you have. If you don't have appointments during the day for individual Medicare appointments, go talk to retiree groups, go talk to employers. And it's a simple conversation. You just say, do you offer your retirees health insurance once they retire? And most of them are going to say no. And then you talk about the relationship and say, we can be a big help to you. We can make you look good. We can bring in that retiree source. I'll do Medicare 101s for the people working. We'll do Medicare ones for people retiring. We'll be your resource. You need to build that relationship and then create the marketing pieces to fit every single segment of what it is. And it brings guaranteed exclusive leads to you year round. Now get 4 or 5 of those opportunities. And that's how you're making hundreds of sales during the lock-in and then major hundreds of sales during the AEP as well. So think outside the box, think big. We talk about transition periods the most, and the transition period is the key word that HR's human resource and benefits reps need to hear too. The transition period is that period of somebody who's worked for 40 years for one company and literally had their insurance taken care of for them. At the end of the year, they get a form and they say, sign here for you and your family. That's how much they know about insurance. And then they come in and say, hey, I'm setting up my retirement for 60 days from now. And they say, oh, by the way, you're going to figure out your whole insurance deal. Do you have Part B? Do you have Social Security? What's going on with that? What about the Part A? What about your wife? What about the kids? And they're like, whoa, we're lost. And the HR is like, I don't know how to answer any of those questions. So they're looking for the help. Now that same situation happens and you guys are in there as the Medicare resource for them already. They're like, call Craig, call Ann, call whoever you have. We've worked with them for all, they're our trusted resource. So it's literally setting up that relationship. They don't know the answers to COBRA for people on Medicare. I can't tell you how many times people have been screwed up on that. They got Medicare, they better not be getting on COBRA. That's not credible coverage. And then the HSA situation with Medicare too, employees. If you run into a group that has an HSA, and we also, what kind of insurance do you have for the people working? And they say, well, we have a large deductible HSA. Okay, you got a serious situation for people on Medicare who are still working. Let us handle that for you. We'll have that discussion with them as they reach that Medicare age on your behalf while they're still working. Let's do it during work times, because trust me, if they come off the group plan and go to an individual local plan, you're going to save $8,000 to $10,000 a year just on group health plans. So they'll let you talk to them. We can talk to them. The employer cannot. So if they're actively working still, no matter what age there is, they cannot entice them off the group health plan, but we can. So tell the employer, we'd love to sit with them one-on-one and show them the options out there. They can come off a group, go to an individual local plan, one Medicare, even if they're working. So lots of options for that. It's definitely outside of their scope. They don't know what you're talking about. So we talk about the opportunity, like how many employers out there, we'll let you guys guess here. Anyone who's been to any of our other seminars, you're not allowed to guess because you already know this answer. What percentage of employers do you think do not offer health insurance to retirees? Does anybody know? We got an 80%, 95%, 99. That's pretty high. There are some groups who do it. So how large is the opportunity? Somebody just said 70%. Over 70%, 7 out of 10 companies you go into are not going to offer benefits to retirees. That's 7 guaranteed Medicare resources. This is the honest truth. I have never been on a call. I have never been on a call with an employer or a human resource together, even with agents, because we do 30-minute conference calls as openers. Never been on a call where we said, Mr. Employer, we know you don't offer benefits to your retirees that retire. I know that's a hard situation for the HRs and benefits reps. We're going to be able to help you with that. We do it for a lot of other companies as well. We're experienced Medicare and educated on that. We're willing to offer you Medicare 101s for your actives and show them options that they could potentially come off the group while they're still working. And more importantly, we'll take care of all those transition periods as people retire out. We know the HR and benefits reps get a lot of tough questions. Just send all those questions to us on your behalf. We'll take care of all of them. Oh, and by the way, all of our services are free. Never, ever, ever had a employer say, that does not sound good to me. They're always like, please, please, please. And by the way, we're going to put your logos on everything we do, because we want to give you, the company, credit for bringing this service to all your retirees. Now, it's in our best interest to have them do that, right? Because we want them to send it out to all the retirees with their logo on it. We want it open. We're like, okay, my employer says I need to come to this thing, and they're coming in there. And Their employer tells them to do it, they're going to buy from you. It'll be the best business on the renewals you've ever seen. It's an absolute gold mine in this situation. So we say, why sell one when you can sell 50, 100, or even more? It's all about the income opportunity. The stable long-term commissions are pretty cool because once somebody buys from their employer, or even in their mind, they bought it from where they worked for 40 years, even if it's from you as an individual agent on an individual plan, they ain't ever leaving. Even if they want to leave, they're going to call their employer and say, I need to see Craig again. I'm going to switch to another plan. We obviously are a broker, right? You guys are all brokers. One employer resource, especially one employer group, could change your lifestyle. So we always say, don't change everything you're doing and drop your individual daily activities in the Medicare world. If you're doing life insurance or even a final expense or annuities and investment stuff, I don't think anybody who is any kind of upline would say, change everything you're doing and do this from now on. No, it's like, add this to it. It's another option to bring in sales to you on an individual basis forever. So size does matter. I know this is a women conference, but read the rest of the text before you start commenting. We should have left it right there and just let it go for a while. Just say, let's count to 10. Okay. So we're talking about employee size for everybody who wants to know. And employee size. This is how many people are currently working, because it does make a matter on how Medicare is treated. So if it's a small company, those are really, really good Medicare resources. So if you walk in there and say, how many employees you guys have? They have less than 20. What do you know about that company? You know that Medicare is their primary, right? So that's a really good opportunity to come in and show them all the individual plans locally. If the employer is higher than 20 employees, which is a lot of employers out there, then the Medicare pays second. Because government's like, well, you guys are big enough as a company, we want you to handle most of those claims. We're going to have Medicare be secondary. In those situations, a little bit tougher because now they're most likely have a pretty good plan if they're a bigger, higher plan coverage. So, but you can still look at those. Couple points on those bigger ones. If they don't have to pay a premium for Part A, which most people do not, then they can sign at age 65, but they might not take Part B. So one of the questions would come in on those 40 to 50 type employee groups. We're like, do most of your people have Part B who are still working on if they're Medicare age? That's important to know, right? Because that's an additional cost for them potentially. But on the Part A for the larger groups, they might as well get it because it doesn't cost them anything, right? So almost everybody has that. The only time we'd have that conversation with the employer on a large group is if they had an HSA. Same situation, like, okay, they might want to opt out of that. Or figure out a way, and we can help them with that process because they can't contribute to their HSA anymore once they have any part of Medicare. Big penalties on that. So they can actually wait to sign up for both of those and pay a late enrollment instead of paying a late enrollment penalty and so forth. So what if there's a way to guarantee that you could make more money, have more steady and long-term renewals, work better quality leads with a steady flow, work smarter, not harder, just basically get your cell phone ringing. Change always brings opportunity. Even with this potential recording stuff that's going on, I say potential because I think it's going to change, but we got to follow the rules. So as of right now, we're going to be recording and so forth. Change brings opportunity. What if there's some agents say, you know what, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do it. Well, that brings more opportunity to you, right? So always be thinking about, okay, how's this going to create me an opportunity? Medicare is always going to be changing. The Part D didn't come in and stay exactly the same Medicare Part D when that came out a long time ago. Yes, I was in the business then. It's been 22 years now. But it changed a little bit over time because it didn't come out perfect. And any other rules that come out, it's not going to be perfect either. So it will change and adapt, and we just have to adapt with it because it's part of the deal, right? The whole world changes. We just have to seize that opportunity. So the main goal that we're talking about today is basically becoming an employer's or unions Medicare resource or retiree consultant. It's just setting up that relationship. That's it. But having a process to do so. If you don't have a process, you're not going to set up any. It's literally having the marketing pieces, having go out there, what to say, how to handle it, ask them a few questions. The main question is, do you offer your retirees healthcare? If they say no, any one of us in this room, any one of us tomorrow could say, we can help you. From now on, when you get a retirement, have them call me. That is it. It's that simple. Now we do a lot more than that. You want to give them a whole bunch of stuff to hand them that's personalized for you and the company's logos and so forth, but that's as simple as it gets. And set those up everywhere. You know, go way past the turning 65 lead, because the turning 65 lead's starting to die. It's getting lower and lower and lower because of all the factors we went over. So think outside the box and start targeting those people. First time to Medicare is what we should call them now, right? First time they're going to need a plan. So securing it, here's a couple talking points you can use. Number one is the separating non-Medicare from Medicare. This allows the Medicare to pay some of the bill as primary, huge savings with group Medicare. And that's a big difference, whether even if they're individual working still on Medicare. We can have those conversations as agents and show them other options versus their group, because they might be paying $300 or $400 a month out of their own pocket, and they don't know the difference. They've always just been told group's the best, stay with the group. Maybe that's why they're still working, because they've always been told, well, my wife needs a group and my wife says stay on the group. I'm like, wait a second, you're paying $400. We have somebody, husband and wife's paying $700 a month, one group. And they basically, every single one of them, once they learned the Medicare 101, all of them got on individual plans, because they're like, well, I can save like $500 a month and get on a full coverage plan almost. Yep. And the employer ended up saving a ton too. So it's beautiful for everybody, but we have to do it. The employer cannot entice them off. So you want to always look at those opportunities, whether it's individual or the retirees themselves. The no-cost service is a huge deal, right? Any individual appointment can never pay us to do their job or to review those plans. We get paid from the carriers. It's the same thing on this. This is just creating a whole bunch of individual appointments. That's it. So you want to make sure you tell the employer, by the way, our services are free. Handle all HR issues. So there's one of the big things. We always try and get the human resource or the benefits rep in the room during that meeting. So if we do have an on-site meeting, I'm like, make sure the HR is there and make sure the benefits rep. I look to them first, because they're going to have influence over the employer. Employer has no idea about insurance, right? No idea. So you talk to the HR, say, who handles the retirees? Who handles the retirements? And it's going to be the HR, the benefits rep, or somebody's going to handle that. We're going to be a big help to you. You probably get tough questions on COBRA, Social Security. That's always a good one. They have no idea about Social Security. Retirement planning. Throw out as much as you need to throw. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. We just tell them to call somebody. What if we could set up an individual relationship with that? Put your guys' logos on it, sponsor it all, bring a huge service to your people. So we handle all of those questions, and it's all about that transition period. We use the transition all the time, because the HRs, the human resource people, they know how bad that transition period is. That's the worst thing they have to go through. They dread that retirement day, because now they're like, you've had benefits your whole life. I'm sure they get a ton of kickback from that person retiring. And the employer does too, because they're like, why aren't you giving us insurance when we retire? You know, 7 out of 10 don't. That's normal. But someone who's been getting it for 40 years, they don't understand that. So set up that relationship. We talk about that transition a lot. Partner with the employer union if you can get that relationship to a partnership where you can put that in writing. We do that a lot. And just remember that they're not allowed to talk to anybody working who's on Medicare. So you want to make that very clear. Don't get them in trouble. So we can start this relationship, but you can't tell them to come to our meeting. That's why we say, we tell the employer, if somebody comes out the group plan, this is approximately how much you're going to save per month on premium just for them coming off the group plan. It might be still while they're working, but you're not allowed to entice them even to our meetings. Advertise it. And we highly suggest you have your 10 Medicare eligible active employees come for a 45-minute meeting on the clock. Believe me, they'll want to come in. Every one of them will come in because it's better than working, even if we're horrible, right? And if we get one, you're going to save a ton of money. We're allowed to talk to them. You're not. And you start that relationship with the law. You know, you're not, they can't entice them because of discrimination laws. And that's the main thing. You got to treat all ages the same, whether they're 18 years old or 70. They all get the same insurance if they're all active. So we tell them that, and then create that marketing. So it's basically just setting yourself up with the incoming calls again for people looking for what you're selling. So here's some of the questions and what to look for. Look for employers that are currently paying for the retiree healthcare. This is more rare, usually large pieces. So we quote them all the time. So this is somebody you walk into and say, yeah, the answer to that question of do you offer benefits to your retirees is yes. All right, that's good too. There's nobody we turn away. We'd love to have an opportunity to bid that for you. We work with all the national Medicare carriers, and we can create a group too. And we specialize in Medicare. So I think we can come up with something pretty good. And you're just looking for that opportunity to bid. So then you ask, when is your renewal date? And that could be all over the place. It could be January 1st, could be 7/1, it could be 1/1 of 24. Whatever it is, you take that note. just get the opportunity to bid and replace that. It's the easy, if you get that sale, it's the easiest enrollments ever because it's usually just census enrollment. And you get paid for every single one on that census. We've had multiple of those, and it's just a beautiful thing. And you really don't even have to see the people. They just all get enrolled. That is. Spouses too. So they just give you a huge census and you just enroll them all. Those are tough to get, but they're possible. Self-insured plans are also really good. Some self-insured plans, if you know how self-insured plans work, there's no premium to them. But the employers basically, I'm taking on a responsibility in case something happens. But what they don't do is they never, ever separate their Medicare eligible versus them and look at the claims versus claims. So we tell them to. Why don't you take a day and separate your 65 and older employees or retirees, whatever they are, look at their claims versus everybody else. And then we'd love to get back to you. Then they come back. And I'm telling you this every single time, it's $700 to $1,000 a month on average per person. That's what we've run into. So even like, we don't pay any premium. Okay, we get it. We know how they work. What's the total out-of-pocket cost? And when they do the claims, like, yeah, it's about $800 a month per person on people who are Medicare. Listen, we can create an entire, let's separate those Medicare eligible from everybody else. Let's get them on a group Medicare plan. You could pay for the whole plan. The whole thing, have 100% coverage, national coverage. It's about $300 a month total out the door. And they have no copays and go to any doctor, any hospital in the country. And the prescriptions are awesome. So you can do a lot of that stuff on that. So you look for self-insured plans. Those are always good too. And the one that includes the employees and the retirees on the same plan, that's the gold. And they're out there. They're too lazy to create two different plans. We're going to keep all the employees on the plan. And when you retire, just stay on the same plan. That is crazy for an employer to do that. Medicare should always be separated. So if they're Medicare eligible, make a Medicare plan. Let Medicare pay for some of the premiums, Mr. Employer. And you run into those and you actually look at it because you know how much they pay for regular employee plans, about $1,000, $1,500 a month. They're paying for that for retirees too if they're on the same plan. Like we can get a full coverage plan for $300 or so, or a lot less. And it's a no-brainer when that happens too. So you just talk to all your relationships, look for those opportunities and ask them when that opportunity is coming. You know, bid the group Medicare, follow up if you need to, if it's a later date, whatever it takes. So market the value of your services, and then you need to let the employer know what's in it for them. If they're not offering benefits to the retirees, what's an immediate need for them? What's in it for them? We're going to make it look good. You know, that's our job. We're going to help out your HR right there and your benefits director right there. No longer will they have to answer Social Security questions, Medicare questions, retirement questions. Have them call us, have them call me. We'll take care of all this for you. And then we're going to put your logos on everything if you guys approve it. And we're going to market all your retirees, and I'm going to offer a free service that you guys are bringing to the table for all your retirees. It works for all the parties involved. Works for you, works for the employer, and it definitely works for the retirees as well. So now they're coming in and seeing a trusted resource that they work with.
Hey, Craig, quick question.
Yes.
Someone's asking, you said try to get it in writing, and can you elaborate on what you mean by try to get it in writing?
I don't know what I said that about, but
I do. So you were talking about going ahead and the relationship that you have with the group, HR or whoever it is that you're working with, and the partnership that you have and the recommendation that, hey, you are the preferred resource for that relationship.
Yep. And we created forms, and anybody can create these forms. It's not tough. It's just an agreement form. So from the bottom thing is like an agreement to use their logo. Obviously, if you're going to do a partnership, we'd like to use your logo. We usually have them fill out a form that says, yes, we're allowing them to use your logo for approved marketing. And we always get the marketing approved by the employer first before sending out any piece ever. And then if it is a larger group, there's stuff that we've done on the national unions. Obviously, we want a longer relationship than 6 months or a year because we're going to put a lot of effort into it. So we try and get 3 years and 5-year deals in writing, and then we have a signed agreement. And then we always come back way before that 3 or 5 year deal is done, and we ask for an extension. You know, for like General Motors, we had a 3-year deal in place at the beginning, and then we came back and got an 8-year deal after the first year. Because we're like, forget that. We put way too much effort in this. National Union, we have people on staff. You know, so we put people on the staff for them to make sure that we're going to be in there on the airlines forever. And that's every single airline, every single retiree for the union. We have exclusive products for. But there is some we always tell people like, if you get to that point, it's a big group. So if you need a relationship in writing where it's a contract between you or an attorney's involved, we have a lot of those things kind of designed, but they're not tough to design. Lots of times you're going to get asked to design it from that larger employer. You know, so you're going to walk in and like, how do we make this relationship? We got to make sure it's good. So you non-disclosure, the NDA type information with that, and you want to offer that up front. Your information is protected on your retirees. That's the first thing kickback you're going to get. But taking the next point, you can call Amanda or call me, no matter what your affiliation is. If you guys need help with the larger group on setting up a contract with them, if it is a large one, we'll help you. And we'll let you know what we've done in the past. Okay. So Medicare 101s are huge. That's for the actives. More than anything else, that's what the employer wants to hear. How are you going to save me $10,000 a year per person? These active older people working for me are killing me. Remind them of it when you walk in there. Let me tell you how bad they're killing you. They already know. Let me remind you again. They're about $10,000 a year. We're allowed to talk to them. They're not. So set up those Medicare 101s. Ask for the employer. Let's do this on employee time. They'll all come. And then those transition periods is the main thing that we go over all the time. Okay. So it's always about thinking outside the box and creating new relationships. We look for those relationships of people who already have the relationships with the groups. So if you're looking to get into, we've had a couple people come up to me today. They said, yes, and we've been to a couple of your trainings and we have these huge opportunities with this, and they'll name the company. I'm not going to say them, but we're starting that relationship with that company. Like, whoa, that's a big one. You know, that's got to be tens of thousands of retirees, and it is. And they're starting a relationship. That's awesome, because that's a lifetime of sales. You get one of those lifetime of sales because people are going to keep retiring. That company's not going anywhere. People retire to get more and more and more sales. But we always think about who's going to help us get to that sale. So I don't know if you guys have ever walked into a large union. We walked into the railroad. There's a panel of probably 10 of the executive staff up on the thing. And they got this little thing next to it. And then there's 600 people from the railroad out in the stands. And you get up there and you're like, whoa, it's little daunting, right? But how we got into that national group marketing, how we got invited to that was because I partnered with an employee that worked for the railroad. And he started working for us. And I said, where are you working right now? And he's like, I work for the railroad. And I'm like, oh, that's like the crown jewel of Medicare, right? We got to get in the railroad Medicare. We got to do this. So I said, let's start small. So I don't know if he's sold any individual sales yet, by the way. He's brand new with us. But I said, let's start small. We started last November. And I said, let's go do the local meetings. I said, can you call and get us into the local retiree meetings? So we went to West Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. We did them all. So we went into their local retiree meetings, and they're all over the place. And he was doing all the calling and said, hey, tell them we'll sponsor their breakfast or lunch, whatever they're doing, we got it. So we were doing these all over the place. And maybe it was $200, $230 sponsor for the breakfast. We've been talking to 40 and 50 at a time. And some of them are like during the lock-in periods, we know we're not going to get a single sale unless someone's turning 65 or else they have an SCP or something. We're just Medicare 101, Medicare educational. And in September, we're coming back beginning of October, and we're going to review all your plans, kind of telling them what it is for 1/1. So we started doing this. And I told the guy, I'm like, listen, we might not make a lot of sales for this, but I said, our only goal was to get invited to the national conference. That's our only goal. And I wish he was up here to tell you, because I would go in these meetings, I'd be speaking in front of 20, 30 people, no problem. But at the end of every meeting, I said, now, for the 30 of you here who are retirees of the railroad, you got one job. I'm pretty confident I can get you a pretty special plan for all the retirees nationally, but I need to be in front of the executive board. Hopefully you guys can help us do that. And we said it at every single meeting. And then one day the phone rang and they said, hey, we'd like you to come speak at our national conference. I'm like, boom, we got it. That's all we need, right? There's a whole nother story about the national conference that I'll tell you. And it's funny. It's really funny. But let's tell you real quick because it's hilarious. So again, big stage, podiums on the corner. They kind of had a two-step right here. This podium's right here. All the executive boards here. 600 people in the crowd. This is the executive staff making a decision on national group plan for 400,000 households. So this is a big deal, right? I'm a little nervous. So this agent, who's never sold a Medicare plan in his life, all day long, he's writing down notes, telling, what do I see here? I'm like, listen, you got to hit 5 points. Just 5 points. I don't care how you do it. Tell them who I am. Tell them we're experienced. Most importantly, tell them you work for the railroad. And then tell them why you partner with TLC. I got it. 30 minutes later, he's asking me questions. I'm like, oh, this is not going to go smooth. And we're nervous. And for any of you who might know who this is, please do not repeat the story. He is not here, okay? But he gets up and he's talking. Now I'm on, these stairs are here. So I'm right here. Podium's right here. I'm on the bottom stair. He gets it through. And it's 45 seconds of silence, looking at notes, silence, looking at notes. And I'm like, I'm starting to sweat. I'm like, oh boy, I got to recover from this, right? He gets all 5 points out, and that's all we needed to do. He looked very, very real during that. And as he's getting off the stage, now this is a podium, and the microphone is one of those, and the cord goes down this way. I have no idea why it's this way on the thing. 45 seconds of the worst 45 seconds you've ever seen. First time ever speaking in front of a crowd. As he's getting off, he's like, and without further ado, I'd love to introduce Craig Villwock from TLC Insurance. Give him all, yay. And as he's getting off, his foot catches this cord. The entire podium in front of 600 people. Now, imagine speakers in every corner of this room, and they are loud. We got 600 people. They're loud. They're all retirees. So this is a little bit louder. And this microphone catches every single, and it's echoing through the place. So I'm coming up the stairs at the same time, and I see this all happening. And with my left hand, I grabbed the podium, barely hung on to it, and set it back up. And he gets off, and I can see him. He's just all flustered. And so I'm like, okay, I got to start. Now I have to recover a little bit and get into the presentation. So long story short, it went really well. They had a meeting right after the railroad thing, and they had a closed door session. And later at night at dinner, they said, we're signing a contract with TLC. We want you guys to exclusively find our new plans nationally for all of our retirees. Pretty cool, right? So then later down that night, he's like, I did so bad. And I said, listen, don't ever be afraid to get in front of a crowd. I said, honestly, wasn't that great, but it was your first time, right? I said, we still got the deal. And I said, we just closed probably the largest group we've ever had. And I said, you did exactly what you needed to do. You looked real. You told him what it was. You introduced me. That's it. So it was a hilarious story. And he's like, please don't ever tell that story again. I'm like, I promise I'll never, ever say it 100 more times at every single meeting I ever do. But the moral of the story is don't be scared. Okay. First time he got in front of 600 people, and he goes, I'm going to hit these 5 points. And he got all 5 points out. And it was good. That's all he needed to do. He got 5 points out. Almost wrecked the entire podium, but I don't even know how it would have finished if he'd have wrecked the ground, but we caught it. So we moved on and we got it. So don't ever be scared. Just get up there and do it. You know more about that than they do. Okay. You can incentivize for referral compensation with employers, especially with the people you work with, so you can do some setups for that. Be careful with how you do the employers, but especially with anybody else employer consultants, people who have that relationship with that employer, you can set up stuff with them, an agreement with them. Like, hey, introduce me to stuff. They may already be the clients on something else. So you know how to set those up. When we talk about business at the employer, the business that stays, the business that pays. So continue to do that. They'll rarely drop that business that comes from their employer. And you can basically grow your book without personally lead. So it started with a lot of people about grassroots marketing, and Ann Myers and her husband, lots of grassroots marketing. Don't worry about spending money. This is another way to do it without spending a single dime. Start building those relationships. All you have to do is talk to people. Don't be afraid, because they need your help.
You're standing in a room full of women. We love to talk.
I know. This might be more daunting than speaking in front of the railroad, I'll tell you.
Is that why you were like, I don't know?
Do those AEP sponsored retiree meetings, set it up with the employer. That's the gold right there. So if you get that relationship, you're like, okay, how do you get in contact with your retirees right now? Do you have any kind of pension? Do you send them out a letter? Do you have a website that you do meetings on? Do you have retiree meetings? Whatever it is, if they have a list of their addresses and stuff, gold. Now you're going to create a letter that sends it out with their logo and your logo on it and say, come back in and get your Medicare review done by our retiree consultant, our Medicare resource, right on site if they want. It's a huge deal. It just brings that steady stream of leads. And it's about positioning yourself for the future and making those exclusive leads to you only. and they're going to call you only when you need it. There's more and more of that situation happening with the changes. And for those of us out there, you know, Ann and her husband and everybody else, we talk about two of the top agencies in the country being 5 minutes away from each other. Two of the top salespeople, including Ann, being 5 minutes away from. There's so much opportunity out there, especially in this space. Just go out there. There's not enough. That's why everybody should get up and share. You know, we're in one small community of Medicare professionals in the country. So get up and share what you have. Who cares? You know, believe me, I've been on the other side of this 100 times where somebody said something like, "Oh, that's a good idea." I take it home, make it happen. You know, so always be looking to pay that back. It doesn't matter who's next to you. There's plenty of opportunity out there, and it's only getting bigger and bigger. We talk about eliminating the agent competition, but that's very, very true if you get those employer endorsed leads. So in closing, recognize the problem and opportunity. Medicare is changing, and then provide solutions, especially to that employer, and even more importantly, to that human resource who needs our help. And then create many opportunities, long-term, stable growth of your business. And if you do all that, you will experience lots of money behind Miss Medicare boot, right? All right, so I'll be out there. Do you guys have any quick questions? Anybody, general questions real fast? Yes. Yeah, so we do both. So we bid those group plans where the employer is paying for some of it, or we can, if it's a larger group, we can actually do it with no participation from the employer union. So we can put a group plan in place for them. But the Medicare resource is that relationship with the employer where we're going to contact all their retirees and have them come in one-on-one and review all the plans available to them. Just help them find the best plan for them. And it's just putting that in writing and advertising that to all their retirees. And having that as an ongoing basis, steady flow of leads as people retire. And having that employer and the HR have that marketing ready for that retirement that they say, call her. This is who we trust and go with, okay? So I know we're getting late and we're keeping you guys away from everything else. So I'll be outside if you have any questions. Amanda will be out there too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Craig. So we have a couple of raffles before we go. Did you guys learn anything today? Yes, good. That makes me happy. You know what else is going to make me happy? Getting out of this damn dress. Okay, so we're going to do a couple of quick raffles. So if you did not stop by the carrier tables, several of them have raffles that will happen today, tomorrow. Some had two, so they're going to do one each day. Other ones have them where it's one throughout the entire conference and all of that. Oral-B toothbrushes, pink toothbrushes, guys. Awesome. So you had to go ahead and put your business card in before to go ahead and get it. So I'm going to go ahead. Comes with a 1-year subscription for the new brush heads and every 3 months. With floss and toothpaste. Woohoo. Okay, and this one goes to Carrie Lockwood. Come on down, Carrie. You are the next contestant on The Price is Right. Tomorrow's another one, so make sure that you have business cards. Same thing. So, okay, 6 o'clock. Well, actually, probably about 6:15, I'll open up the doors for 80s. If the 80s party, if you did not get your ticket, you can do so by going to msmedicare.org and you can order your ticket there. The ticket covers food and 2 drink tickets for that. And then we will have a dance floor in here and lights and costumes and all sorts of other fun stuff. But we've got a couple more. Hold on. One more. Let's go with Monica Gardner. We're going to do one more. Lynn Popplestein. So tomorrow is business attire. Or if you have another dress and you want to wear it, by all means. If you want to wear your tiaras tomorrow, by all means. I will actually be in a business dress, probably with my tiara, maybe. We'll see. Other than that, have a great afternoon. I will see you guys downstairs at, hold on a minute. Let me go do those. Sorry, I forgot. Let me go ahead and pull a couple of these tickets. Okay, so we have, I need to get the key for this. Do we have it? So there's like 9+ prizes, and I'm gonna do a couple of these a day, except I need to be able to get in here. You got to open this for me. I can't do it. So the first one that we're gonna do, this was a 2:30 in the morning TikTok thing that I found that was so cool. It is a briefcase, and it's big enough that it's got a laptop and it's got a pink inside to it. So super cool. Thought it was awesome to go ahead and use. So the winner of this one, it's all unlocked. So how do I open this? I can't know how to do this. Okay, so the briefcase is, Lynn, it is your lucky day. Okay, so the next one that I have, we did a skincare mask gift bag that has the mask treatments and stuff like that, and it's from Kiehl's. On that one, Sandra Gephardt. Yes, you. Oh, for tomorrow checkout? No. You so your stuff that you guys have at your tables, I would prefer that you take it with you and come back, because odds are you're not going to remember where your seat is tomorrow. If you are checking out tomorrow, we will hold your baggage in a room until the end of the day, so you don't have to worry about that either. Totally forgot about that. Sorry. Other questions that you guys have? We good? Okay, so I'm going to keep doing these. Next one. Am I going to what? Yes. Next one is Teresa Gonatarik, and this is for one of the Lush gift bags. And I've got one last one that I'm going to do just to go ahead and go from there. And that is actually a whole bunch of makeup stuff. So it's makeup cleaner, makeup brushes, and 3 of the ColourPop color palettes for eyeshadow that are absolutely awesome. And that one goes to Nancy Keller. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we're going to continue with these. And then if you want to purchase more tomorrow, we have Tiffany wine glasses and 2 bottles of high-end wine, a Movado watch that is got the crystal inlet and pink enamel on it. And there's a bunch of other stuff that's here. So by all means, get more tickets. Otherwise, I will see you at 6:15. Little bit.